Welcome to the Six Invitational playoffs. That's right. Group stage is done and dusted in the books, and it's already been such a good tournament.
Yeah, it has. There's been some upsets, some crazy stories. I mean, the final game on the final day of groups, the G2 face game, dude.
Cinema.
People were like, I was
Absolute.
in my room upstairs during the very final map, and I could hear people just going, "Oh!" before every clutch.
Yeah, and it means we've had to send home 4 teams so far after that group stage, and we've already pre-seeded our double elimination playoffs bracket. For some teams, it's not double elimination at all. That's right, we have a lower bracket where we're gonna have to see G2, Daystar, Oxygen, and NIP fight for survival with no second chances. But up in the winners bracket, things are already looking pretty good. We've got our second and third seed teams out of groups, which will be playing this morning. And then, of course, lying in wait, Wildcard FaZe, Weibo, and Team Secret, the best teams out of each group from the group stage, 2 of which still remain undefeated.
I mean, dude, the fact that Wildcard and Weibo are both getting a bye right now as the best teams in groups is crazy looking at what the matchups were at the very beginning of this event.
And it does mean that we have actually a North American, Brazilian, APAC, and the European teams as the top seed winners of each group. But things are really going to get pretty nasty in that first round of the upper bracket, which is where we start today. Of course, we've got 2 streams going for the first 2 days of playoffs. Here's the schedule for today. You're watching the B stream currently, hosted by me and Pengu, and that's what we're going to see on the right-hand side of your screen, starting with D+ versus Fluxo, and of course on the left-hand side of your screen, starting with Furia versus Team Heretics. Now, just a little asterisk here. Some of the teams are wrong here. It's not actually, for example, SSG versus FaZe. It's the winner of D+, Fluxo W7M versus FaZe. Same on the other side. Yeah. It's not actually Black Dragons versus Weibo. It's the winner of Furia Heretics versus Weibo. So those latter 4 games, 2 on each stream, they are the winners bracket quarterfinals, which means if you win that game, you're going all the way to playoffs. You get 2 days off. Sorry, all the way to playoffs, all the way to main stage. Which is unbelievable, especially for teams like Weibo, who are currently in position, also wildcard, to make it to main stage for the very first time.
It's always that funny conversation about, you know, if you make the main stage early and you get all those days off, it's like, do you really want to have 2 or 3 days off to yourself? Do you want to keep playing every single day, battling it out, getting more and more experience? You're talking about Weibo, right? Should they want more games played for more experience, or should they want the safe aspect of going to main stage?
Yeah. All right, quickly now, before we get to D+ versus Fluxo W7M, let's play a little game. Okay. All right, best game out of groups.
G2.
All right, that was a trick question. That was an easy one. G2 FaZe.
G2 FaZe.
Best team out of groups.
I mean, low-key Weibo gaming because the upset. I think so, because I feel like
that's a hot take. Well, very hot.
You looked at FaZe and go, yeah, they're gonna make it out first, whatever, right? But it's like Weibo surprised everybody. They were much better than people thought they were gonna be.
What about a little old Team Secret?
Team Secret also not FaZe level, but like they were gonna do well. Come on, they're gonna do well.
So in terms of the biggest overachiever, what about biggest underachiever out of groups?
Underachiever. Well, the ones that went home early, or
well, yeah, but like Black Dragons EP, like Elevate, we're not surprised that they went home.
Well, I think the way Elevate went home was the big thing, right? Because they were struggling significantly. They went home like 2 days before the finals of groups. Like they were not as the very first team by far.
Very embarrassing. EP also failed to win a single map.
Yeah,
which I think is underachievement.
But Fisher Guy also announced his retirement, by the way, afterwards.
Yes, and
so there was something
that
lingering
team has roster changes coming up. I can tell you that for sure. But I will not tell you anything.
Are you gonna
more
turn
than
them?
that.
No,
I'm not gonna
leak.
I'm not gonna leak anything. Actually, a lot of roster changes from talking to teams, especially the eliminated ones. I've heard a lot of T, and you guys are going to have to wait until after SI. Some of that might come out now, but after SI is when roster lock is completely open season. And that's the crazy thing, right? It's the one time of the year where a team could actually dump all 5 players, all their coaching staff, bring on a completely new roster. And we may see that with some teams, maybe we won't. 6-7, I don't know why I'm doing this.
No, why are we doing this?
Let's focus up on the match at hand for today. It's an important upper bracket game for the 2 Brazilian teams. Of course, our Brazilian APL team, who have a good time down in Korea. They've made their way to Six Invitational. It's their first event in quite some time. Of course, they went to Munich, but they didn't play a game since then. They didn't make it to regional finals. They came into SI cold, but we didn't really see that. They took some serious wins. Of course, they took down Black Dragons, which isn't too surprising, but that 2-0 over Shopify Rebellion, a 7-4, 7-1, nobody expected or saw that coming.
No, not at all. The thing is, for D+ Skiers, the question mark really is, what is their ceiling going to be? Because it's an APAC team, but as you said, they're Brazilians, they're from Brazil, but playing in that APL region. I feel like this particular matchup, against Floxo WCM, is going to be very difficult for them. Individually, you see D+ Skiers statistically, they're all very close together. They're all putting that even effort. But do they have the individual franking power to match Floxo WCM 1-to-1? Do they have the team level and experience to match them strategically when it comes to coordination and executes? That's my big question. I feel like this could just be the final big test for D+ at this event.
Yeah, of course, don't get it wrong though. These guys may be underdogs, but they're not young and they're not inexperienced. Of course, players like Mitty have been playing comp since 2017. He's played at 2 SIs and 3 majors as a coach for NIP.
It's true.
And you've got Bullet, of course. He was on some of the very top teams in Brazil for a very long time. D+ are actually the oldest team at Six Invitational, tied with Falcons.
As players, but as a roster, right? The experience they have together with this specific 5-stack, that's my big question. Because you can have older, individually experienced players, but they're a new team on paper. They haven't been together for all that long with this exact stack, and that's where I'm thinking they lack that experience. So let's see if being old is enough.
Look, it can certainly help. Another one for D+ is they did actually take a map off FaZe, so keep that in mind.
Yeah.
They have some serious potential. But their opponents are just as, if not more, experienced. Fluxo W7M, what a roster. This team has been gunning it at the very top level for quite some time. I remember about 2 years ago in Atlanta, under the name Los Plus One, they made it to the grand final, only to fall to, at the time, the W7M roster. And now, well, they've been fortified with a player like Palu on the right-hand side of your screen, the dad himself, or soon to be at least. And these guys have been just looking unbelievable. That aggression, it's netted them some serious wins, but they've also had some pretty hard-fought 3-map matches.
Yeah, there has been. It's funny because you mentioned how EP really under-delivered. Well, the Floxo WCM EP game was actually a bit of a barn burner because the ego challenging from Floxo W7M almost meant they were going to lose a map against them. But there's your boy Palu. He's been so good. Yep. The clutches, the 1vx's, and he was actually such a big kind of like support flex player, always being in the right spot at the right time, catching rotation, helping his teammates. It's not bait Palu, as some people said in the past. It's also not really entry Palu necessarily. It's everywhere Palu for this one.
Yeah, he's just been unbelievable. 1.33 KD for the event so far. And believe it or not, we got this new stat. So thank you to Desitu, and also shout out one of our observers, Sky, who kind of helped put this stat together. We now can see a player's 1v1 win rate, right? Yeah. So any situation that comes down to a 1v1, do they win it? When it comes down to it's just you versus someone else. Palu is the best at SI so far. 7 wins in 1v1s and only 2 losses. So a lot to look forward to for Palu and Fluxo W7M. Now let's get into the map video. We're playing a BO3 here, and it's upper bracket on the line. Where will we go?
It's a great question. I mean, Floxo border, I was going to say there it is. I actually didn't see the video before, but they love the border. They love that aggression and ego challenging. Border's the perfect map for that. That's, of course, going to be their pick for D+ Kia. They're choosing Cafe, leaving Fortress as the decider. The further in we're getting, the more Fortress we are going to see. Is exactly as it should. Because when the map is new, you're going to hide it for a little bit. Once teams start bringing it out and start seeing the strats in the meta form, other teams are now less shy to also match it.
Both teams are going to have to bounce back on border. Both of them, the last time they played it, did lose it. For D+, it was getting shellacked. 7-1 by G2. The Fluxo W7, and they look to bounce back from losing 7-4 to SSG on this very map. And now the Brazilians of Fluxo W7M take us to this new battleground and take on D+. Let's see who takes it here on border.
Good luck. Have fun. D+ starting on the attacking side. So, if you don't want to watch out, look at Floxo WCM and how they challenge the extended areas of them. How they play E-stairs, how they play break room door, how they play CCTV. We've seen Loban and Volps most notably. Dude, they are in there. They're spawn peeking. They're running out the doors. They're getting in the enemy's faces. And the thing about Brazil as a region is that they have so many great teams. And for a lot of these events internationally, it ends up with Brazil taking out Brazil, leaving less Brazilian teams in the final, in the top 4 or whatever. It's the same story here. Floxo, WCM, they said, you know what? we can take that D+ Kia.
Yeah.
We know them so well because while they are playing in APL, they do spend the off-season in Brazil, scrimming domestically. So they should have their number, have a good idea of how they're playing. They chose to face versus D+.
It was first pick, but it was between D+, Heretics, Falcons, and SSG. So it is kind of a hard choice.
Yeah, a little bit.
But, you know, you've got like some really strong competition there. Teams like Falcons and SSG, you're probably not, especially Falcons, probably not going to want to pick them.
I'm not sure if I want to put SSG in the same conversation now. So.
Yeah, okay.
Not yet.
Flux at W7 did actually beat SSG. It was their last game that they played in the group stage, but it was very close. Like I said, they lost Border. They 8-6 on Cafe, 7-5 on Consulate. So actually barely had a higher win rate throughout that series than their opponents, despite taking it 2-1. But now we settle in. It's Border. This should be comfortable for Fluxo. They're the ones who chose to be here.
Heavy on the traps already. The Nari, the Ella, the Melusi. Again, controlling the entry areas of the map, like I said. E-stairs, CCTV, and break room. Try to weaken your opponents, give yourself some information. It's nice.
It's an unusual one. Don't see that one very often.
It's funny, operators like when Asami first came out, the Nari now, where you have a very flexible gadget you can just toss anywhere, they take a long time to form at the highest level.
Yeah.
It took Asami over a full year before we started seeing her being used the way that she is nowadays. And once you really figure it out, everyone does the same kind of stuff with it.
Yeah. And we can see one of those Denari lasers being used on East Stairs. Yeah, very loose, unusual way to use his army here from Volps. Rather than fortifying one position, there's lots of traps across the map. The first E1D and the first Dokubi core rings. Actually, no, did Nias cancel that? He did cancel it, so he didn't end up in the end.
Trying again.
Yeah, now he's going for it. Out the Logic Bomb rings, and Volps getting fried alive.
Oh.
He's going to burn and eventually fall. Well played with the Capital Fire from D+ Kia to open the equation.
Very well placed fire. He was trying prone to like crawl beneath that little ledge here because I was watching from the east stairs window, but because the fire was within a good location, proning meant your feet are in the fire still taking damage.
Oh, Loban is cooked here. Crossfire, well played from D+, using the second of those fires. Despite Nias walking straight into that Denari laser, he's happy to tank a bit of damage if it means that he can support his teammate and find a second kill.
This is exactly what D+ they need, right? Individually, they might not punch back one-to-one in gunfights, but strategically playing together, that is going to be their strength. And good use of utility and teamwork so far has gotten them in an excellent position to take the first round. But this is Border. Things can flip so quickly. A C4 from Paolo getting 1 or 2 kills. Dots of Dodos going for a great swing with a headshot. It can just flip within a moment's notice.
Look at the way that Palu and Dodos have actually decided to stay and hold their positions, but eventually Dodos will fall as he's been pushed by the balcony behind him and Midi all the way from East Stairs. Palu now has to abandon his position at 90 because CCTV control has been seceded. Levy finds Dots. It's all up to Palu. He's good at the 1v1s, but what can he do in a 1v5? The first one found, low HP for the Warden, and Levy stabs him in the back to find the first round for D+.
And you saw D+, what they did really good to start things off, of course, is taking 4 people together, clearing East Stairs, not isolating any weak gunfights. Then afterwards, they leave 1 player kind of in East Stairs watching the 90 rotation into office as well, and the 4 other people, they start working CCTV break room. So they're so good at leaving 1 person just kind of holding their ground. He's the flank watcher, he's cutting off the rotations, the supportive network, and the other 4 people work together at taking the new area of the map. A lot of teams will, you know, do that first portion and take East Stairs, then send maybe 2 guys fighting CCTV break room and 3 guys fighting office, and now you have 2 different fights going on, both not at 100% efficiency, but they rotated all of their bodies to take 1 area at a time and overwhelm Flux of WCNM. You see when Mitzi got that kill onto Dodes inside of CCTV, there are 2 people right behind them on the door and the window as well. There's so much pressure on a singular player.
Yeah, I really like that. D+ looking very good in their first attack.
Oh, yeah.
Fluxo, though, they're going to continue playing aggressively. This is the one thing we know about this squad. I'd say, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I feel like we've casted quite a bit of them now.
Yeah.
I feel like they're the most aggressive team I've seen at SI.
I would agree.
They have the most ego. They're always keen to play like loose strats. Yeah. You look here, right? And of course we've got Castle, we got Smoke, we got Warden. Like they're obviously typically more anchor-centric structural operators. But then we get the Oryx, then we get the Pulse. You know, we're going to be causing some chaos.
And it kind of, as much as it is their biggest strength at times, I also think it is the biggest weakness of Fluxo.
We saw it last round.
Exactly. They will overswing and they will just take a 50-50 or what we can call a 30-70 gunfight, not in favor. And all you have to do, quote unquote, all you have to do here with D+ and your opponents in general is play together and have those two guns holding and waiting, because they will swing you first. I don't think I've seen Fluxo ever fall back towards the bomb site and bonk it down for 5 people. There's always someone dying early.
Very nice from Midi. He sneaks into supply. Oh, he's actually allowed to do that because of the castle barricade on the main door, meaning he's not exposed. D+ are reading really well into this. You just poke and prod here, bait out a swing there, a little bit of a lurk. Fluxo W7M need to start respecting respecting D+ Kia a little bit more.
Same team, 2 names. Fluxo W7M.
Oh, freebie.
One. He sees the leg.
Free kill for Levy, and a second one found. Dots dies without using his cardiac sensor or his C4 to full effect. Another player separated from the rest of the squad in Armory. It is Palu. And, well, Levy's going to find a third. This is dominant. 2 rounds in. Fluxo W7M have only found 1 kill.
It's so awkward. It was Dots on Pose himself who punched open the radio window as well. So Dots opened the window. Levy jumps in and takes the space for free. Gaps being left open. Abused by D+ very well. Almost finds a kill though.
So apparently the Oryx of Dotas died trying to jump up the hatch. So again, too much aggression from Fluxo W7M. Palu gets the down. He's surrounded though, and Nears will finish him off. Oryx? PGH says, Oryx jumping up the hatch? What is that?
I mean, it is a bit of a question mark because Hibana got the Poles killed in the middle of office. So if you jump up the Archive's hatch, I mean, you gotta be there. You gotta teleport up the hatch.
It's no respect and boundless aggression from Fluxo W7M that is just being handled quite easily by D+.
To be fair, like, going into this, I was saying the same thing. If I'm Fluxo W7M, I'm thinking these guys are older, not good shots, not gonna have the confidence.
They play in APL.
They play in APL, right? They're washed. But first round, it was insane team coordination that won D+ the round. And that second one, it actually was the individual performance. Mitty goes in stock, 1v1 takes a gunfight. Levy jumps into office, takes a 1v1 gunfight, gets gifted the Oryx and shortly after. So now they've shown us the 5v1 scenario and the 1v1 scenario. Or in both cases, it's been D+ having the better read. Granted, they're on the attacking side, more favored on border. It's early days, things can still change. But this is showing us that this can be a hell of a series.
Yeah. And one thing I'm loving is seeing a player like Midi, who has been in the scene for such a long time. I'm looking back at his history right now, and his first team was in May of 2017, Merciless Gaming. He played for a whole bunch of... I can lift off some names that you might recognize. You remember Red Devils?
Yep.
Yeah. Orglis, the Brazilian Orglis, Santos, Esports. Yeah. And then, of course, between 2021 and 2022, he was with NIP, coaching them.
Right.
So he actually went from the coach to player pipeline. He was playing with Raza Academy as well, and their unbelievable run last year at Six Invitational. But he actually left that team before SI in Boston, and then he coached with D+, and now he's actually on the team again. D+ are a funny one because, yes, Brazilian imports have been a thing for a while, especially as coaches. They're the one team that's imported Brazilian players but still has a Korean coach.
Yep. They're keeping it backwards and also maybe paying some respects to the region, saying, want to keep some part of our identity Korean, not just the organization name itself.
I mean, Falls himself says that even being Brazilian, I truly believe we are an APAC team.
And if they win, we will claim them. But if they lose...
I like how you say we, like you're part of APAC now too.
I feel like I'm partial APL
yes,
now.
You are.
I'm slowly being converted. I'm all for it.
I mean, your time with PSG Talent and now your time casting the APL, it only makes sense.
It's a close family over there on the other side of the world. Gotta stick together.
Oh, see you later, Alligator. That was so well played. I mean, credit to Fluxo. Volps wanted to try and hold on to that wall that was being X-Kairos as long as he could, but he got baited and he got naded.
So good again. The teamwork from D+ Kia working off. And going into this, it looks very evident to me that D+ said to themselves, guys, we gotta fight them back together. They'll do the swinging. They'll take the fighting. Again, they expose themselves. Loban thankfully survives for now.
He's
gonna be stuck.
This East stairs control has been unreal from D+. Every round, it's the first thing they do. They use any Capital Fire, any util to control East stairs, and then they just tighten the noose. They tighten their grip on Fluxo W7M's defense, and Fluxo cannot help themselves but to peek. Another swing and another player to fall. Now Levy on the ground. Are D+ able to res him? He's in the main hallway, which means he's exposed if Palu gets aggressive, but here comes the Blackbeard. Dotas are taking a bunch of damage, but he's holding his ground against the Blackbeard. Dota has so low HP, but falls, is going to commit to the fight, finally finishes him off. It's up to Palu once again in a 1 versus 4 as D+ look for their 3rd dominant round in a row. Nitty will not fall. D+ are firing on all cylinders. They are giving Fluxo a run for their money.
I want you to take a look at that Blackbeard, though. We're thinking fast in window, intrigue, go for kills. He was distracting 3 separate players the entire round, right? The person by armored door, Loban in CCTV box, and the Aruni close by the window. And he's just not ADSing. He's just jiggling, crouching, walking around. They're all so worried. And somehow he still gets the kill when he jumps in, unsupported. It's D+ again applying pressure in one small area, and then having 4 people go on the other side together. And with that 0-3 start, Fluxo, W7M will call an early tech timeout.
Essa play era pra recuar. Só que vamos jogar avançado, que esses caras com essas compras não é pra eles entrar. Joga de uma Mai na passarela, que você tem biriba pro biribau ace e não deixar os caras de conforto.
Mas ó, o cara do Vidas vai me fuder, velho. Eu tenho que jogar desse cara, mano.
Então, qualquer coisa você pega. Então, mas quando vocês têm essa...
Como que o do Vidas vai te fuder? Eu tô lá embaixo, eu peito, então.
Então, mas é isso que eu tô falando. Vocês têm essas posições, só comunica, mano. Só comunica. Joga avançado, que não tem como eles terem esse recurso todo pra jogar com ace e ribana, tá ligado? Pô, não morre pro recurso de capitão, que é óbvio que vai ser Mitrix, etc. Desce, pode os caras descer, se mover, tá ligado? Literalmente.
Gotta see some big change coming.
We do give a lot of respect to Norris as a coach. He's got quite a bit of presence, that man.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whether he's a more strategic coach or more of a vibes coach, but judging by the way W7M play, I would say probably a bit of a vibes guy.
I feel like, without knowing too much about Norris, he's the kind of coach where he understands what his players need and how they function.
Yeah.
So he might not go, oh, play this operator in this location, do this strategy, but he might go, guys, we're losing because we can't take our gunfights correctly, or the communication isn't good to support it. So for communication, get info operators, right? Something like that.
A lot of coaches like that really focus on fundamentals. You know, there was a tweet from Doki praising Romario, G2's coach, and saying that, guys, you don't understand. He literally called their next strat. And if you listen to it, remember that round in the G2 FaZe game, it was actually on border. FaZe went for that archives execute, and they used the Azami, G2 did, to cut off the window so they could retake, deny the plant. I believe it might have been Doki who even made that play. That was Romalio's genius. He knows the game so well. He can predict the opponent. It's all about the strategy and the tactics. And sometimes, though, coaches are more about fundamentals. Like you said, guys, working out our communication. Maybe in this case for Fluxo, it's let's try and play a little bit slower. Let's try and hard clear these people instead of sneaking in.
I do feel so as well. Again, we saw 3 people from Fluxo W7M die last round because they were swinging the deep angles. So wallbang almost works there for dots. That's crazy. But look at the attack lineup. Finger, Glass, Blitz. They're going to be fast, aggressive, in armory.
Wow. I like that, but you're right. The Blitz is inside, and Nears will finish off Palu. Good trade, though, from Loban. Nears did not need to keep shooting. He did not need to leave his head exposed. And for the first time in this game so far, Fluxo W7M are not only in the lead in the round, but they look to win it. Bullet in a 1v4. And his opposition have made such good utilization of that tack timeout. There's a first pick, though. Every clutch starts with the first pick.
It's funny because we're expecting Fluxo to make the big adjustment, but it ends up being D+ saying, watch this. Try and make a fast play. Well, they actually do get punished. A nice try. When you're up 3-0, you can afford to attempt it as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, D+ did kind of give Fluxo the chance there. Every round before that, they were playing very slowly, right? Okay, let's hard clear East stairs. Now let's hard clear the hallway. Now let's put some pressure on CCTV. Before you know it, we've got 2-3 picks.
And they'll go back to that, I'm pretty sure.
Probably. Well, this is the first time they were like, guys, let's go for broke, make a set play. Didn't working. Look, credit to Palu who kicked things off with that Nitro Cell. That's an aggressive Nitro, which is actually kind of continuing the trend here for Fluxo.
Yeah. Also, of course, operator bans happened right before the tag time off of the coaches, where Clash and Lion both got target banned. And it's funny because if D+ bans out the Clash, the rush is much more successful in likeliness. But Fluxo banning out the Lion makes the rush a lot more difficult because he can't disrupt the movement.
Very true.
So
But also on that line, I mean, the way that D+ were playing that really slow, methodical, let's hard clear this person, let's bait this person into peeking, the Lion was so good for that because it allowed D+ to isolate and prevent Fluxo, 1, from retreating, but also 2, from having a second player reposition, because a lot of the play here for D+ is, let's figure out where all these players are spread out. Let's just target one of them at a time. And if Fluxo ban that Lion, they can rotate a little bit more easily to help each other out.
Absolutely. So we're seeing a pretty significant operator lineup change here. Getting the Twitch involved, the Ashe. The Ashe is interesting because Mira is banned, and there's nothing to destroy. It's a good entry operator, self-destruction.
Oh, wow, what a play.
Just run it.
That's genius. He didn't even shoot the camera. He didn't shoot the door open either. His teammate did, which meant that he didn't have to reload. It meant that the sound cue wasn't there of his gun firing. Oh, second shot for Niz. Yeah, right on the corner there. He spotted Dots' head, takes it clean off. 3v5 for Fluxo. D+ have over 2 minutes. All they have to do is slow this right down.
And this goes to show you just how important start positions are at the highest level of play. If your role is to hold E stairs control, you have to be there when the round starts, not 10 or 20 seconds later, because they can rush it so quickly from spawn.
Third one.
They have to fight back for Fluxo, right? They have
what are you doing?
But they know there's a yellow ping.
They have to commit. They have to go for every single kill. One is found by Loban. He's going to finish him off with the Thorn Trap. That should get the kill. Confirms. Yeah, well played. Used essentially like an impact grenade. But Dodez is low and now been caught out. It's up to Loban in a 1v4 and the round is surely done. The story continues here for D+. They look to dominate border. Loban, C75 in hand. They know exactly where he is. He's been forced back upstairs. His phone ringing. This is not a great weapon to try and 1v4 with. Oh! But a hip fire certainly will help out. Goodbye, Midi. Could this be the start of something, Nick?
I mean, it could be. Thing is, they got more Grim Bees, and they got the angles locked. And watch, Bullet from far away inside a blue double door finds the final kill deep into the bomb site. And how things are starting off here for D+. They're actually keeping up that aggression. The rush did not work, but they have not slowed down. And every single kill they've gotten, but the last one, yellow ping information. They knew the guy was coming with East stairs. They knew the guy was flanking 90. They knew the guy was pushing into 111 office. They have so much intel getting these kills.
It seems like Fluxo W7M have not dealt with their demons on border since they played Space Station.
They picked it though.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. I mean, they played this against Space Station. I'm not sure who picked it, but SSG won the map pretty convincingly 7-4. Fluxo, in that case, started on attack. They went 3-3, and then they only won a single round of defense out of 5. So,
well, that's pretty fitting.
It's pretty much what we're on track to right now, but you're right. Why did Fluxo W7M pick this map? Well, D+ Kia got 7-1'd here by Secret.
So good.
Was it by Secret? Wait, let me just fact check myself.
Sounds accurate, but
G2. They got 7-1'd on here by G2. It was actually Fluxo who played Secret, but they did not.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
But yes, D+ lost 7-1 on this map to G2. I'm gonna have a look back at the stats from that game and see what the hell happened, because that is a massive surprise.
So if you're like a support kind of player here, by the way, the second you spawn, you can actually toss out 2 very important drones. One for the scat of office and that kind of dome on the rooftop, and the other one in the open area right above the switch on the very ceiling. Then you see bottom east, you see all of office, and that's how D+ can have this info so early on, because this rooftop is so accessible.
I have a question for you. Should it be the support doing that, or should it be the entries?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? If you're making an active rush to an east stairs, the support has to be the one controlling the drone. If you're making a regular round play, it's better for the entry to leave the flank drones or the cut drones for sure.
Because the worst thing is if your support puts in all your pre-placed drones.
Yeah, who's entry droning?
Yeah, and then the entry is like ready to go in the building, and it's Midi, so he's got 4 drones. Yeah, so
he's perfect.
He's the perfect operator to waste a drone essentially up there. Wow, Loban is gonna find one with his nitro. Saldonas holds on a CCTV. Very uncharacteristic from D plus Kia to let that slip by. I don't know why Levy just walked straight past that window willy-nilly.
Worried about the wrong things, I suppose. Armory wall also opened up, but there's nobody there peeking it, really. 2v5 for D plus looks impossible, but to be honest, if Flux will start trolling a bit, keep swinging, it will be winnable, but they swing successfully. Volp's pre-fire takes down Midi. Leaving just falls. Still in spawn, by the way. Looking for a way into the map.
1v5. I mean, this would be an all-timer, and I just don't think it's going to happen. With the way that Fluxo play, they'll continue to get aggressive. Flawless round to cap off the half for Fluxo W7M. Much needed. They can breathe a sigh of relief. Losing the half on defense is not the end of the world.
No, it's not. And I mean, the bigger question here for BO3s is that who can warm up into the series rather than start fast.
Yep.
You can sacrifice the map here.
Very
as long as you
much.
show up.
Well, look, that's what happened between Fluxo and SSG. Fluxo W7M picked border, lost it, won the second map in overtime, and then the third map 7-5. So don't put it past them to make a comeback here. And what's more, D Plus lost to G2 7-1 on this map. They only won 1 out of 6 defense rounds. So we're really about to test D Plus now. They need to win 3 in this half.
Ooh. A cheeky little smoke ban.
I like that.
Could signify some blitz action, fast gameplay, but the multi-blanket ban, I think, is very much well read here from D Plus, saying triple shield, no smoke. That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, but, well, Ying is banned. And Ying is not banned. Glaz is not banned.
There's a lot of power-ups.
Yeah, a lot of power-ups. Capital, Grim. You could definitely go for some rushes here for Fluxo, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it. One of the first games in the tournament we casted was just, I think it was Falcons versus Wildcard, I'm going to say. It was a really amazing border game. And you're thinking, you're going back.
I'm thinking about it.
I don't remember who it was. It was definitely Falcons. And there was some incredible rush rounds after that smoke ban. I believe it was actually Falcons who banned out the smoke. A lot of rushes, especially on Vents.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Especially on Vents Workshop.
It's coming back to me. Yeah, it was.
I remember one particular round where you and me, we got a little bit too excited. It was just the perfect execute. It was like one breach on the Armory wall right here, and a player on Repel who was just contesting all of Armory. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad was dedicated to the Vents push. We could very much see something like that right now. We've got Glaz, Ying, Fuse Shield, and Blitz Shield. Yeah. You could ban out the Blackbeard and the Monty, but we can still bring 2 shields.
Yeah, that's the issue with the shield bans and the diminishing return, because now you've banned effectively nothing, plus you've left open so many strong operators. And like I said, with the smoke ban, you're telegraphing this Archives push so ahead of time. A little bit surprised that we don't see a Thatcher, but there's also only one C4 and no other throwables really here for the defenders.
Honestly, dude, do we have Volp's turtle plant while the Blitz just sends it and tries to play his life? Palu on the Locker's window with his Candelas.
They should know this because they see so much with the Solar Scanner.
Levy knows where Dots is as well.
See the Blitz, yeah.
He's going to go straight inside. Levy is not watching. There's 2 shields in the building and Dot has to cover. Dot is just looking to distract as much as he can. He's forced Midi out. Even if he loses this fight, it doesn't matter. Midi will take down the Blitz, but the plant has been confirmed by Fluxo W7M. Glaz and Ying to create some chaos, and now D plus Kia, even though they had the clash out of position, it didn't matter. How on earth do you retake now against the might of Fluxo W7M?
Gotta get Falls in there, let him do the heavy lifting, find out where they're playing from, put down the shield and get a bit of coverage, but not successful.
Yeah, such an important kill from Dodes, even though he's taken low mid. He needed to find that for D plus to have a chance to get into it. A nice shot there from Falls, but he's not going to be able to get on that diffuser in time. And now Nears is a doomed man. Phenomenal execute to kick things off for the half.
Bit of an awkward one, right? Solar sees there are 2 people on the balcony, one on drones and then the Blitz. So whenever you have a Blitz's shield in your hands, Solus can see it just moving around as an active electro gadget or whatever. So either he thought it was a drone walking around out there, or he knew it was a Blitz.
I think he knew.
But he turned his back, bad timing.
Him. I mean, we were obviously watching from the top down, so it was hard to tell the perspectives, but Dots looked to the right towards Armory, and who was it? Midi? No, Solus. Whoever was playing Solus was on the other side. I would have thought it would be a free headshot.
I thought so, but as far as I remember, he literally turned his back to the window to go back into the Archives bomb site, and then that's when Blitz jumped in. So it's 180 twice. Instance flashed. Yeah. Glass behind him.
Honestly, tuck in the corner at that point. Like, tell you,
Yeah?
but you should be calling to your team.
Yeah.
There was Falls on a clash this round. You're right, he ran away.
Yeah.
Falls was on a clash. As soon as the Solus saw that blitz outside the window, D+ should have said, Falls, get over here right now. We're about to rush. There's a blitz coming.
The other thing is, the reason why these rushes have to be very quick in the round is because the pacing. If no one's going east stairs and breaking this door, if no one's going break room or CCTV breaking those doors and
It tells the
windows,
defenders.
they're gonna rush somewhere.
Yeah.
Where you're gonna rush on Armory Archives, it's gonna be Archives door.
Very
So the
true.
clash was in the wrong location, given the rush. The C4 was not in the right location either. They planted by the door, soft wall downstairs, yet the only C4 wasn't downstairs to do it, to deny it. Or on site for that matter.
You want to talk about pace? 20 seconds into the round, Loban was already in servers and workshop. Nears is following with the long-range TCSG. Doesn't do a lot of damage at this range, but you do have the magnified scope, which Loban actually doesn't. But Loban's got the info from the drone.
He knows something's up.
One tap here would be gnarly for Nears. Loban's going to have to relocate.
It's the risk versus reward, right? Like, if Loban gets the kill, great. If he dies, really bad. You lose your grenades, your trackers. So he wants to stay alive for as long as possible. Look for something else. Nate's the barbed wire main stairs to open up a gap later in the round. That barbed wire being gone is going to apply some pressure onto D+, saying, okay, there's a gap now. And unless they have an Ella mine on the staircase further up, it's a huge gap at that. It's the middle of the map.
It's been a very slow-paced round from Fluxo because while they got in early, every time they have looked for a gap, it's been closed. There's a roam downstairs, though. Who is that? It's Levy in the bathroom, now rotating into Tellers. He's got a lot of mobility, but he did just make a hell of a lot of noise. And he's about to get droned, I believe, by Loban.
Or if he gets spotted and then it's tracked, he should be dead.
Oh, the drone missed him. Might actually be able to dodge this drone, potentially.
He's going to read it now. The windows are closed.
Now they know where he is. He's rotated out, but Loban just doesn't quite have the timing. And now they will contest the battle from the bottom of East Stairs. Loban looks to get aggressive. Elsewhere, damage is done. No more E1Ds as Palu falls. And Loban, this whole round, has just been looking for his opening down below, and he's struggling so much. He needs to rotate, wants to go into Tellers. But meanwhile, the rest of D+ are really struggling on the objective, leaving just Falls left. He's got that SPS engine. He's trying to deal some damage. Levy needs to come and support, but he's being pressured from above. Needs to win this fight to win the round for D+ Kia.
Downed one.
Because Falls is getting a hell of a lot of pressure. Now Falls is gone, but Loban finally finds his kill. He spent his whole round down below. Eventually, he finds his mark.
So awkward. If Solus gets spotted by a drone or by an operator, he gets tracked by Demo. So he's trying to hide for as long as possible, just playing keep away. But then they start walking in top east because D-Plus lost that control earlier. And it goes to show again why East Stairs is so often the most heavily contested spot on the map for defenders. You lose east, you lose 90, CC's more difficult, bottom east is dead. It's such a tough spot to be in. And it feels a little bit like D+, they have the wrong priorities in what areas of the map they're fighting to die for. Because most kills happen in kind of low-value areas trying to help somebody else, whereas map control itself will give you a very strong position if you can keep holding on to it for as long as possible. But we'll change bomb site. We'll go to bathroom and Tellers instead. East there is also still important, but not as much, one can argue. Quad reinforcing bathroom walls with Kaid, by the way, so it's a fall-off strat.
Interesting,
With 2 Burrow.
Wow, really going to be all about the time delay. Problem is, come the late round, there are a lot of ways for Fluxo to take the rest of the map and then execute. Also, the vertical game can be crazy. The hope here for D+, I believe, is to roam as long as you can upstairs and then hopefully end up in a 3v3 or something like that, because that's when it's hard for Fluxo W7M to go for like a big execute, when both teams are lower on numbers.
And you can't fit 5 defenders on this bomb site downstairs. There's so much verticality and whatnot. The only thing is, last round, Fluxo, they took first floor control from Loban into Workshop very quickly. If they take first floor control first, then clear top floor with 4 remaining people, the fallback is going to be completely cooked here for D+. Because they're all playing top floor.
Good drone there from Dots as well. Fluxo are looking for a gap, because they're seeing where D+ are holding. They might not actually look to try and clear.
Yeah, I was going to say first floor. If they get into Workshop here, they take the hatches from beneath, Again, they cut the rotation, the fallbacks from D+.
Problem is, D+ are playing vertically. We just saw Levy use an impact grenade. He's actually going to fight anyone downstairs in servers.
You are right.
There's no Claymore.
Oh, they got hatch open as well, actually.
Oh, it's not free.
Oh, it is now.
He's going for it anyway. Well played by Bullet. Dots is caught off guard, and that was the Brava as well. That's the operator that needs to be clearing this util on site. Loban looks to get desperate. Yes, he wants to try and take the hatch from below, but like I said, the vertical ability to contest. He'll win the fight against Levy and finish him off.
So there's a bit of pressure downstairs. Tracker only on 2 Brow. They haven't spotted the majority of these players. He falls back from CCTV, but you're right. It's a very big, heavy vertical hold. The hatch in office open for a fallback as well, but Palu is now also in office, by the way. Palu snuck in.
Yeah, and Dodes has also managed to find one as well. Doubling down, Niers will trade. But Palu, like you said, he's deep inside of office. He might find Niers trapped in CCTV with no escape. He looks to fight it out, but he will lose. Falls in a 1v3, and he's about to get tracked by this Deimos. He needs to get aggressive and find the first. Now he needs to look for Palu. The flashbang will keep him at bay, and Loban looks to hunt him down. Palu will do the deed. And W7M for the first time take the lead.
It feels like D+ right now is kind of not on the same page, right? They have the Kaichu for fallback, office hatch open, and somehow Paulu's in office. He's got the hatch, he's got the fallback, now they're flanking the defenders in CCTV, but they're defending archives and bathroom. This is the second round in a row where D+, in my mind at least, are fighting the complete wrong area of the map. Because they set up a very strong fortress in office and beneath it, but then no one played there. Yeah. And they all died off-site. And they're giving Fluxo, W7 the openings to take space for free time and time again.
Oh, the problems for D+ that persisted in that G2 game on their defense, only winning 1 out of 6 rounds. They are persisting here. 3 rounds in a row, won by Fluxo, W7M. D+ still have not taken their tactical timeout.
But they have such good coordinated attacks, right? If you can attack on border and play so well together, surely you can defend on border as well. It works the same in reverse.
It's funny because D+ played it really well on attack, specifically because they countered the Fluxo playstyle. They played slowly and isolated individuals, waited for Fluxo W7M to over-aggress, which makes sense. Like, that's a good read. But then the one round where D+ first lost an attack, it was because they did the opposite. They tried to rush. They tried to force the issue.
Fast.
That's not going to work into the Fluxo W7M playstyle. So I don't know, were D+ reading into it well, or was it kind of just chance that they were going for that playstyle? Because they're not reading into the attacks from Fluxo at all in this second half.
And mind you, last round we saw the replay system there. Levy swung top middle into Loban playing bottom middle in the 5v5 on defense. Where it's like, you have top floor control and you take a 50-50 gunfight. Strategically, you're winning. Yeah. Now you risk it with a 50-50.
Yeah. And Fluxo are going for a lot of lurks here.
Yeah, they are.
2 rounds in a row now. Loban has just gotten in the building early. What is the best... Like, the worst thing you could do to play against a lurk is to roam or to get aggro, because you're going to get shot in the back, because you don't know where everyone is on the attack.
You want to lurk the lurker?
Literally, you have to out-lurk the lurker. You can't make the first move.
And that's kind of where I think going into this, Fluxo, W7M, they are the better lurking team, the better individual players on paper. With D+, they gotta use the power of friendship, of teamwork coordination to overcome the struggles, which they did in the first 3 rounds in attack. I want to see them now on defense, locked in with the crossfires, playing for the logical areas of the map. Right now they can be...
Oh, Midi, what happened?
So using CCTV box. Oh, great C4 shot.
Oh, doubling down. They really want to kill this guy.
Yeah, so Midi was CC box and got caught in the window or break door from far away. As I say, I like that they're playing CCTV. Just fall back at some point, but they die before they can do so. Unlucky timings. But now D+, they're so spread apart. 1 person in East stairs, 1 in Armory, 1 CCTV, and 1 deep in office. So they're playing fully on the vert.
The blessing in disguise of losing a player early is that Midi is now sitting on cams. There's Valkyrie in ventilation, in waiting, and in customs. That is so good for 1, the site rush, and 2, for the lurk. But W7M aren't pushing into those spots as of yet, except for supply room, actually. Loban might be about to expose himself to the Valkyrie camera in customs, but he's the IQ, so he's going to counter it. Meanwhile, a little bit of aggression from Falls, finds 1. He won't be able to find the second, but Volps is on the ground. Loban has to get aggressive, make his way up main stairs. Taking down Niers, looks for a second, knows that CCTV is dirty.
They can save Volps to a 3-on-3 with 2 defenders low on health. The issue is Paolo has not figured out Bullet. Oh, has he?
Is he
He's
checked?
in the corner.
No, he's not going to check.
To
The bait comes through, but Bullet stabs him in the back, just around the corner from a drone.
What? That doesn't...
That
I guess it
drone
just
didn't
doesn't
see or hear him?
Somehow.
That's
been
unlucky.
Just out of reach, honestly.
Wow. But you would have thought if someone was sitting on that drone, they would have heard him.
You would think so. You would. Still
Unfortunate.
winnable though, but they gotta find this CC player. They know he's somewhere in there because hatch is closed.
Oh, here we go. Levy there. Tucked away in CCTV still, and Volps was low HP. Yeah, and Levy again. They should have known he was in that corner. D+ finally get back on the horse. They tie things 5 rounds apiece. Next round finds Map point.
All the stream is popping off right now.
They're about 10 seconds behind us. You can tell, because as soon as we're on the cameras.
Yeah.
So it's Furia versus... Ooh, who is it? Heretics.
Heretics,
Oh,
yeah.
that's a good game. That's an exciting game.
That could be an upset as well.
Absolutely.
You never know.
Winner goes through to face Weibo, I'm going to say.
I couldn't tell you.
I believe it is. And look, Heretics Weibo was an insane series that we got to cast.
Yeah.
If it ends up, well, no matter what, I think that's going to be a great game. Furia Weibo, Heretics Weibo, winner goes to main stage. My God.
There could be an Apex Cinderella story today.
Well, look,
Or, yeah.
D+ haven't looked quite so good. The last 5 rounds, they've won 1. They were up 4-1.
Yeah, they were. They're up 3-0 into 4-1.
But they finally stopped the bleeding. I mean, yeah, it was 5 rounds in a row from Fluxo. And D+ looked pretty convincing in that round. But I think you're right. They did kind of just mostly hold good positions. And yeah, they peaked a little bit, but they weren't going as crazy as they were the round prior.
I do just think the border is all about the positions, right? I mean, most teams played either fast attacks or rushes to circumvent the strong areas. Don't gotta clear east, CC, TV, etc. If you're not rushing, you gotta hard clear.
Yeah.
So what can you do in defense? You hard hold.
Yeah.
That's why we all see operators like the Solids and the Clash, with my Jaeger being very efficient here. He's gonna say last round, if they had a Dokkaebi, that could make the attack a lot easier.
What?
Wait, what? Lobin?
Lobin is in the objective?
Huh?
Somehow he sneaks in. Now he's looking to go CCTV.
Wait,
Finds
what?
a second one. How has he snuck inside? The lurker just keeps on lurking. He's found 2. And while he's finally traded amidst the chaos, the plant is going down by Volbs. And Dots is watching from outside of Archives. The plant was actually on lockers this whole time.
Solis.
Fluxo W7M, as soon as they saw that gap, as soon as Lobin opened thing, he walked through both of the sites and just made the call. Guys, it's time to go plant. I'll continue to distract. And, well, I mean, that's it. That's surely the round in the bag. The Solus down below had no idea where that plant was going down. The round will surely be finished. A frag goes out. And there's just no way that Fluxo W7M lose this in the post.
Ridiculous post plan, yeah. Window repel. I mean, he's watching. Look, he's gonna. Ah!
Goodbye.
He can knife him.
Knife!
So, did Lobin run through Archives into Armory to then take down. Like, what even happened?
Yeah, wow.
He had to have gone in through Archives into Armory.
I have no idea if our replay operator managed to catch that, but Lobin was unbelievable that round. And it's funny because he has lurked every single round. What? Now D+ take their tactical timeout.
Always check the bottom floor drone. Lobin always put the drone on the ventilation, and we check the barbed wire of the ventilation. He was trying to pull every round, even the like Doka, like every round. So check the drone very complete. And like whenever they play the armory guy, there's no pressure to the eastern. So we can put the more guys on the CC51 or Arsenal side. I think like we could be like Tubarao maybe. So put the Tubarao and then counter the Nomad and the Green. Even the Vision would be good. But Vision cannot make a rotation, right? So like can someone make the rotation and we can play the Vision or Tubarao? Alright. Para.
So, specific counter-strutting here.
Well, I guess we're talking about what kind of coaches these teams are. I mean, PGH was very much, that was strategy.
Very much, 100%. It was about both the drones, the positions, and then playing around the Nomad counter here with Tubarao, freezing it off, going for a run because the guy...
I never see that.
It's very rare, but it worked really well. Same way like you can mute jam claymores for the jump outs, right? But
Not
you also
anymore.
don't see it often. Oh, well,
They removed that.
For Claymores as well?
They removed it for Claymores.
Oh, I didn't know that actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
So don't
Wait,
try.
that's kinda
Don't
sad.
try that in your next game.
Oh.
Yeah, that was such a fun strat. But yeah, because so they changed how mutes work, and if there's no signal,
yeah,
and a
that's
Claymore
something
doesn't have
else.
to
Yeah,
like
it's
have a
internal.
signal, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah.
itself. So yes, that I was really sad that they removed that, but it does make sense in
course.
terms of how the gadget works. A mute jammer is not an EMP.
Yeah.
There's that kill cam. But you're right. I mean, yeah. So what was he saying? PJ said.
So the guy outside east stairs break room door applying pressure is always solo. And then
We can
if they,
fight him. Is
if,
that what
yeah,
they were
if they
saying?
bring the Nomad, just bring the 2 brow so that you can counter it, go for run out basically.
Well, there is. Yeah, okay. So if they're going to try and air jab off the
Yeah.
run out here for midi, he can use the 2 brow. He's also just got a DMR, which
Yeah.
is good for the long range break engagements.
Exactly. And they mentioned that they always drone first floor, and he mentions about like looking for them or something like
Yeah.
that. It's hard to hear. Which is true because Loban is lurking first floor every round.
Yeah, we also didn't really talk about the operator bans, but Loban's
Oh.
Deimos finally gets taken out, but he was so good on the Dokkaebi last round. Now he's really good on the Twitch. I mean, he's just going to clear as much util as he can, and then he's a gun for hire.
I mean, he finds the 1 Kai Claw already, some default cams. And also, just mind you, all that area, there's no defenders. That means they're somewhere else. That's also information, if you will.
Yeah, it makes Foxo wonder, if there's not much happening on site, can we rush?
Yeah. It's that, and of course, first floor should be relatively free for the taking, because if no one's downstairs, they gotta be upstairs.
Yeah.
But this is the thing.
D Plus said PJ said every round, Loban has a drone in vents at the start of the round to enable that first floor lurk, which is exactly where Volps has already gone. So, like, D Plus here are reading well.
I'm not sure they're playing super into it. I mean, the Solus is playing in east stairs, offices, not finding any of the drones, not having any verticality towards ventilation.
Levy has no vert.
I'm trying to say, you have DMR, 2 DMRs and 2 shotguns. A few holes in armory to look into workshop ventilation can get you very far, but
second Dokkaebi call already.
That's very early.
Volps is making his way up the main stairs. He's inside. He's into the crossfire, but Bullet covers. That Banshee just bought him enough of a sound cue to enable Bullet to get that critical kill. And with another trade, Fluxo are fighting from behind. Loban is not inside the building. Dots is the only one, and he's in break. There was a player in CCTV, but it looks like D Plus have pretty much abandoned that position as soon as Midi has fallen.
Feels like that entire push relied upon Volps getting that backstab kill to CCTV.
Loban's going to do the same thing.
Yeah, try it again. I mean, the bench is gone this time.
But so is the player in CCTV. And D+, look at them. Everyone except for Levy has just fallen back. As I say that, Levy falls back as well. Takes a bit of damage on his way down. But D+ Kia, 40 seconds left, have now just retreated to the ground floor.
Finally, they fall back. They got, you know, the crossfires, got the kite as well. One kite claw still alive somewhere on the map. But this customs player, Bullet, he's isolated.
Oh, bit of damage. Oh, a lot of damage. Palu's on the floor as well, as Dots has snuck into sight, but he's not supporting. He needs Loban to come over and help, and tucked away in the corner is Falls. The perfect anchor for D+. Loban's picked up Palu. Now the two of them have no choice but to drop straight down the hatch into the waiting arms of Falls. D+ Kia pushing us into OT.
Let's go. It finally works out. The fallback that I've been wanting to see for so many rounds, they finally did it. And 1 second longer, they would have lost some players. So Melusi dropped the hatch and got shot on the way down, but just barely survived.
You're right.
It's really good.
Straight after the tactical timeout, look, we said that they didn't necessarily play into everything PJ said, but man, they did play that so differently than every other defense so far, and it was exactly what the doctor ordered.
100%. The only thing I think here for min-maxing purposes is D+ need to apply a bit of that vertical pressure if you're playing roamers on the top floor, regardless of the bomb side. As I said, one shotgun hole in armory towards ventilation, one towards workshop, and just a little bit of that bottom floor pressure because Loban or Volps is going to roam beneath them. Like this right here. Great vertical hole, right? And now granted, the bomb side is beneath them, so they will do a lot of that. But this backstab, if Bullet doesn't find that timing, and Volps goes into CCTV with the red pink, it's the free kill, that really opens up the round for the attackers. So it's these one gunfights here, one gunfights there, deciding so much on the entries, and the entrying has been the most important thing for both of these teams on the attacking side. So can D+ now, staying on defense, shut down the entries? Can they find those lurkers from Floxo WCM? They got the Valkyrie, they got Elytraps and Solace. So many different tools to leverage to get either information or counter intel.
The question is begged, where the hell is Loban gonna lurk this time? We have Lurky Leakafat, we have Lurky Loban in this game. Every single round, he's looking for a gap, he's finding it. Now he's droning down. He wants to be careful of CCTV and supply and customs, I should say. That's where he was droning at the moment. He's now droning up customs. More drones come out from Palu. Look, I will credit Fluxo. They do so much preparation before they go for those lurks and these explosive executes.
No, like we said before, right? Like they drone so much off the map that they know what is clear, which means they know what isn't with a high likelihood. Yeah. Sometimes by finding out where the enemies aren't playing, you can deduct where they will be playing. So it feels like Loban just hears, that's clear, this clear, that clear, goes, okay, so they have to be in CCTV then.
Yeah.
But this has been the slowest Fluxo round so far, I believe, because no one's applying any of that real pressure. It's all Phantom. They're deep outside Arkam's window.
Oh, unfortunate.
Breaking east. Risking the barbed wire.
Worried about aggression. D-Plus are playing so much slower this round. They're not peeking. They're not re-aggressing.
It's classic overtime, isn't it?
Late round, though, they could get really aggressive. Well, Bullet is going to find one on the Solus. That's outside Easters. That was an aggressive peek. In the late round, keep in mind, Midi can jump up hatches. We've got Levy for information.
Yeah. But also, mind you, Bullet is like the most valuable player here in terms of operator. He's able to find out where the plant is going down, but this is the thing. Levy and Valkyrie is actually by the bomb site. Normally you play 5 people top floor, Solus has to find the plant. Because Levy is turtling on the site, it can free up Bullet to help the roll more aggressively and look for these kills. They're not depending on one person.
Yeah, well, Loban is the one that needs to be the first one to entry. Hello? Spots out the first of Nears, looks for a little bit more. But it looks like D+ have slinked away back towards the objective, retreating down every single player on the ground floor. Midi in the late round, he's gone into customs, 2 choices of hatches. He could jump up for a flank.
It's a big flank possibly, yeah, but both hatches currently are close. Had to pop them first. Yeah, he's got the bailiff, of course. Rotate to passport also possible. Midi goes down, though.
Spotted.
Speaking of him.
Levy's playing to hide underneath one of the desks inside. This is surely not going to work. Maybe in a 2v2, but not with this many players still up for Fluxo. Bullet and Falls are both separated from the rest of the team, and they don't have a rotate. I don't know if Falls has the secondary shotgun that he could make one, but regardless, time is ticking away. Levy will need to be the savior of the round as Bullet finds Dotas, and the planter has been taken down. Immediately traded by Fluxo W7M. They need to reposition, and Bullet has to clutch up. From above, he can deny the plant. He knows exactly where he is. Years of experience to his name. And he grasps match point for D+ Kia.
Dude, Levy was proning beneath the desk for a good 30 seconds, waiting for the perfect time to get out of that corner. And he gets out. Yes, he gets the first guy dropping down the hatch, dies immediately after, and he literally watches while injured the Valkyrie start planting with 1 second left, thinking if I'd waited 1 second longer, that is the entire round. But they retake. It wasn't going to be Mitty on the Oryx. It was Bullet. The guy who started the round, the guy who finished the round, it was everywhere. He was top floor. He was stuck in tellers without the rotate. I guess he went out the window, up east, back into top floor somehow. When he heard they were dropping those hatches, perfect timing, good read. But now things, they will flip. D+ back to where things started on the attack inside. And re-finding your pace so many rounds later and in OT, not easy. But if they played nice and slow, like they did in the first 3 rounds, I genuinely believe that is their best shot at closing this here, 8-6.
Doesn't get much better than this for D+. Even losing that early player up inside of officers, giving Fluxo so much mobility. They knew that come the late round, they have it in the bag. We're seeing some energy out of the Brazilians. We're seeing PJ clap his teammates' hands and say, we know exactly what we've gotten into. The most aggressive team at the tournament, Fluxo W7M. One of the scariest rosters. You've got Loban lurking, you've got Palu clutching, you've got Dodes fragging out, Volps getting in your heads, and D+ say, we know how to play. We can fight fire with fire.
And you have Nears and Kali.
Oh, yeah.
He's in the tower outside, watching through CC window if he wants to when he stands up. Right now he's giving information though. The vertical player, the yellow pick, Inter confirmed, called with the drone as well. There we go. Again, that drone in prep phase gets you a free kill. Now you have Kali on the most uncontestable angle, shutting off the CCTV crossfire. So if anyone walks from break room into CC not using that 90 rotate, they will die. And no one's going to expect a Kali in the tower because no one plays Kali in the tower. But
I don't think it's going to work.
no one's really going to walk in there,
kill,
sadly.
But look,
But imagine you did. That's such a tilde, right? It's overtime. You're down 6-7.
It's just high risk, right?
You get one tap by Kali
from doing anything. Oh, that's an early kill. Well played from Dots. He uses those thorn traps. Midi snuck into the building. He's also been affected by those thorn traps. This recently buffed trapping operator seeing a bit of success.
You need the Kali. There's a shield in east stairs. They can't clear it. Kali's in spawn. You lost a player, and yeah, Nears will leave that west tower.
That's the risk. You can't sit in the west tower for that long.
Yeah. Also, I feel like when you get that first pick from the pre-placed drone and break door, that kind of actually ruins the play of the Kali because now they've lost bodies. Now they're going to rotate around comfortably because they don't have so much pressure. So instead, break room door, fishing for that peak. But again, if Floxo aren't going to give it to them for free, they got to force the issue. That's where we got to see the Capital come to action. Another thorn trap goes out.
Wow.
Does about 20-ish damage and a no sprint debuff for 12 or so seconds.
It's a lot of activity out of those thorn traps, though.
Yeah, 2 for 2 so far.
And Dots has shotgun in officers. He's
Oh,
playing
please
on
do
this
not do
window.
this.
This could be a critical kill, and he finds it with the M870. Out comes the C75 as Dots looks for a little bit more. He wants to push us the distance, but Falls will shut him down. 3-on-3 for D+.
The issue here is there is no hot breaching, so you gotta work the soft walls. One smoke, one fire from the Capital. Gotta make good use of it. It's a lurker in the corner. Bullet has a good idea. 2 players, in fact, in CCTV. They're snoring by the bombs. It's just Palu. Side is super vulnerable, but they have no idea.
They have checking for one of them, but they don't realize there's
not
two
gonna think
players
there's 2 people.
in this corner. And that might give either Dodes or Volps a chance to clutch up. 15 seconds to play. Dodes is still tucked away. He's making a bunch
There's
of
10
noise.
seconds left, guys.
Falls isn't overcommitting here. Falls is in the room. He's one with the diffuser. And while they find one, they are not going to have time to get inside and plant. It's too slow for D+. And Fuxo W7M rocket us to a 15th round.
What? There's 10 seconds left. They're firing off CCTV half desk and looking for kills. They knew one player was in there, had no clue exactly where. Fair enough, okay? Had they known both were there, I'm sure they'd have pushed the bomb side. But they're pushing CC with 10 seconds left. I guess they were hoping to get the kills and win without the diffuser being planted because that's the only way you win that one. But like we said, going to attack after being defense for a 6-round straight fight, actually 7 rounds straight, fighting all the way into overtime, it's very tricky. The pace is so different, and things have changed greatly since your first attack in session and your second. So instead, we go all the way 7-7 back to where they started finding success. This bathroom terrorist bombs at the same exact strategy, right? The 2-bro Kaid, the fallback strat, play slower pace. Floxo, WCM, they have 2 ways to pick this apart. The one is if the roam is heavy, you rush the bomb site, you take it quickly. There's only going to be 1, maybe 2 people stopping you, but it's high risk. The other one is you will do what we call the D+, the 5 people working together from one side of the building and slowly progressing the map, playing for a late round plant attempt. Because if Floxo get vertical control, they can deny the kite claws. They got the hatch they can drop, and there's almost no flanks that are really that viable here because there's east stairs and middle stairs. And staircases are tricky. But they have an armor roll, James. They have an armor.
What are they cooking? Every single round, Loban has been on the lurk. If he does the same with Amaru, he has the ability to go up hatches, but again, it makes so much noise. He could
Also
rush, but
flying into armor if it's clear. If they drone Aka's armory and there's no one here, you can go in sandwich window immediately.
reinforcements.
There is a player.
Malusi Banshees. That tells you that there is going to be some kind of a hold. Loban is just in position. He could go up in a moment's notice. Setting out the default cam first.
Interesting.
Could just be picking it for the suppressed shoddy, man.
Maybe it's a shoddy angle, yeah, sure.
Oh, Dots is worth so much here.
Which one do I take?
If
Left,
he hacks
right?
this, that destroys both of them. That's perfect.
Yeah, there it is. No middle link. Good bit of calculation. Like how Falls just looked and was like, okay, my kite claw's gone, my laser is gone. What happened? Didn't see the Bravo drone.
Yeah, no, never saw it.
This is one of those.
This is very good preparation here from Fluxo W7M. D+ are having the layers of their defense slowly peeled apart, even though every single player from Fluxo W7 is still outside the building over a minute in. They've just cleared so much util.
This is so tricky. Like, the Brava is literally just applying so much pressure by removing the comfort zones of D+. And it's just going to be falls on the bomb side. 4 people up top floor, and Fluxo haven't shown us their true attack just yet. They're still doing the drone work. They're still setting up and picking things apart. The thing is, once they start going for the kills, once they start entering, they can speed up so much. Because they've hacked 3 Banshees, they got Dukepikol, and then now they know where 2 people are top floor, 3 people top floor. Again, they have all the info in the world, but what are they going to do with it? What's Lobin cooking with the Amaru? When are they going to reach that final Dukepikol?
1 minute left. They've done plenty of measuring. It's time to make an incision. Lobin is about to go for a repel in. He can shoot open the barricade and just repel in straight away, almost like hot breaching. And he does exactly that, but he's caught out from behind in the corner. Levy found one, but he is traded by Dots. Falls in a 1v4, and it comes just down to this. The team captain must step up. He must stand tall for this APAC Brazilian experiment, if they are to cling on to what they achieved so much of this game. They had Fluxo's number, but when it comes down to a single round, can he stand up? The first is found. Volps is low HP, 25 seconds, and they look to try and find verticality on him. Takes a bit of damage, but still not finished off as another player looks to find him. He goes straight into Volps' waiting arms. Humbled for a brief moment, but Fluxo remind us what it means to play like a Brazilian.
D+ left a bit stunned in the server, right? They're just holding their corners, not moving, not sure what was going on, and big thanks to that. Honestly, it was the Bravo work, shutting down so much of the information game and the safe space for D+ on defense. It's a really good effort, good attempt here on border, but I feel like D+ will feel as such, that was their chance to really win this, because they had such a big lead, such a realistic chance at winning the opponent's map.
Yes, it was such a close game for D+. They looked like they were on the docket to steal the map pick from Fluxo W7M. Border, I mean, what a glow up for D+. After getting 7-1 by G2 on that map. They pushed in the distance, but W7M are not to be underestimated. That aggression, but like you said, in that last round, it came down to all of the prep work before they went for those rushes and those lurks that really got it across the line.
It's rare that we see a Bravo have that much success, especially on a small map such as Border, but he was not just joining one area of the map. He was first floor, top floor. He found 3 of the 4 Banshees, 1 of the Kite Claw, half the Denari lasers. He was everywhere in that map.
Massive. And as soon as those Banshees were gone, it just opened up the gates for Fluxo to run inside. Now, that's Border done. Next map is Cafe, and I mean, looking at the stats, actually pretty even.
Very even.
Both teams. There were a lot of big standout moments. Of course, Lobin, one of the players that we talked about the most for his ability to lurk. Dota is such a consistent fragger, but look, we had clutches from the DK side as well. My concern for D+ is have they run out of steam, because Cafe is up next, and Fluxo have just gone back-to-back, beating both Team Secret and SSG on that map.
Also, D+ had 9 opening kills, but couldn't convert, you know, almost half of them.
Yeah,
so
I mean, they lost 8 rounds.
Exactly.
So, a rough look for D+ to finish off Border, but they very much have a chance to bounce back on their map pick. Cafe coming up after this.
Available now.
If Border is anything to go by, this should be a tight series. 8-7 for Fluxo W7M, but we can't deny D+ really gave them a run for their money.
Oh, they absolutely did. It started off with me thinking, D+, they just take this in a good old 7-2 or 7-3 fashion. They were so dominant, leading 3-0 on the attacking side. But then Norris, the coach of Fluxo W7M, sprung into action, and ever since that moment forward, Fluxo started to gain control.
They won 5 rounds in a row between the first and second halves before D+ eventually found map point. Now we go to D+'s own map pick. It is Cafe. However, Fluxo W7M have already taken 2 big scalps so far, an SSG and Secret on this map, and they do win out the social vote. We'll see what happens in the game. Can Fluxo get it done 2-0, or will D+ make a comeback and push us the distance to Fortress?
Edging out by 2%, by the way. The meter went from 50 to 49-51. Boom. Just like that. Now, the thing about Cafe, it plays out very differently from Border stylistically, right? Border was about the lurks, the entries, the map space. Cafe and lurking doesn't really go hand in hand. We're talking window repels, we're talking 3-2-1 coordination into a window, taking control together and clearing a very particular area of the map. Pretty much 4 or 5 attackers together.
Yeah.
So this should favor, on paper from Border, D+ more than Fluxo WCM.
But of course, it comes down to play styles,
It
right?
does. Executions.
But the first half in Border, right, the way that D+ said, played like you said, I think if they play like that again, if Fluxo are over peaking,
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's going to lend itself to D+. But very different story, right? Border typically attacker-sided, Cafe typically defender-sided.
Oh, yeah.
But you can still play that really structured game. One thing I'm a little bit wary of is a lot of the success that we see on Cafe, a lot of those like make or break rounds tend to be the attack spots a gap and goes for a rush.
Yeah.
For example, here on Kitchen Cooking, like you might see that maybe their bakery is a little bit weak because they're over roaming, so you rush bakery. Or maybe their bakery is too invested, and so you rush VIP, you kill a VIP player early. That's what D+ were really bad at on Border.
Yeah, it was.
This was the thing that was a weakness of them. The one time they went for a rush, they got destroyed, and it let Fluxo back into the game. So that's the one thing that does worry me a little bit.
Valid.
I think D+ are better at the slow attacks.
I
And
do like this, though. They banned the Echo, James.
yes.
They're slowing things down with that Echo ban because, one, they can now take more time to roam clear and then not get plant denied, but also those drones going outside the building looking for runouts also denied.
Totally. And what's more, these roamers, like Loban at the moment, are not going to be supported by active information scouting by those 3 yokais. So it's a good move here from D+. What do we think? Is this going to be a map clear? Because they don't have any verticality. I think this might have to be Bakery taking.
At first, I was thinking Bakery because you can close off the single door with the Aura gates and jump in, but they also don't have any heartbeat destruction. So...
Is it reinforced or is there a rotate?
Well, the single wall is always reinforced, right?
Oh,
so
of
even if,
course.
I was thinking, you close off the single door, jump in, fight the guy in Bakery, or you breach open the single wall, but they're kind of doing a bit of nothing. They're going
They're
backside.
going to take VIP with the Rayora.
No yeah, so the Aura off in the double window, which can close nothing really of value here, to be fair. Because if you close off the door in front of you, you give cover to the guy in the
Actually, no, there's one thing you can do. You can take down the... close up the doorway that goes between garage
Oh, true, the single door.
and Whiskey, and that enables the Blitz to run in without
That's
being
true.
crossfired from VIP.
Single door be good. Smoke off, push together. This freeze does mute the shield though, so you can't use your gadget for Blitz.
And can't sprint either. I think that this is fine. I
Oh,
think...
they're all-
they lol, they're just rotating.
Wait, they're selling it though, right? They're smoking, they're over-rotated now.
And they're
Bakery
still
could have a gap.
droning it. I actually
Bakery gap.
I quite like this. We're burning a lot of util for D+. And Falls has now managed to actually get into Bakery.
He doesn't
He
know.
is solo, and Volps does trade. Levy was not in position early enough. He might be able to find one, but immediately Loban retakes small Bakery. Bullets found his, though, on the other side of the map, finally taking control of VIP. So D+ ended up selling it, and then retreating, and then flipping back again.
It's a double fake and it works out beautifully. Paolo injured on the smoke as well, deep in the bomb site. Nobody can help because the last 2 players are stuck in bottom red and a waiting window.
Bullet can single-handedly cut them both off.
Fully have the map control, the bomb site rather.
He saw his foot. He saw his foot.
Did he not see his foot? Oh, he did. Just plant here, buddy.
Yeah, this is an easy plant for Nears. The cover just needs to come from Bullet. He sees the first one. He could get double swung. They know one player is trapped in Harry Potter. This should be a round in the books for D+. Dodes is the last man standing. Mini from Small Bake finds them both. Hook, line, and sinker. D+ baited Fluxo W7, and they hedged their bets. They went for both attacks at once, and they made it work.
That's a pocket strat. That was definitely predetermined because, again, they had no heart breacher and no vertical breacher. So the only way they had to do was a horizontal attack with less than ideal setup. How do you make that work? You do a really wonky attack where you get a good setup.
It's so funny because it's like, what are the 3 ways to attack that bomb on Cafe? Well, you can go VIP horizontal, which usually you would have vert for.
Yeah.
You can go vert, or you can go bakery horizontal. What do? They did 2 out of 3 of them
they
at
did.
the same time.
Just missing the vert player now. They had a ram just throwing ram Pookie drones in the middle of the round. That's it. That's all 3. No, I mean, it's really well done. And if you're a Fluxo player in the server, and you cast yourself back to Border, you know, that's how they play it, this is their playstyle, etc. You're gonna think, okay, when they're committing to an attack, that's where the push is coming from, because that's what they did on the Border when they were successful. So they sell the fact that they are gonna full commit twice. So good. And Blitz dies first, actually, but it doesn't matter. I think what happened when Paolo got injured, if I had to assume here, is when Blitz walked into the left-hand side and died to the Aruni, the team behind him swung the prepped softball to the right, and Paolo's injured by the window. Yeah. So I assume Blitz died to Aruni, Blitz's teammate down Paolo.
Did you say this because you heard me asking the observers how? I asked the observer. The observer didn't know, but
I'm pretty sure that's what happened
because that felt like the turning point. Like, I feel like Fluxo almost stopped that bakery rush because they killed the Blitz.
Yeah,
and they traded back Levy, who got a pick as well.
Yeah,
but because Palu was dead, and because VIP got taken, both of those other defenders that were on red were trapped.
Exactly. Paolo getting injured was a huge turning point for sure. Also,
if he wasn't injured, then it's still like going to be a 2v1 on site. It's still going to be hard.
Ooh. I also think he had at least one gas left in pocket as smoke, so he could stall things out further and whatnot. So definitely was important. Bit of a 1-for-1 trade. Levy goes down on Gridlock, as does Lobin on the Wamai. So pretty high value on both operators.
It was very aggressive though early in the round. I believe it was Midi who found that. I'm not sure. Whoever it was that found that first kill there for Fluxo W7, maybe it was Lobin.
Either or, yeah.
It was Midi's on D+, but yeah. I don't know. Whatever happened there, aggression again from Fluxo. Like we saw this last round, they're peeking the piano winners. This is just classic Fluxo W7M.
The issue is here, Volps is hiding by a ticket.
Falls, my friend.
So maybe 2 kills here, Stage and Blackbeard.
They're selling it.
Blackbeard first, Blackbeard first. No, Blackbeard
Not
first.
number 2. He's gonna run away! He's outside.
Get me in.
Gets back in safely. Should he have gone for the Blackbeard first?
Is it more important operator to kill first of all, and secondly, Blackbeard will turn his shield and be unkillable once he hears the shot being fired. But he's also worried if he doesn't get that instant kill on Blackbeard and he kinda sees him, maybe he dies with nothing. So he took the safer option but lower value option, and you get the 4v3 because he escapes. So it's okay.
But there is no hard breach now. I'm not sure if the piano hatch is open yet.
It's soft. Yeah.
Ah, rip.
Soft but close. They've blocked Blackbeard Ram.
That's a rip in the chat from Fluxo. If that was reinforced, this would be a lot harder to defend. Of course, this is mining, so once you open up that hatch and train, you can cut the site in two.
Everything. Oh, they don't see him? His feet were exposed the entire time, but you're not going to expect a player there. And again, when you're a 3v4 on the attack, you're thinking they're going to play smart, they're going to play safe positions because they're throwing around otherwise. No. Fluxo, they play in these really front-forward positions.
Yeah, risky. But the vertical's not panning out. Oh, there you go. Volps takes a hell of a lot of damage, but he wins his fight regardless. So does Dodes on the bullet. And still, that Pulse survives inside of Reading. D+ had a good start to the round, but they could not finish it off. W7M lock in their advantages and reply with a round in kind.
All the rat plays being brought out, and I mean, it works so well. It's funny because they had a player on stage, Rappel, who just didn't join it, didn't pre-fire it. Blackbeard walked in straight past him, also didn't check it or pre-fire it. It's one of those plays that should only work once though. So I feel like the more things you've learned about Fluxo on the defenses, the better it should be for D+, because surely that should never happen again.
I think it's just a bit of whiplash. Like this, we've casted a lot of Fluxo. We know this is how they play. They love to rat. They love to peek. Those are 2 things they do best. And look, if you've been playing them like every day in a row for a week, then you'd probably be pretty attuned to the playstyle, and you'd probably pretty easily counter it. But because D+ are going and playing, Black Dragons, then Shopify Rebellion, then G2, then FaZe, and then Fluxo W7M, it means that they have to like adapt to that playstyle. No amount of watching VODs fully prepares you.
No, not for this. It's a classic case of coach goes, guys, remember, they like to rat in corners. And when you're not playing the game actively, that's a pretty easy assessment. When you're in the server, you're worried about the 20 billion other things that Siege brings to the table and the fact they're roaming in those corners. Because you're worried about the step 1, step 2, step 3, the comms are flowing. Yeah. It's a lot to keep track of.
You're also thinking, oh, we got so close to beating FaZe just 2 days ago. What did we do wrong against FaZe?
Yeah,
and you're trying to fix those problems. And then you're facing different issues against a completely different opponent. I mean, FaZe and Fluxo W7M, as far as Brazilian teams go, it's almost the polar opposite playstyle.
100%. Also brings a funny fact about internal and external analysis. I feel like early days Pro League settings, like many years ago, it was very common to just purely look at your opponent. They like this map. When they play this map, they play this style. Let's counter it. And back then, people didn't have very adaptable skills. They had like one very linear playstyle. Nowadays, if you do too much external analysis, well, if that enemy bans a different operator, plays a different playstyle,
Change their strats.
you're completely screwed.
That's happened to us so much in this tournament.
Yeah.
We've even had teams smack-talking other teams, saying, oh, you thought we were going to do that strat, did you?
Yeah. So nowadays, a lot of good teams at the highest level look very internal. What can we do, and what can we focus on, and not to worry about our opponents too much. We play our game, we'll be fine against both the FaZe, the Furious, the Falcons of the world.
That's right, even at the very top level, the best teams in the world are the ones that nail their fundamentals. Good bait, though. Well played. Levy was watching deep all the way from New Balcony. I didn't see where Dots managed to find his kill.
South Rappel.
Oh, wow. Okay, a South Rappel's a good kill to find.
Yeah.
Changes the flow of the round. Good Nitro Cell. Lot of damage onto Falls. A bullet or two into the foot, and he should fall. As D+ continue to take control of the top floor, but Dodez, he's still the last player from Fluxo looking to hold on to Cocktail. They need to make sure they check this corner. Falls has spotted him, and a nade will flush him down. It won't kill him, he does escape, but that is top floor control now for D+.
Thing is, there is literally zero plant denial, really. I mean, sure, there's the Goyo canisters and then maybe a pre-placed Thorn Trap, but you can just get rid of that vertically, go for a default plant attempt here.
Oh,
Falls has health,
vertical.
but Dots below? What a shot!
And Levy was just trying to face check that last corner for D+.
guys.
Nears almost goes down as well. Dot's usually not the one to frag out for Fluxo W7M, but he's certainly helping out. 2 big kills this round. D+ are struggling to get back into it. Volps will fall.
He was in the default spot when they popped the Goyo to run out of the bomb site again.
Well,
Does they have time? And
Oh,
no, don't
Holly.
peek! No, that's the planter, that's the shield.
yeah, this is the problem. I think that's the end of the legs for this round for D+. How do they find another kill? They can't safely plant. The retake will be on for Fluxo, and look at them. All 3 of them have taken the perfect post-plant positions, the perfect plant denial positions. Nade goes in. Oh, and they're retaking top floor. That's going to be the round done and dusted. The only way that this happens is if both of these players frag out, but Fluxo W7M play it to perfection.
Yeah, this is a very classic problem-solving round that I love back when I was a player as well, because when you're in a 3v3 and reading attack, it happens very frequently, first of all, so you're used to it, but secondly, there are 2 things you always need on the attacking side. 1, you gotta clear all of pillar. That lurk rat spot by the double window where people tend to hide all the time, you gotta clear that. Secondly, you can never surrender top floor control, because 1, if they retake it, you can't plant. And if you do plant and they retake it, the post plant is really hard to play from outside the building on that bomb site. So you really want to have 2 guys below, the Blackbeard, the +1, he can maybe cover, let's say, the pillar portion. The guy in the verticality can cover the bomb site crossfires, and then the plant, quote-unquote, should go down just fine. But if all 3 drop, or you lose the shield player who's going for a plant, the round gets infinitely harder, because you literally should never win in a 2v3, because 1 guy has to plant, and 1 guy has to cover 3 separate angles.
Well, it's been 2 rounds since that bakery attack, Pengu, which means we're going back down all the way to the ground floor for this next round. D+ Kia played it perfectly, but aside from that round, we haven't seen a lot out of them. I mean, it's 2 attacks onto the middle floor in a row that have really struggled. Looks like W7M built that momentum back up. So they go to the basement. Some things are similar, some things are different. I don't believe we had the Azami last time around.
No. Well, actually, we did. Azami killed the Blitz in Baker and died shortly after, I believe. Unless... No, I'm pretty sure, actually. But I don't remember seeing any laser gates, actually, either. So, maybe I'm trolling. Either way. This is a big spawn peek round. So he's baiting the window, and then Valkyrie run out the door to his right, expecting the right swing to counter the first spawn peek. Throws a Val Cam, only lasts for 10 seconds these days. This is cheesy, this is cheeky. Sees the player, do you take the 50-50 here? The red pin comes out, baiting the default cam. Deimos flicked forward, looked at it. Didn't quite connect. But look how much time that stalled out. 40 seconds in, and D+ have just only made it to the building itself because 3 people were so worried about dying early. That's why that phantom pressure is so vital.
And D+ just need to be careful of that aggression.
They are careful, but if you're too careful,
You
know,
waste your time.
yeah, and you just don't make it in.
Yeah, and late round here, Fluxo are going to be very happy to sit behind those Vulcan canisters. And the Aruni gates, they'll have information from the Valk cams. Even Palu on the Azami. I mean, that's the later into the round it gets, the more powerful this operator becomes. He's keeping all 5 of his keepers in pocket, so he's actually not going to be playing that to hard holder position. He's going to be playing this to lock up against the execute at the end of the round.
Yeah, they haven't shown the take just yet, so the keepers are going to be wasted if pre-placed. Is this a fake though, guys? Keep that in mind. The smoke goes out. You've seen the blitz. Midi takes down Dotas early.
Oh.
On that main door. He was there for so long. Finally cleared.
The critical play here is Dots, though, but he's used 2 key... ooh, wait, there's a player up above.
Yeah.
I think Loban is going for a flank. Immediately,
They're gonna go
they
for
pop
it.
the phone call and the E1D. Now they need to try and figure out how are we going to kill Dots, who's still inside of VIP. 2 players hunting him. Around the corner is the blitz, but he can't use the flash because of the freeze from the Tubarão. Doesn't matter, though. Palu now, with 5 keepers in pocket, must pick up the pieces of this round for Fluxo W7M.
50 seconds. Goyo fire as well. Things can still be stalled out. Mind you, there's no verticality on towards the bomb side, so these positions are very strong for Palu. All he needs is a good shot or 2. Falls. 1 Marsha from Volks. He will be injured from that DMR. Things can still fall apart. No Dokkaebi phone call, no Lion scan. This took all their resources. They're going to flip the attack again.
Yeah.
It's smart, but mind you, if they have Goyos pre-placed on the other side, those Goyos have not been dealt with.
Yeah, and there's not much util even to clear the Aruni gates here. Yeah, I don't think there's any way, but thankfully Volps will go down. Maybe there's a chance as the Blitz spots him out. The last player on side, it's Palu. He can't do anything against 4 players from D+, and it is another beautiful attack on the kitchen.
It's very smart, yet it's very simple. They say, you know what, we're going to use the Tubarão against his teammates and say, we're going to apply a bit of pressure. He's going to be calling for help. Guys, they're pushing me. I need something right now. And they got 2 picks. Not because they took down the Tubarão and the following player, but they got the 2 people trying to help the Tubarão. And mind you, the way the map is structured, you have Bakery, that's the far left side. VIP is the far right side. The 2 people that died helping Tubarão, they died in the middle. What that means is that middle link, the supportive network, it's completely removed from action. No one can get back in there and replace those people who died. So Tubarão is 1v4, effectively. And you see it right here. I think the Tubarão Blitz interaction is quite rare. He was fearing the flash.
Yeah.
So he wide swung pre-fired and tried to play the pillar to not get blinded, but Blitz is probably spamming the button saying, you can't do it, you can't do it.
To be fair, like, look, that was still a good idea. And if it was a 1v1, I think he beats the Blitz. The problem was there were 2 other players beating him.
But if he swings that door with a knife, a pre-knife on the corner, there's a pretty decent chance at least he kills the Blitz. And then Palu and Volps have a better chance at the bomb set later because that Blitz gives perfect intel and so hard to deal with, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, such a rare interaction, the Tubarão Blitz. It's mostly something they use against like the Dokkaebi, the Demos, to act as a mute jammer to remove information. But yeah, you mute jam / EMP everything with those freezes. It's pretty crazy. Also, interaction we never see. If you freeze a ceiling from below, you see icy footsteps where they're walking.
Yeah.
I've never seen that utilized for anything. And now, if you throw a C4, you freeze a C4 so you can't pop it either. So it's a bit tricky now.
Yeah, look, if the C4 didn't get frozen, maybe it would be possible, but look, it's not. It's a cool aesthetic, but it doesn't really have a big impact.
Yeah.
Speaking about big impacts, look at this from Levy. D+, for the first time, are going for a lurk. We haven't actually seen much of this all series long. It's been Fluxo who've been really leaning into that. Levy early. I think lurking is a great way to play against Fluxo because they're always so mobile on their defense. You might catch someone rotating.
I'm just not sure how they're going to pull this one off. They got the sense for chaos and distraction. They got the finger for the aggression and the healing back up. But where are they going to strike? Where are they going to get a kill? In fact, they die early. Mitty in the grave. Dotas finds him, and here comes the push inside.
We need to kill this player in train. It's up to Palu to hold down the line as Levy makes his way forward. But the clash has been active upstairs. Now 2 players in deficit. 4D plus going deeper and deeper into the site. Eventually he finds his kill, but not before the rest of his team has pretty much fallen. It's just Bullet. Levy will find a double. If Bullet can get active, maybe it's possible. He's got info. He might be able to pre-fire the player on site. Bullet supports him from the 2v5 into the 2v2. And now site control taken by D+.
Side control, yes. Case not currently being held by the play, but it's outside because that's where Falls died on the sense. But also, planning in this 2v2, also very difficult against the Clash. They got 60 seconds to work with. If they find one more pick, this round becomes so much easier, 40+, and if not, they have to get creative.
I don't think they can fake not like having the kit here. They have to actually go and get it.
Yeah,
but Loban was watching it from above. That's where he killed Falls before.
Yeah.
Loban has single-handedly brought this round back. Big impact, taking down Falls with that diffuser, and now taking down the second player as he tried to get it back. Bullet is going to have to run as far as he can. Nice idea there with the fire extinguisher. It did concuss Loban for a brief moment, but it wasn't enough. Bullet low HP. One shot will take him down. He needs to isolate these fights. Dodes needs to peek him. Maybe he can get the stun onto Loban. No, and Dodes is surely going to swing him. Perfect timing, perfectly played. Big round for Loban in particular.
Man, it sucks when it's the small things that lose you around, right? Had you walked around the ventilation unit outside instead of vaulting over, you can pre-watch the window, you have a really good shot, and actually taking down the Clash instead of dying to the Clash. When you're vaulting back and forth, you're stuck in animation, can't turn, can't shoot, can't aim, can't do anything. The fact that they got to a 2v2 is crazy, though. Like, they had good yellow ping formation, they found their ones individually, but it's always a shame when two people die right before execute, and then the guy who pushes deep into the bomb site can't find any enemies. Until he does, later on, of course. Very awkward scenario, though. Levy goes, where is everyone?
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of train, guys.
I liked parts of that attack, and to be honest, if Falls hadn't died outside, then I think that they would win that.
It's definitely playable, that's for sure.
Well, D+ has shown us that they have a couple of different play styles in the back pocket. They don't just play
pocket
this
strats.
structured. They don't just play pocket strats. They also have these lurks, which I think is cool. But yeah, Loban with the Clash, I mean, that was so good. Because the funny thing is, with the Clash, he can peek out of the piano windows and get information without actually exposing himself to dying. And then he can get rid of the shield and then peek them.
And this is where the thing is, right? Mira was the third ban from D+, so this Clash, it can get brute force the last 3 defending rounds. That's the tricky part about the new ban system, is that whatever you leave open at the very end will have 3 rounds of uncontested success. Which means if you ban the Echo Cancel Mirror, which D+ did, you have to be conscious of if they play stuff like the Maestro and they ban the Brava, or they play the Clash and you haven't banned her. You gotta have your counters. Oh my god, this is disgusting. He's just bad. So the thing is, Levy has done that rappel almost every round on top floor attacks, right? And reading attacks. Where he goes up and shoots the other window, then goes to the roof. Yeah. It's those very small things you keep trying to go, okay, if he does that again, I can just swing the window.
Yeah. And look at this. Looks like I've got the pulse as well. Oh, Nitro. That's a play. Nice idea. It didn't quite land because it got caught on that AC unit.
That's where I feel like it's a little bit too much for my liking, right? I'm gonna be that guy. Well, you got the 5v4, and Pulse C4 beneath is a huge win condition. Spinning a C4 for a kill like this, where you're already in a really good lead, taking on the IQ is not that much more, right? But you lose your whole win con of the Pulse C4 now. So
now Bullet is so scared of that pulse from swinging outside.
That is true.
Dots can just sit inside of sight pretty safely and continue scanning. He'll also see if someone tries to lurk from down below, which is exactly what he just checked there, looking at the brown stairs. I actually really like Pulse on Cafe here. I don't often think about bringing a Pulse on this bomb site, but really versatile. And Falls is going to die. There's someone underneath the new hatch. And Dots just swings outside for 2. He was sitting there for such a long time on his cardiac sensor. It's Nears in a 1v5, and he'll only find a consolation frag. Fluxo W7M lock in the 4-2 split on their defense, and they have built this momentum. They are locking D+ out of the game.
I see the vision now from Dots on Pulse. He spent the C4 early so that he can't die with it in pocket because he goes for a run out, right? And he gets 2 kills outside, 1 on white stairs. It's one of those. Can't die with a C4 in pocket if you just throw it and pop it as well before you die.
Yeah.
It's funny how you can play something as simple as a Pulse in 1,000 ways. Like Canadian OG Pulse player would have never made that play.
No.
And the thing is, there's rounds where Dots' play is the perfect one, and then there's rounds where it's the wrong one, right?
I also got to give some credit to Dots. He's the one player that we don't talk about very much on Fluxo W7M.
He just kind of flies under the radar.
Well, he's your Kaid, he's your guy on site doing nothing, and then, you know, he has to 1v4 because the way that W7M play is they usually win rounds really convincingly or lose rounds really convincingly.
Yeah, he's either 1v5 or 5v1.
Exactly. So he never gets to see anyone, and his stats are pretty horrific because of it. He's like by far typically the worst stat player on this team. But he's always on the pitch roll, so that's kind of why. But he's been insane there, and I love to see him given a license to make plays because he's always the one sitting on site saying, no, you have to play passive, make sure they don't rush, while everyone else makes plays like this from Volps. But instead, no, he's constantly getting information, not just for other people to act upon, but also for him to say, no, I reckon I might run out, find 2 kills.
Now Falls, 0-5, having a bit of a tough one, playing some shield, some sense. Not really finding a ton of success. Now he's hiding the Vigil and Freezer. If you're investing this much into the Vigil pick and it's on Falls for 0-5, this has to work now. Like, you need to find some value, some kills, and some pressure in the map if you're gonna do all this. Meanwhile, we spoke about how you can heavy hold certain areas of Cafe and why it's a little bit more strategic than Border, if you will. Piano rather being a big portion of that, right? You can play the Asami keeper barriers, the mine magnets, you can play aggressive and fall back step by step, and then after that you have mirror windows and the layer behind them in like bathroom, top wide, that further sees into piano, or even in bathroom in stock actually. So there is this triple layer, the Asami, the Wamai, the mirror. Now, when you heavy invest both mirror windows in the same area of the map, you could just go on the other side. But that heavily plays into rappels, like this window right here, new balcony, wide window, cocktail window. And not every player, not every team are good on the rappels. It's a very tricky mechanic that still 10 years later, people are trying to perfect and figure out.
It's awkward. Not a lot of people like it.
It's tricky.
Even with the rappel buffs.
Yeah.
But what's going on here from Fluxo? They're faking out something. Poking here. There was a Candela thrown into the piano window on stage.
Yeah, I think they need to sell a bit of pressure because they haven't done anything for the first minute and 20 seconds here, so they gotta do something to sell it. So Candela, window barricade break.
It's not like they have any lurks. Oh, they have Loban, I guess, is in pillars, but now he's in reading.
He's gonna bog below with the window rappel combination. It's a very old school style Cafe attack actually. What they're gonna do is gonna clear out Falls, who's playing the actual perfect operator. He can't get droned. You can't get seen. No more Grim Bees. If they think it's clear and rappel in, Falls gets a freebie. Yeah, and if they know it's not clear, they can't take this execute.
Falls also has a good gun to fight the vertical battle here against Loban. So this is very awkward. We need some kind of util, but Volps is on the other side of the map. He's trying to be the backstab and solo from top red. Middy's watching his position.
Plan A is over. It's time for plan B or plan C. Piano rappels, red stairs like we see here from Volps. But they only have 60 seconds now to clear what I said before. Asami's will mine mirror.
And Dots doesn't have a DMR, so he's not going to be able to take down that keeper barrier very easily. Middy will find one, holding the fort. No more Ying to worry about. A rappel from Dots is the player that should be trying to refrag that, but Middy can just tuck in this corner now, and he's not exposed. He does expose himself, but you're right. The timing is terrible. Eventually, he finds Middy's head. Now he's faced with the mirror windows from Levy. And D+ can continue to hold on to the next layer of this defense.
It's ironic that the Asami barrier gets the attacker a kill due to that protection that it brings. Jump out, very risky. It doesn't pay off. He dies before getting the kill to the Claymore.
So low HP for Dodez though, and Bullet lashes out to find his in Piano. It's still winnable here. Falls is under the pump. He's yet to find a kill in the 6 rounds we played so far, and he's about to fight a very low HP Dodez. He gets crossfired. Bullet has to 1v3, and Loban shuts him out of it! They continue their momentum! They will fight tooth and nail until they find FaZe in the next match! W7M are holding no prisoners. They are giving no quarter, and D+ need to take a tactical timeout.
They don't have fast rush on the kitchen box, right? They're gonna play progression from the top, 100%. With the sense and so with the fusion. The fusion get rid of the Goyo from the top, and they push the VIP first every round. They don't play bakery. They only they clear the top row and play. And Asami is open. If you want to play Asami to get rid of the round bird, you can. And if you play third row again, you can. If they, I'm gonna 100% sure they're gonna throw the nade from the half vessel. So if you want to play the cocktail, just push forward to the long table. There's no on the skyline. Okay, you can easily touch it.
So this is very specific to just one strat, one bomb, so which means outside of this round, PJ cannot really help his team. The other one is, what if the enemy doesn't do what you just said? They never go bakery, they always go backside.
So I don't know what your experience was like on PSG, but from way back in the day when I remember we had APAC finals and the Koreans won a few of those APAC finals, I remember the Koreans were always so impressed that they did the most prep for their oppositions of any region.
Yeah.
Especially the Fear X and D+. And that's exactly what we just heard from PJ. He's like, they play like this. He's saying, no one plays bakery, or no one plays long bar. You can push this. Yeah. You can push this. If you want to play as army to counter the vert, they're going to go for the ram. But the problem is, like you said, what if Fluxo change their game plan? What if they don't do that?
Yeah, it is a great question. You gotta praise Fluxo here, though. The first 2 minutes, they got absolutely nothing done. In the last 60 seconds, they fully took Piano, Cigar, White Stairs, and they rappelled in New back in towards Cocktail for a double push. They got everything done in 60 seconds, and they flipped the attack on... There was a third attempt, right? They started Piano, went Cocktail, back to Piano. And we already see a change. He said they're gonna bring the Sense, they're gonna bring the Ram. They're playing Bok, they're playing Glass instead.
They had
the Sense for a bit.
They repicked it.
Exactly. They might have seen something and gone, oh, they might have to counter-answer. Let's pick something else.
Yeah.
Sometimes, when you know what the enemy will do, and you go for a counter, if they see that counter, they will therefore change what they were going to do. And now what you have isn't what you think you're going up against. And that's the tricky thing about countering people. Sometimes you want to really sell that you're doing something to force a reaction rather than countering it, hoping for that same reaction, if that makes sense. So let's see it. He did say they're going to progress top floor, walk down, and work freezer back take. And right now, that's exactly what they're doing. It is what we call a default attack. The downside for this, you can't really roam a cafe. It's very tricky and very risky. So D+, or everybody's playing downstairs by the bomb side. They're fully surrendering map control. And with this Deimos tracker very briefly onto Levy, now they know that. Because the new Muzzy was somewhere top floor earlier. He's confirmed. They're double checking reading. But you see they're deep in the building already. They have 1 minute and 40 seconds now to work the soft destruction, the little bit of hot destruction, and then do setup for execute.
Hello?
He's just baiting it, I guess, a sound. I hope.
Oh, what was that? Strange, very strange. I don't know. I'm trying to think.
I think he's just baiting it for sound for the verticality here. Otherwise, I don't know.
Oh, right, okay.
He's just ripping it.
Right, so they think that they're about to get C4 and they play passive.
Because if you just rip it and rip it and rip it, then you never hear the beep beep sound. But just on the wall, they hear the rip into beep beep, thinking, oh, it's going to explode.
True.
Must be that.
That makes sense.
Is that how he's tweaking? I don't know.
No, I think you're right. Pre-play C4 spotted.
See it, yeah.
They baited it out well, though.
Again, strategically, defenders here have almost no win condition. Not just this round, but every round. Yeah. They can drop down backside with the Glass, with the Grim, walk in and plant, and there's no way they can stop it. Like, that's really it. There's no way they can stop it.
Levy wins a gunfight. It could mean everything. Dots has snuck inside. Nears just barely survives. Now they know there's a player inside. The Grim Bees should lock it out. I don't think Levy's going to be able to flank because Dodes is there in that position, and Dodes has just taken him down. Nears and Bullet together will retake the position. Nears wants to go for a flank onto Dots, but he can't as of yet. The flank is open, but not very. Bullet needs to go big here, but he misses some critical shots. Out comes a C75 for the first kill, but he can't find the second as of yet. Plant going down for Dots on the site. And a flip from Volps. He can afford to just play upstairs and cover off these players. Meanwhile, D+ Kia have to get on the site. It's Loban in a 1v2 to try and handle that, while Volps repositions above. But Falls is about to fight him, and Volps wins it! Nears is low HP, and he doesn't manage to finish off Loban on the first spray. Oh! First kill for Nears! Just around the corner, but Loban holds the line! Match point for Fluxo W7M!
What an angle, what a shot. I'm thinking the Bok has the post plant vertically. No. Pixel angle by the chance. He snipes him and removes him from the angle. Again, a really valiant effort, a nice fought attempt at a clutch there for D+, but ultimately comes down to strategy. And like I was saying, you do not have a win condition on that bomb side unless you get a bit different with it. We're talking your Tashanka, your Maestro Echo, you're retaking a staircase at a pulse or a Valkyrie camera or something. If you just play that bottom floor and give them all the space to work with, you should lose that on defense.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Falls still have not found the kill.
Poor guy.
He's still missing, and he's playing
James
Vigil.
Bond, 007.
Like, mind you, if he's playing the Echo, the Maestro, the supportive work, etc., I have zero problem with this. This is the second or third Vigil round from him. He played Asami in the previous round. These are high impact in the battle kind of operators.
Yeah, and you know, not to add insult to injury, but Bullet did whiff a little bit on this first spray
Yeah,
there.
he
That
did.
would have changed things. Nia's got it damn close.
He should have won this.
Kill onto Volps was amazing.
Ah. Like, when you hit that first shot, you gotta win that round.
Yeah. Loban was low HP as well.
Yeah,
Playing
they're both one bullet apart.
Glaz. Wow, immediately Fluxo W7M looked to try and reveal as many operators as possible with the Lion. Now Loban is going to have so much info. He's got 3 players he can track as a result of Malusi, Castle, and Azami getting scanned. Just a nice little bit there from Fluxo. And Deepest Kia, they didn't have the choice of standing still. They had to finish their setup.
Exactly, I was going to say the exact same thing. When you're playing operators like the Mirror and the Castle Malusi, these are very intensive on time. They need to keep going. They can't really respect the Lion all too much. Because then this happens. You're on the repels, you're popping the castles. Now, if you forgot to rotate, forgot a mirror window, you might not get back in position to get it done.
After how competitive Border was, and to be honest, I think D+ looked like the better team for most of it. They had 2 match points. Cafe is a different story entirely. Dots is now top fragging for the team, tied with Volps.
Was it worth it, Bullet?
It
Was
was
it
absolutely
worth it to
not
go for
worth
the
it.
drone? I
And
don't think so.
D+ are being toyed with at the moment. They can't decide how to play aggressive. They can't decide if they want to play passive. And look, Midi has a nice position. He's changed his setup a little bit because he's got that castle barricade. Compared to last time, he was traded through the angle from this castle.
Yeah, but now they don't have the Wamai because they're playing Vigilance. Not instead, but they're not playing what they could have, right? If you double down with a Jaeger or Wamai, you can protect that castle barricade, the Asamis, the mirror window.
And False did not play this well last time. He did not manage to get a kill. He didn't fight the vertical play. He didn't fight the windows. He was playing scared.
You just got 2v1 in the end, right?
Yeah, it's
From White
true.
Stairs and Window Repel.
He can at least dodge both the Grimsbys, as you can see that not being active. Oh, it's a drop straight into the site. One player down from the skylight looking to take the fight to Falls, who finally gets his first kill. But it's not enough because D+ are still dropping one by one. Palu up the White Stairs. Low HP on Falls. He will die. Levy cannot survive. They picked their opponent in the bracket and they picked them apart. Fluxo W7M are 1 match away from bulldozing their way onto the main stage.
Oh, that's gotta feel good. Because when you have a choice between opponents and you get the exact right pick because they seem so prepared and well-versed in this matchup, it's like, you know what, guys? It was free. We made it free. We picked the right enemy.
And with that, D+ are sent into the lower bracket. They are going to have a tough slog for the rest of Six Invitational. The focus for us is going to be who takes that first spot on the main stage.
Yep.
It's a Brazilian bash. It's Fluxo W7M and FaZe Clan. That'll be later today, Game 3. I can't wait to see if Fluxo W7M can take it to the big dogs of FaZe.
The thing is, D+, I feel like the errors that they fall short, it's such small margins, but with massive consequence and impact, obviously. You can talk about Falls going 0-8 or 1-8 and having a hard time individually, but as a team, the start of Border was the best D+ looked in this BO3.
And they even managed to come back after losing 5 rounds in a row on Border. They had 2 match point opportunities. They had a 6-5, and then they had a 7-6 again. And yet, costing them the whole series was losing that final round on Border. Cafe looked so much worse. I feel like the wind was sucked from their sails coming into map 2. Fluxo W7M, they had control, they had more depth of strategy, and they just got it done.
And there was more respect today, because the big thing that we were saying watching them just a couple of days ago is they're ego challenging everything like they're the best team in the world when they're not, which means they lose a lot of rounds that they should be winning.
Starting to look like it though, and a real rough first map for poor DK, particularly for Falls. He got 1 kill across the whole map. And he was in so many pivotal positions where he needed to have an impact. His final only kill was actually in the final round, just before he got traded back. Yeah, not a good look for D+. They have a little bit of soul searching to do. Let's not forget, I mean, these guys beat Furia back in the Munich Major. They took down Shopify Rebellion earlier in the tournament. They even took a map off of FaZe, but they won't get a chance to play FaZe again today. Instead, that privilege is reserved for Fluxo W7M, who will battle later today for a spot on the main stage here at Six Invitational. But we're not done for the day. There's so much more action here at SI, so stick around for the next game coming up after this.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa! I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure, you have won all of your games, also Flux, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game, maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
I'll reinforce off these 2 walls here,
This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the 2-barrel play here with the C4 and like the DMR. You could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just be a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he will be rotated. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the 2-barrel playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played, so it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just cross.
That's assuming nobody dies early.
Yeah.
Or just swings and gets killed, you know?
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
explode
just...
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close, that one.
Yeah.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you? How do you have this photo?
We're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Oh my God, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my God, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well?
Colin.
And okay, well, yeah.
But
This is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah.
What
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole
it
wall.
for you. All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank you so much.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like break on too. 'Cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof. 'Cause I'm human just like you. Like you.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously.
Playoff time continues here on the B stream. We now move over to two North American teams with hopes of capturing the hammer. SSG, M80 to kickstart their playoff campaign. Guys, for M80, a bit of a stumble to close out the group stage. It means they're going to try and recapture some of that form that they recently had in Munich. If they can do that, they become a threat once again.
Yeah, they may or may not have had a couple of stumbles throughout group stage, but they still enter this playoff bracket as a formidable roster. SSG, though, on the flip side, they've had their strengths and weaknesses as well. And in terms of a head-to-head matchup across essentially all of the games that we have in the bracket for this first round, this on paper, funnily enough, is super close. Super close. Splitting these two teams, these two organizations, dating all the way back over the last 12 to 18 months has been tough. And even since Stage 2 and the rosters that we see now, it's a 2-2 split between SSG and M80. It sets us up for a very intriguing series.
It's the kind of series, the kind of matchup that you throw a lot of the historical data out the window because it all just comes down to who plays better on the day. I know that's simple and easy to say, but as you're mentioning, there is a history between these two teams that is very even. It is very close, so it's going to then mean on the day, it's just going to come down to who has the better fundamentals. That might then be the edge. The winner of this series progresses forward to an upper bracket quarter-final match against Wildcard later today. You win that, you go on main stage. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line for these two especially, that if they can win this series, win the next one, you're getting all the way to the Adidas Arena in Paris. It's a big game coming up. For me, I just want to see a close contest. I just don't want a bit of a beatdown. I was a little disappointed in the D+ Fluxo game that was here on the B stream earlier. I expected a bit more from D+ on that second map. They got absolutely torn apart. Fluxo progressed. The first map was great on border 8-7 and then just a 7-2 beatdown. I'm hoping we can get more of that 8-7 kind of territory for these two teams. SSG, you know, they're going to be loud, they're going to be aggressive, and they're probably going to give it to M80 in the chat as well if they get off to a hot start.
Absolutely. Let's have a look across at this SSG roster. Quick recap, of course. They were started out in Group D, finished third, 2 clean wins, and then on 2 occasions able to push a third map and then lose out. They did, however, lose to quality opposition, and they pushed Secret, for example, a good highlight of that. Again, 2-3 maps, drops 2-1. Unable to get the deal done on Clubhouse. As for who have been the standouts so far,
Ashen.
Yeah. Not only in terms of vocality, but also the numbers that he's been able to post.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a solid team performance, though. If you kind of look across the board, the numbers at play for the majority of the team. I mean, J9O has got the highest cost percentage, so he's showing influence in the vast majority of the rounds for SSG. Ashen fragging out, and then Benja Newer certainly holding their part. But Ashen's the highlight right now, and rightfully so. And I think that SSG play better when Ashen plays better. When he's bringing that energy, when he's bringing that trash talk, the shouting, and just the aggression, the team just rises to match him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think we can underestimate in this matchup the potential for Space Station to get into the minds of M80, and that's sometimes where we can see weakness exploited. So looking at Ashen to have another good series today. Let's have a look across at this M80 roster. Despite finishing second in the group, they've dropped a map in every single one of the series in which they played. They were under pressure on a couple of occasions. Of course, they topped that with a loss against Fear X. Again, it wasn't the most influential result ever, but still entrusting a little bit of the doubt in this team.
By the way, in-game, trying to cut you off, but Gunnar just said in the in-game chat while waiting for the lobby, can you guys not type to us? It makes us upset. But continue on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
The bans has already begun, and we haven't even loaded into the map yet. I think that's a good highlight for this series. I do want to quickly touch on Gavin as we go to the map vetoes, but Gavin's ranked 4th for EPS so far at 6 Invitational. He has been outstanding. So Gavin and Ashen are 4th and 5th respectively. That's how close those two are, and it's how close these two teams have been. The map vetoes, Cafe, Chalet, and Bank. I was having a look before, and Cafe is a very strong map for M80 for their first map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. The numbers are very favorable for them on that particular selection. My eyes automatically go straight to the decider. I'm under the impression that we're very likely to see Bank if the historical data is to suggest as much. For M80, it's their 4th preference map, a 1-2 record. Fearex, that result skews that one. I believe they lost on Bank on that occasion. SSG, on the other hand, I don't know if the tracker is bugged, but it is showing basically no numbers at all. So it's another quantity. Yeah.
Well, let's begin on Cafe, though, before we think about anything of a decider. We've got 2 maps to get through, 2 teams that have got high aspirations. M80 SSG, the pride of North America, you would think. But the real pride is waiting for them in the upper bracket. Wildcard will play the winner of these 2 teams. Wildcard have lived up to their name as a wildcard team. M80 SSG, who's going to take them on?
Do you have a particular prediction for this matchup, or is it too close to call?
I think it legitimately is too close to call. I was doing my playoff predictions last night, the one where you get your packs, your points.
Yep.
And this one I really struggled with because you can make very valid arguments for both. What I will say on current form, SSG, if you want to bring back a little bit of the history and the peak of the 2 teams, M80. If M80 get to their best, play their best, Fabian has had an extra day to kind of go over things, what's been working, what hasn't been working. He's clearly not been happy with their performance so far at 6 Invitational. Despite that, you're still in an upper bracket at SI, and you've got time and chances to rectify those issues. But SSG looks really, really solid, really aggressive. They begin Defense Cafe. Now, we know notoriously Defense Cafe, not necessarily known for too much aggression, but we do see teams from time to time, window peaks, door runouts, etc. You can play aggressive. SSG are the team to me, I feel like, will play that style. Castle, Mirror, Monty, Capital, the bands as we get underway here. These 2 out of groups into playoffs. But what has their journey got in store for them?
Well, if there's one man I trust with numbers, it is, of course, Sprabuni. And yesterday afternoon, there was a post on at R6 Esports. He was the one fueling the numbers. He ran 1 million simulations, and I was talking to him as to how this was adjudicated. Each team assigned a particular rating, the players as well, and the bracket again simulated on 1 million occasions. As a quick reminder, SSG, 6.51% chance of winning this particular event, and M80 at 6.23. So very close in that regard. The rating number given to each team, just as a point of reference for SSG, is 1,858. M80 was 1,856. For a point of reference, Furia are the top-rated team based on the data that he used at 1,895. But again, I don't think we can frame it much better that, or drive the point home anymore. That on paper, this matchup, again, when you consider where they're at right now at this particular event and the form line they have, adding the combination of the head-to-head record that they have locally with the many duels they've had in the NAL, this matchup should be very tight, very, very, very close. It's going to be fine margins that determines this match.
So through pillar to begin for M80. Voltage back into a corner already towards Reading. He does get the headshot though onto Diffuser, and Kino then fell from the hallway. An angle was created for J90, and this fast clear push for M80 has not worked out at all. SSG ready for it immediately off the bat. But there have been trades that bring things back to an equal standing as Ashen and J90 both fall. 3 versus 3. But you've lost the blitz. You do still have your double soft breach in Gunnar and Gavin on the Ram and Buck respectively.
Yeah, so some playmaking potential from up above here for M80 if they want to lean into that.
I mean, you should be, because you've got second floor control. Kitchen servers. You've got the ROUs from the Sense as well. This should be the main win con here for M80. Abuse the vert, open up the space, get the ROUs. It's a 3v3. It's not like the defense has extra numbers.
They have the ability around those ROUs to switch posture for a freezer drop. That's the most typical approach. And that can counteract the foothold from Faults over towards VIP by cutting off that line of sight. A minute to go. Time not the biggest concern currently for M80. It's about laying down the foundation to be able to go for this execute.
It's a funny one because, like, in theory, we see this sort of setup attack, and more often than not, it's a 5v5. This is just a straight up now 3v3, but it's going to be the play executed the same way as if it were a 5v5. Now, Fault is still in VIP. Newest towards Bar. It does mean Benja's kind of by himself here. And he gets caught. Well done from Gavin. Big pick for M80. Now, it's very difficult for Fault, but he does win his battle from VIP. Gunner went for the drop into Freezer alongside Hot and Cold. And the ROU shield screen was unable to protect Gunner. Hot and Cold going for the plant. Fault's taking the battle towards Pillar. Gavin will fall to Newers. Hot and Cold gets off though. Hits the headshot. 8 seconds. Faults can play time towards Bar.
Oh my god.
And it is SSG that take the opening round.
What a round from Faults.
Good job, guys.
Holy moly. Some massive, massive fights won by him. The opening kill over towards Reading, you could argue that that one was not particularly favorable. And then the 1v1 in the face of the DMR and info up for M80. He wins another key duel. Good fight from M80 to wrangle that round back to a 1 versus 1, certainly deserving some respect for their attempt.
You say that, but it was a 3v2 once they got the kill onto Benja.
True, but who was it again to step up? Faults over towards VIP.
So 3 kills for Vault.
That's
the
3
Faults.
kills.
And I'm glad you mentioned it, the fact that it started over towards Reading. Like, you're getting pushed by a blitz, getting covered as well by Diffuser, and yet he survives. I mean, he had help, obviously, from J9O coming down the hallway. But just to be able to survive that and also get a kill, then fall back, play sight, and then play VIP. You're watching the drop, you get the kill, then you rotate out. He's played that round perfectly. Big round from Faults.
Also provided distraction there for Newers to contest on the vert and make it very difficult for Gav.
Big shot.
He was highly influential.
So Faults is a big reason why SSG win the opening round, and I think that's going to be the case for this entire series.
Who steps up?
Who steps up? Who wins the moments? Who wins the 1vXs? The 1v1 in that situation goes the way of SSG. Could have easily been M80. Like, that's one of those kind of 50-50 flip rounds. It wasn't dominant either side throughout the main course of the action. So Reading and Fireplace now for the second round. Oh, Gavin. Ooh, taking a little damage as he opens up that window. Benj is just going to opt for the drop instead of playing around lounge. He's got J9O. That is Pixel. Playing the Izami. Strong operator to hold that position. Delay the taunt floor clear from M80 as Hot and Cold goes a very early logic bomb.
Reloading.
That logic bomb has now expired, so you don't really net too much information.
Ooh, I don't mind this from Hot and Cold. Look over towards Red. Maybe able to crack open sight here potentially. Logic bomb now back up. Second in play, and the second to be cold. Minute 30. M80 eager for more information. A live drone forward here for Hot and Cold.
Hot and Cold creeping through mining.
All Faults. Timing.
And Faults.
I think he's calmed that. I think he's heard Hot and Cold.
It's going to be J9O. That's going to make the contact. Hot and Cold, though, with the DMR. Gets him very, very low. Now he's fully expecting a push back through mining. Pops the fire extinguisher and is able to change his position. Still 5 up for both teams. Heading into this final minute. Timing there. Faults tucking back around the corner of Pillar. Asham has started to push as well. Big swing at the doorway, but Gunner ready for it. Faults going for more. No more Candelas remaining for Kino. M80 looked very hesitant to commit to a full execute here.
I think they're still eager to try and find information, and SSG are continually adjusting their positioning. It's making it quite challenging for M80 to flush out defense and isolate any kind of pick here for an advantage.
Diffuser still over towards top floor, by the way. He's going to have to drop pillar and go for this push straight into reading. Papenja's right there at the doorway. The drop has come through from Diffuser, getting help from Gunner. Ashen also helping out, though, nicely at the bottom of pillar. Benja does lose to Diffuser. That's a big pick from Diffuser. That's allowed him into the site to get this plant down. That one kill from Diffuser should end up netting them this round unless Ashen can clutch. He's gotten 2 more for 3 in the round, and he knows that Kino is top floor inside Cocktail. 30 seconds. Will he opt for that white stairs push? It seems that will be the case. But Kino reads into this nicely, and he goes to the other floor. Top floor away. I mean, Ashen surely can't win this if Kino plays this properly. Knows where the plant is. Ashen back off it. Needed to hit the shot through the floorboard. Ashen must now stick this plant. Kino knows that full well that this round is done. Positioning from Kino, utterly perfect.
Let's go! Good shit, guys! Good shit, guys! Really good video!
The vote fucking pumpy, bro. Say what? That guy got disintegrated. I didn't know he was back to this. Yeah, I was looking for him.
Well, don't get it twisted. SSG probably could have won that round. Again, 2 rounds in, and that's 2 50-50 rounds, isn't it? So it's 1-1. Ashen had a very good opportunity, but Kino just played it really well. Didn't want to take the fight. Ran over to New Bell. And he's basically saying that, Ash, if you're going to chase me, you're going to chase me to the other side of the map.
Yeah. Given it was shotgun in hand for Kino, he's done really well there positionally. Ashen gave it his best. He did land a couple of blows, but it was not enough to net the kill. Another mighty close 1 versus 1. And I feel like that has represented how we have framed this matchup. It is such a close head-to-head between these 2 teams. M80, the Munich champs, looking to back that up with a title here in Paris. SSG on the flip side with a lot to prove given their underperformance at Munich. But we know how tight it is between these 2 domestically, and this matchup should be no different.
Big round win for M80. Reading fireplace, 56% defensive win rate. And also for SSG, you know, surprisingly, you kind of consider them to be an attacking team, a strong, you know, force on offensively. They're the 3rd best defensive team at the tournament. They're essentially tied with Furia for 2nd. Team Secret's the best.
And when you look at a lot of the head-to-head metrics between these 2 teams, that one really does stand out as being the only big difference maker. A lot of the other key metrics, other win rates, even I think the average entry time as well may have been very, very similar. Yeah, minute 41, minute 46, that's within the realm of similarity. These 2 teams are evenly matched in so many departments. Again, maybe reflective of M80 having a small lull comparatively to their best, and SSG finding form comparatively to Munich.
Of course, you lose this match, you drop lower bracket round 1. Oh my goodness, Ashen, Nitrocell right into the face of Gunner. Kino falls immediately after that as well, giving them a big lead to this round. Newers has gone and found another one onto Gavin. Nitrocell thrown out from Benja, connects onto the Diffuser, and this will be our first real round that has been won dominantly by either side. It's the way of SSG. It's flawless.
Yo, Ransom, get out the basement!
Come on. Let's go. What do we have, guys?
And that gets Ashen pumped up. So from 2 opening rounds that were largely 50-50, good contest, to a 3rd round where SSG just made quick work of M80.
Yeah, M80 off the back of that first initial pick onto the rappel. Look to initiate the hit and then find trades back swiftly. But SSG up to the task. Ready and waiting. Had strong anchor positions and were able to utilize that efficiently. The additional bans then for the remainder of this first half. Aruni and Grim. Aruni played back on round number 2 as to
Defenders,
the
protect your
Grim.
bombs from being defused by attackers. Attackers have located a bomb.
Aruni only played once. Grim also only once, but we've seen pretty decent versatility when it comes to the operator pool for both of these two teams in the first 3 rounds. No real standout. It is 3 straight rounds, though, that SSG have found the opening kill, converting on 2 of them. As we look back at the highlights, there is that Nitro Cell. Nothing Gunner can do about that one. And the follow-up was very, very quick. You could tell that at the early portion of the round, SSG wanted to bring the action.
There's going to be some great comm content in this match, whether it be Ashen or Fabian or anyone in between.
Well, interestingly enough, M80 is the best team at the tournament, guys, for opening kills at a 60% rate. SSG aren't necessarily bad by any metric either. They're sitting in 8th at 52%. The biggest difference, though, is actually the conversion. M80 are at 62%, and SSG convert at a 73% rate. Now, that 62% margin for M80 on their opening kill conversions is 14th. That's a big, big drop-off, a big, big difference, especially for a team that gets so many opportunities.
Now, how often over the course of this tournament, even just us casting them, have we heard during timeouts from Fabian, relax. You guys know what you're doing. You're in winnable positions. Relax, convert, get the basics down pat. That has been a constant messaging for this particular roster so far in Paris. And I'm sure that's been a big emphasis in the lead up to this matchup, where these two know each other, what they're going to do largely. There's so much data and experience to back that up. It's going to come down to execution on the day.
But even 1vx clutches, SSG have a better data set than M80. So, like, what it's suggesting to me is M80 might start rounds well, but SSG finish rounds well. 4th round coming up. We go back to Kitchen. And there's no contest from SSG on the 2nd floor, so they give Gavin and Gunner and Hot and Cold a lot of time here to get to work and open up space, get rid of utility, see if they can find an early pick. Now, there is no one playing on site right now, though, for SSG. Fully off site, fully surrounding it on this 1st floor. Newers is literally sitting in the middle of Bakery. Like, they are completely surrounded the site. They said, we know you're going to bring the Ram, the Buck, in this case also the Fuse, but if no one sits on site, they get nothing from this. And suddenly, then only 45 seconds, and you've got to play positions like Freezer Drop, when J9O's in a great spot over towards VIP, default, yes. But then you've still got a double stack of Faults and Benja towards Bar.
He has a Zoto as well, so he'll be able to counter that RAU.
If they drop into this site without clearing it properly, they are going to be sitting ducks. They're already surrounded as M80 drop. Hot and Cold has made the drop. Just sitting inside a freezer, but they lost Gavin. Big kill to Ashen. And there's only 15 seconds left in this round. Gunner, huge headshot. Opens up a little space over towards red stairs. But we are now into red time. Hot and Cold, you've got to stick the plant. Turns around, shield on the back. Spotted and shut down immediately by Newers. Faults is putting out the question marks.
Let's go, Paul. Come on, man. Let's go, man.
Well, SSG knew exactly what they were doing in that round. M80 wanted the vert, they wanted to play the soft breach, the fuse, the cluster charges. We'll just sit off site. And if they drop site, we've already got them surrounded. M80 had no way of changing the course of that round with a set default play. They needed to get white stairs pressure, red stairs pressure, maybe even a late flank bakery. Do something. Far too easy for SSG.
Yeah, the plant coverage or lack thereof for M80 was a little concerning. SSG positionally, though, responding very nicely throughout that round. I like the disrupt from Ashen on the flank. That was great to see. And then the swarm on side onto Hot and Cold. He was basically in a position where he's forced to stick that plant. Good defense from SSG as we look back at that program. 15 seconds to go.
It was 13 seconds, though, where they brought it back to a 4v4. There's just nothing Hot and Cold can do there. He had to get off plant with 3 seconds left to try and turn around and fight. Look at that. There's 3 players in sight there for SSG, none for M80. And I think there might have been a very late push down white stairs, but it was, by that point, way too late. And sometimes, when you're playing that soft breach, especially in Kitchen, you know, there's, what, 45 seconds left when they kind of started to go for freezer drops, etc. Not only are you leaving yourself with less time, but you also they're not creating space around the map and pushing down red stairs and white stairs and like you're not really utilizing the full port. It makes it so much easier for SSG to just sit in their key, set positions, allow M80 into the site, and then swarm back into the site. In that situation, what I think would have really helped M80 is like a double push down white stairs and deal with VIP along with the freezer drop. And that could have then, if you win the fight VIP, you can then swing over to bar and take the next fight.
Ooh, a rehost call from Hot and Cold. I think he may be stuck or a player is stuck.
It is the Fuser that is stuck with the kit, but it was called at 2 minutes 15. He is not in action.
Again, I'm under the impression that this will still be actually called as a rehost, but again, that's up to the admin team to determine, and we'll get that determination at some point. As for now, the players will, of course, look to play out the round until a call is made. 5-4.
Well, we have the benefit at SI where these decisions can be made live, and then even if... Okay, there you go. Rehost is confirmed. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, Diffuser is just completely stuck. I haven't seen that one before.
Not in that position, no. That's a weird one.
Can be very stressful there as well if you're M80 because naturally you're down a player immediately. He's also got kit, by the way. Like they just genuinely have a 1% chance of winning that round if there's no rehost.
The unfortunate thing, of course, for this particular circumstance is when the attacking team calls a rehost, it's unfortunate for the defensive team, given that the setup has likely been seen.
But you go reading Fireplace. I mean, to be fair, they did bring the Pulse that round as a little bit of a change-up SSG. Reading Fireplace actually was won last time, though, by M80. That was one of those 50-50 rounds. Yeah, so just getting a rehost. This will take a couple of minutes to get sorted out. Currently, the lead is... for SSG 3-1. I hope, though, it doesn't bug out our STP because Ashton did get the opening kill in that round, and it's now in our API data.
I think it will override the data.
I'm hoping it will override.
Yeah.
It just kind of leaves things at a cooling state now. It's still very early days. It's Cafe. M80's got one attacking round. You've got 2 more opportunities to get really one more. If it's a 5-1-1/2 in favor of SSG on M80's map pick, I'm really then concerned. Right now, with 2 opportunities left, not too concerned. In saying that, though, you know, it kind of came into this a little bit difficult to split these two. SSG look better on current form. We know how good M80 can be if they can reach those heights again. But at what point in a tournament do you say it's just not happening for you guys, this event? And if M80 lose this, that's when I say it. And I just think, yeah, you're probably not getting too far. And I'm pretty sure the loser of this will play G2, who have already shown what they've got when their tournament is on the line.
They know how to dig deep. It's their trademark.
A couple of lower bracket matchups have now been confirmed as well, girls, after the first 2 upper bracket games. So D+, Daystar. In a lower bracket round elimination game.
Okay.
Who wins that?
Well, my head is saying D+. My heart would love to see Daystar pluck a win, but I don't think it'll happen.
I do think if there is a matchup for Daystar, just a little bit more familiar with the way that D+ like to play.
Fun fact, well, not for Daystar, but a fact. You know how I mentioned earlier, Sprabrini ran 1 million simulations for the bracket?
Okay.
In not one of those simulations did Daystar win.
Wow, they don't even have 1 in a million chance?
No.
Well, we're getting back underway. Fist bump. Full reset, says Fabian. don't know. I guess technically, if the mic is up, are you allowed to talk anyway?
Grey area.
And then the other match is Team Heretics versus Oxygen Esports.
Heretics could do some damage in the bracket.
Little LCQ battle.
Yeah.
NIP will play the loser of Falcons and Shopify Rebellion.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
So back to reading we go, and I think the defensive comp is... Okay, so it's... I think the SDP is updated, so I can't tell you if it's actually identical.
No, it hasn't updated. And it's not identical. Okay. So in the last round, the Kaid was brought by SSG. It is not being brought this round. But that's pretty much the only change. They still bring the Pulse. The rest of the lineup looks identical. So Kaid dropped.
10 seconds left.
Obviously for M80, they get the attacker repick anyway, so they can kind of change things as they see
5
fit.
seconds remaining.
But we are going back to reading fireplace, and the 5th round will get underway.
Attackers' objective is to
2
defuse
rounds
the bomb.
straight for SSG. And Ashen has continued his hot form here at Six Invitational. 5th rated player at the event. Wonder if Diffuser will inadvertently avoid that location on the top of the cafe roof. Benji can get some information here on the pulse. It is 4 straight opening kills for SSG. They've controlled the early portion of these rounds. And the last 2 rounds have been far more dominant. Flawless and 3 alive versus 1 alive and 1 alive in the 1v1s of the opening 2 rounds.
Benji able to gain good info over towards Train on this pulse.
3 nitro cells as well. So Benji can kind of play by himself, use his own nitro, then fall, and then use the cardiac sensor for maybe Newers and Ashen to also play off with their nitro cells. So good adaptability later in this round for SSG is available. Well, there you go. Newers, no nitro cell opening kill. Faults then finds the headshot onto Hot and Cold. It's another dominant start for SSG. They will make it 5 rounds straight where they've gotten the early advantage, gotten that opening kill against the team at this event who's the best at getting opening picks. It's a statement from SSG.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very early days, but M80 are starting to lose a bit of confidence here on Cafe. This is their map pick. They have a 7-1 record in the last 6 months.
Good tuck position from Benja.
I don't think Kino has any idea that Benja's in here. It doesn't even matter because J90 holding the corridor angle. Leaves Diffuser by himself. He can't fight for much longer. SSG have a 4-1 lead. And inadvertently, this has forced Fabian into a tactical timeout.
Go much faster on the attack. If we get to
What the fuck are you doing? 5 solo queuers! C4 on the window again!
And then make sure that we go faster because they just move it around.
Set up. Go. Set up. We just do our heaven repel. Yeah. Yeah, let's go, gang.
Turn this around. You guys have it. Come on. I believe in you. Come on, guys. Come on.
Oh, man. The entertainment of Ashen. By the way, in the server chat as well, SSG were making fun of M80 and Fabian specifically referencing the gold. You're playing like a bunch of gold rank players. That Fabian mentioned the other day. There you go. We were playing like gold solo queue, 5 gold players.
Oh boy.
Oh man. Well, I mean, you heard what Fabian did. Well, we heard
kind of
as best as we could, but he mentioned we need to play a little bit faster. We need to actually get a little bit more on that front foot. We need to try and get into the building, take fights, be less defensive with our approach to getting into the building. It's 5 straight opening kills for SSG. M80, need to find a source of magic here in this final round of the half. Asher doing his best to try and disrupt the tactical timeout for M80.
Clearly SSG are pretty comfy. They don't need to chat too much over. Sebastian's given that license. SSG have looked so sharp on these battles on the exterior of the map, and that can serve you so well on Cafe. I think it has forced M80 into their shells a little bit, and so we'll see if they're able to break out of that here round 6. Show a little bit more aggression, a little bit more proactive play, try and fight for map control a little bit earlier into the round. They have the Deimos to create some space early alongside Kino, and the Candelas, depending on how many he wants to invest. But looking across at the likes of Gunner and Gav to try and make some plays. Just the 4 kills between those two is a concern for M80 so far.
Oh, Newers, does he think about throwing this Nitro? 3 Nitro cells available for SSG. Oh, a freebie! Oh, he can't quite get the angle onto Gunner. Had he shot first time on the check, he probably would have got him, but it was more of a body check to get info. Gunner, though, tagged down early. And Benja will be calm to this, playing this pillar position, watching the doorway. Gavin goes in on the Deimos. Straight into balcony with no one else. He just solo pushes. Kino, by the way, just dropped Skylight. He's now top bar and taken very low. Up close. Not really anyone there. So he's fine for now, but he does need to be cautious with his movement because Benja from below finds the Nitrocell hit. He's just sitting on cam anyway from the Valk cams of Benja. M80 tried to push the pace. They try and get into the building a little quicker, but SSG are just ready for them and waiting. And honestly, right now for M80, it doesn't look like a single player is capable of bringing these kind of rounds back. 2v4, 3v5, it's just not happening. No one is hitting their shots. They're not in sync. They are getting decimated by SSG. This could be another flawless. Hot and cold. Indeed. As he goes down, it's flawless SSG, a 5-1 half. So dominant on the map pick of M80. 6 straight opening kills, 2 flawless rounds. Multiple multi-kills. All the stats are orange for SSG.
We have that confidence in ourselves and we believe in ourselves to take all the fights that we need to. And I don't think to be afraid to tune up their aggression again. Like, they're going to think that because they're down 5 down, we're going to be sitting back like little chickens. That's not going to be the case. Give them hell. Like, yeah.
Well, ultra aggression is the call from Fabian during the operator ban phase. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago where we had back-to-back opening rounds 1 and 2, come down to a 1v1. We're sitting here thinking, oh, we've called this perfectly. This is going to be a real back and forth.
First 2 rounds were going to script.
SSG find another gear, and their ability to shut down map entry from M80 really was beautiful to watch. 1-5, though, gives M80 a small bubble. There's every world in which they could still potentially bring this back, but we need to see a different M80 in their second half. The band's 4 said half, Dokkaebi, Ying, Azami, Castle. So big emphasis here in terms of utility from SSG, which may have been utilized to try and fortify some positions which may otherwise be unplayable. Or more difficult to play. Lounge is probably the best example.
Yeah, just wasn't expecting this kind of result on Cafe. M80 have a 7-1 record in the last 6 months on this map. They actually have, what will now be had, a 58% attacker win rate on Cafe. They got 1 round. They didn't get an opening kill. They got flawless twice. They won this 2 days ago against Team Heretics 7-3. It was comfortable. SSG themselves, though, with a 3-1 record. But they did lose to the Fluxo 6-8.
So the Valk to be deployed here from M80. We saw that be incredibly impactful in the last round and a half from SSG, gaining information and being able to react accordingly to the map entry. So M80 now with that toolage available, and we'll see if they can be as reactive to that information. It's going to be a good test of if the comms are still flowing, if they are going to remain positive for the remainder of this map and ensure that they do not drop their heads.
I'm just expecting SSG to go balls to the wall here and just bring aggression. Doesn't necessarily mean looking for the fast plant, but just trying to maybe take these fights as early as possible on their conditions, on their terms. And the problem for M80 now as well is, are they just going to sit back? You know, when you're 5-1 down, you're probably scared to make a mistake. Scared to go for a window peek.
Well, Fabian called that. He said they will expect us to play scared. Do not do that.
Well, Nuez finds the early kill onto Gavin. It's a 7th straight opening kill for SSG. That's just through Skylight. And that comes with the premise of sitting back, as you're in these deeper positions. You give space to SSG, means Nuez can play the Skylight more aggressively. He can watch it peeking down, not expecting M80 to watch it back the other way. No, over towards Cigar Shop. Now Gunner running down White Corridor.
Shot
from Diffuser. Can that get the troops going? Getting flamed out. The Blackbeard of Ashen over towards the balcony. And it is meaning a retreat of the top floor from M80. Benja 1 for 1. He's instantly traded by Diffuser. But then a big shot from Fault above. Shuts down Gunner. No smoke available. Kino does have a Nitrocell. Ashen getting tagged up Pillar. Good little angle found. Diffuser's got 3. At this rate, he might need all 5 if M80 are to win this round.
40 seconds and some vet pressure now established from SSG.
He's got another one. Diffuser looking for the ace, but he gets tagged very low. Kino still hasn't made contact. Advantage M80 off the back of a huge solo round from Diffuser. Faults will drop Pillar. Won't take much to shut down Diffuser, but he's smart. He's going to go up White Stairs. Diffuser's going to retake Cocktail and play from above. Kino watching horizontal angle.
Good job, guys.
Huge round from Diffuser.
1 by 1.
Well, the A-star freezer was. I'm just saying, they got 6 because we're moving. At least force them to get us out. Okay. I think we did catch bunker, okay?
Well then. Yep. Big round from Diffuser.
It took a big individual effort, though, because SSG as a team still looked like the better team.
Yeah. Hit a lovely shot, long range, top floor to even the man count. Critically was able to peel back towards objective. Not quite sure how he found the angle there onto Ashen, but that too, a big, big pick.
And you can see Ashen too from his POV trying to really crouch down,
what?
get that shield. You're not playing the Monty. There are little angles that can be found. Ashen actually going to go onto the Blitz as we head to Kitchen.
Amari also in play, so likely indicative of quick top floor clear here for the attack.
Here's the tap from Diffuser. No, sat down and yeah, but unfortunately for Gunner, I think he was more prepared for a Pillar fight than he was actually the new Bulk fight. And Kino had a pretty easy job at the end. He would have been told by Diffuser, sit there, watch reading, I'm going Cocktail.
Reloading!
Yeah, Ram also in play here from SSG. Again, indicative that they will want some vertical pressure in this round. The Amari was dropped in the meantime, since in play, so freezer drop as it stands will be the likely outcome, as is typically the case on this side. It is the most on meta push. As a result, Kino, on the 2-barrel to counter.
Yeah, Diffuser's feeling it now.
That was a nice shot.
And sometimes when you're the one of the 5 that's playing well, performing, hitting shots, feeling confident, that gives you even more confidence to say, you know what, I have to go for these kind of hero plays and be the difference for my team. It's the first opening kill of the match for M80. I wonder if they just ban the Aruni to take the DMR out of his hands. Just go for a Diffuser target ban.
He'll probably just get the 2-barrel license after that. So how did SSG now play from behind?
Pinch over towards Bar and VIP. 2-2 split from both sides, so they deal with Kino, but he at least got one. Honestly, considering what was coming his way, that's a win. Diffuser down all the way towards Small Bake. Does get tagged a little bit. He can fall back into Bakery safely. No one for SSG on that side as Fault and Newers are definitely towards the Freezer VIP side of the map. And puts them in a very tricky predicament here. M80 are well set to take this 8th round, bring it back to 3-5. It's going to take something very special from Newers. And specifically, Newers. Fault is low and playing the Monty. But if he's taking this long-range peak battle against Diffuser, well, I'm backing in Diffuser the way he's playing right now. He pops another Vulcan canister. They might be inside a freezer, but they're feeling the heat.
Fault will
You can't get this plant. It's impossible to get this plant down, surely.
Hot and Cold got caught.
Hot and Cold got a little aggressive, but Gunner's still there as well. Are they going to get this plant down? Guys. Okay, at least Gunner was able to get the very, very quick kill, and Newers can't watch both angles here. Surrounded. Gavin and Gunner.
Good job, guys!
Get
Really
the job
nice.
done.
Yeah, really calm and good. Good shit.
Fabio knows what's at stake. 3-5. 2 in a row for M80. Defense prevailing massively here on Cafe. It's been a couple of rounds now since Ashen specifically and SSG have tried to get into the minds of M80 with the shout game.
Basement con. I'm not going to do like the stack soul. Do a more aggro mirrors.
A couple of different tactical holds, tactical calls there from M80. Again, probably reflective of their willingness to play more aggressive than maybe they typically would here for this particular site.
It is mining instead of reading Fireplace, where you'd more often see that stacks cocktail hold. Is that here? Yeah, Hot and Cold went a little early.
Gav was always rapping though.
But the
plan doesn't matter.
And then you still even had Diffuser as the backup.
Feels like we've entered a new phase of this match where the heat has just tempered a little bit.
A very dominant first half for SSG, gave them a 5-1 lead. M80 needed to respond, and so far they have. Again, still little room for error though. You slip up, and suddenly then SSG have got map point. But M80 are starting to activate. You heard the call from Hot and Cold. He wanted to roam. Gunner says, well, I'm the Solace. I will be roaming. And he finds the early kill onto Benja. M80 are playing very active around the map here defensively. This is one of their better looking rounds. It's going to force SSG to really drone well, get information. The Lion scan is going to be very impactful. If you force to drop laundry. So they give up top floor. Why not? You've gotten that kill. And it's on the sledge. They don't really have the operator lineup now to actually utilize any kind of vert top-down play to the fullest extent. It's a win for M80's perspective.
Yeah, double nitro is still in play here for the defense as well. If SSG attempt any kind of vertical control or presence, but again, their tool set is pretty limited. They'll have to wrangle horizontal control, likely reading across. They could spearhead Faults forward. We'll be running into a double stack though from M80. And that's now been spotted out by Faults.
And they need to be mindful of Gunner. He's just sitting, lurking red stairs. So is Ashen. So Ashen needs to be very careful. Yeah, Ashen dead. Yeah, called that one. Easy one for Gunner.
Sensor on. Let's see what I can find.
Yeah, SSG have really just walked into this aggressive roam game of M80. And they're starting to find it very difficult on their own attacking side. It's very easy to talk trash to the opposing team when you're sitting back on Cafe defense, but what about now? when you have to attack into it yourself. 3-0 to M80 in this second half. It's only a 4-5 scoreline now. And SSG have gone very, very quiet. Tactical timeout called for SSG after these bans.
The tide is turning. M80 are not going down without a fight. Blitz, Valk out. SSG, tack timeout. Well, unfortunately, it is almost impossible to hear a call out. He's,
very, very noisy.
Not quite as loud as Fabian, but cool, calm, and collected for SSG, as is typically their game plan. They've now had an opportunity to see each of these defensive holds from their opposition, and that 60 seconds could prove to be critical in formulating a plan to now counter that.
Yeah, reading
Fireplace, the side of choice from M80.
Now you can go like solo stunning. Yeah, we don't have the rotate, so it should be okay. Yep.
One thing that M80 have done really well in this half is just playing offside. Just their offside play has been really solid. Pushing around the map, finding early kills, and making it difficult for SSG to kind of get into the building, boots down, take map space. They've just been very active on this defense rather than kind of sitting back towards the side. There were a couple of rounds where SSG played with that sort of tempo, but there were also a lot of rounds where SSG kind of played more towards the site execution phase of the round. And you think back to like rounds 1, round 2, where it really came down to those 1v1s and in and around the site. And as it stands, we've played 9 rounds of Siege here on Cafe, and M80 is still the only team that has gotten an attacking round. SSG have yet to be able to break through. As we go back to reading and fireplace, it's a double down now very much for M80. You know, they dropped the ball, conservative lineup. The Smoke, the Goyo, obviously the Valkyrie's been banned out. They drop the Kaid, and they go Mozzie, Solus, Mirror, and Mute. It's very indicative of a team that wants to be active on the defense.
Trying to starve this attack of as much information as possible. And also a nice lineup to counter a Deimos if it were to be selected as well.
The Mute, Solus, and Mozzie do a really good job in dealing with a lot of the drone play, denying information, being able to then tuck in certain positions on this top floor, hold close angles. SSG then have to clear, spend more time clearing. More time clearing means less time later for the execute. Mirror window over towards washrooms opened up. Bolts is in shop on the Monty. Hot and cold unsuccessful on the bakery hit. And Gunner goes down to Ashen. It's a rare opening kill for SSG in this second half. Just their second. That's been their strength so far in the map as a whole. But M80 was starting to get a handle on that. So now M80 need to play with the man that's advantage. And Hot and cold punished. Goes for the run out. At the same time, though, Kino gets a Nitrocell kill onto the Monty.
Gav still Freezer, trapped. This should be a kill for SSG if they execute correctly. Diffuser, however, Cocktail, long angle in support.
Let's see them.
SSG with double grenade here on Benja for the clear.
Kino's below directly, but hasn't got any more Nitrocells. Already got the kill onto Faults. Diffuser, big kill onto J90. Gavin will go down low to Newest. Still one player advantage for SSG, but Diffuser again.
Oh!
And then Kino with the shotgun gets rid of Newest, and it's only Ashen left. How has this turned against SSG? And that kid's on an island as well, top floor. Ashen is just going to have to go direct and find these kills. Both around reading. Diffuser and Kino, though, have a crossfire. There's no way that Ashen should be able to win this. And especially the way that Diffuser has been playing so far on Cafe.
What are you doing? Good job, guys. Good job. Good job, guys. Come on.
He really doesn't get better than that.
Well, Diffuser is him. This is his map. He has been the difference maker. 5-5, 4 rounds straight from M80. 13 and 5 from Diffuser. With 5 assists as well to his name.
Many bombs as they can. Attackers have located a bomb.
The highest rated player in the server. And now all tied up.
That was beautiful teamwork from M80. Gav holds his nerve over towards Freezer. Diffuser holds the long angle cocktail. And then Kino from down below on the vert. Able to have impact with Nitro and then shotgun onto Newers. And then even as late as the 2v1 as well. Really good structure from M80.
Oh, now it's nerves for Ashen and co. And to really highlight the strength of Diffuser. 144 EPS. No one else on M80 is 100 or above. There are 4 players on SSG 100 and above. This is Diffuser's show right now. He is the star of his own show. He continues this form and SSG are unable to shut him down. M80 now suddenly look very likely to take this map.
Down to Bakery.
This is where Hot and Cold has to just start to say, you know what, I need to stay alive this round. That's my main goal. Forget your runouts. Forget trying to make plays. You're 210, 50 EPS. Not working for you this game. Stay alive. You're playing the Wamai. You got generative utility.
Shock drones have been largely impactful this round, so good counterplay from
Still
the defense.
swinging. He's now trapped in the core. He's got to be dead. He's just dead.
Good clear.
Never mind about the just stay alive. Another opening pick for SSG. Hot and Cold struggling here on Cafe. It gives SSG the window in, but Newers is down. He'll get back up. They'll get the revive.
The Rayora typically utilized here to cut down this red corridor position and make the small bake flank / pressure more difficult for the defense of M80.
My concern is Diffuser's playing contact in Bakery and how he can slip back into sight. But if he goes down early, this round goes the way of SSG.
Kino needs to find one with this Nitro.
And he does. Well said. And it's on to Ashen as well. The Glaz is now dead. So Diffuser is a little safer inside of Bakery without the smoke Glaz play to clear and flush out his position. And there are no flame bolts left for Faults. So Diffuser now feels very comfortable inside of Bakery, and it has forced out this pivot for SSG towards Small Bake and main lobby.
Good flash.
Good flash, good kill onto Gunner. Smoke is gone. Diffuser can still push from Small Bake though and cut off this side of the map. Kino wins his battle, and with the health of Newers, this is still very winnable for the duo of M80. Newers needed to win that fight, pushing down red stairs. Clean headshot. It's down to Diffuser. But at this point, with the way he's been playing, you cannot count him out in this 1v3. 20 seconds left.
Faults will rotate around though. Can Diffuser respond in time and cut this off?
He got tagged up. J90 over towards coat check. Diffuser got the down, but Newers finds the angle from red stairs. SSG, throughout all of this streak of M80, now have got map point. A sigh of relief. You could see the tension relieved on Ashen's face.
Rather direct attack there from SSG. Good initial clear onto Hot and Cold. Despite the Nitro from Kino, we saw the pivot positionally from SSG was great. Red stairs pressure immense. And they shut down Diffuser. 6-5, the final round of regulation, and
it's a
reattempt
repeat
from M80.
It's a reattempt. And it's not like there's not other viable options here. It's not as if it's this or really bust. Crazy. Yeah, hot and cold. Well, he's cold right now, and he was hot in that round, but for all the wrong reasons. Credit to Kino, by the way. I remember we did M80 in their game against FearX, and look, it hasn't been the greatest SI for Kino, but he's really stood up as well in this match. But Kino and Diffuser need some help. And coming into this game, by the way, it's Gavin and Gunnar that have been the 2-star players for M80 throughout this tournament. Gavin's the 4th rated player at the event after group stage, and Gunnar the 12th rated player.
Oh, Ashen.
And Ashen just gets rid of Kino.
That early into the round.
Oh,
and
man.
it's the cast a curse onto Kino.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Kino. That's my fault.
And not only is that now a player down for M80, but it's some of the key utility off the board for the likely and eventual sense drop freezer late round.
And all of regulation, so 12 rounds, M80 have only had 2 opening kills. They were the #1 team for opening kills coming into this match. Staggering. I thought it might have just been the fact that SSG were on defense, but they've also been doing it on their attacks. 4 out of 6 rounds on their attack, SSG have had the early advantage. And I'm a little worried for hot and cold here towards VIP. If they opt to try and clear him out, send bodies, he hasn't really got a lot of cover and a lot of help.
Still 3 boogie auto breaches available though for J90, so the anticipation will be, at least for now, that SSG will consolidate control above, but Ashen in the meantime.
What? Where?
Hello? How has this happened?
Did he just peek him through the breach?
Yeah. Kayed caught next to Coffee. Remarkable round. It has really, really fallen apart here for M80.
Yeah, to repeat this site and then lose Kino straight away. And then Gunnar just gets outplayed by Ashen. This is so good for SSG. But for M80, they'll be kicking themselves. Yeah, this one's probably done. Hot and cold. 2-12. 2-12. And Diffuser shut down as well from Benja. SSG with a statement in the final round of regulation. The comeback for M80 will fall short. Well and truly. Oh, that is the SSG that we know and love. Pure siege. Flawless to finish it off. 7-5 on the map pick of M80. Sets up SSG now. Heading into Chalet. They want wildcard. They're 1 map away from getting them.
Asher was chirpy at the beginning of this matchup. His license revoked as M80 decided to fight back. But
4 straight for M80.
Who else but Ashen in that final round to step up, pluck 2 free kills, and it stumbles for M80.
It was 4 rounds straight to M80. And it seemed as if they had been able to overcome the issues that plagued them in that first half. Started to get a couple of early advantages. They were certainly looking much better on the site play. They brought it back to 5-5 in the end, all for nothing. Credit to SSG, though. They didn't panic. They had the lead. They maintained it. And even when M80 finally started to come back into the game, they didn't lose focus. Started to then hit some big shots again. Diffuser was really the main reason why this is a 7-5 scoreline anyway. But credit, SSG, they were the better team. Well and truly. I mentioned it before. Diffuser was the only player for M80 that was above 100 EPS. It stays that way at the end of the game. And it was 4 players for SSG at the end of the game as well. So that already, when you look at that statistic, team versus Diffuser, yet it came to a 7-5. Big game from Diffuser, but just so much better overall for SSG.
Look at the KD split. 4 players equal 10, and Jano I know had impact as well throughout that matchup. Really impressive. And again, only the 2 rounds played here on Cafe. M80 got the opening kill. Now, at least they converted them, which is in contrast to what the numbers may suggest at this event so far. But some real struggles early round. Diffuser was able to recover that on a couple of occasions, but you can only rely on that for so long. It's only going to work out for so many rounds, and I think we really saw the straw that broke the camel's back there towards the end, where team play SSG had the lead.
Yeah, well, the Munich major champions now find themselves one map down here in the upper bracket. You lose the next one, they will then find themselves in the lower bracket against G2. Short break and come back. Chalet on the other side. Well, SSG were able to get past Diffuser on the opening map. They've taken M80's map pick. What else can they take? As we head to Chalet, can they take the whole series and book their place against Wildcard later this evening, guys, in an upper bracket quarterfinal? Win that, you go main stage.
For M80, a 6-3 record since August on Chalet. SSG on the flip side, a 3-1 record, but far higher preference in terms of map rank.
Do you think there's a world in which M80 can get back into this? They need to win Chalet now, and they need to show a lot more as well.
It's absolutely possible, but they need to find another gear. They have found this a very challenging tournament so far, and this is their biggest test.
SSG, the favored team for the socials. And to be honest, the favored team statistically as well heading into this second map. They begin on the attack of Chalet. Fabio would have had a little time to talk things over with the team. He didn't actually seem all that aggressive in his tactical timeout earlier on the opening map. But if they find themselves down early here, he might have to get the rev up speech ready to go. He's going to have to fire them up massively.
Yeah.
The only way Fabian knows how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll wait and see. Again, I think we still have to set the stage and the expectation that irrespective of the maps in this particular series, given how close these two have been over the last several months, in every single series they have played locally, M80 are still very much a chance to wrangle back this series and force us to map number 3. The bans, however, though, for the first half of Chalet, Ying, Dokkaebi, Azami, Mirror.
Kitchen dining is where we go for the opening round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And bringing back some of the numbers for Chalet when it comes to these two teams. M80 6-3 record over the last 6 months. Played it 4 days ago against Ninjas in Pajamas. Won at 7-5. So not the most of convincing results. 3-1 record for SSG. And it is their second preference map. They won at 7-3 2 days ago. But that was against Oxygen Esports, so a relatively easy opponent for their standards. You mentioned Bank before, guys. Not exactly a high preference map pick for M80. 5-3 record, a 1-2 record for SSG. And the last time they played it was back in December against M80, and they lost it 5-7. So if there's a world in which M80 are going to win this series, you have to win Chalet, goes without saying, but then Bank becomes very, very interesting.
So the Solace back in play for M80, a favorite operator for them. It aids in their play style. They love gaining that information and then proactively being able to play around it. And on a map like Chalet, a lot of versatility through each phase of the round, depending on how Gunnar wishes to use his utility. Equally, though, for SSG, maybe opens up opportunities to cut off these defenders roaming around the map. They themselves bring Ashen on the Glaz for this opening round. Newers, in the meantime, takes a look at damage. He's now half health. Looking to establish some control and contest on this top floor for the flush out for Vert. Benja might have a read here.
Benja's got him now completely pinned in. Frag grenade forcing him up. But he's able to slip into bar.
Yeah, I
so where's the team play there? If Benja knows that his fire play stairs, surely you get someone into a position where it's like if he's going to have to push back out towards lobby, get yourself in that position for that cross. But yeah, very lucky for Gunnar.
This is now drawing a lot of time from SSG to re-drone Gunnar and then maybe post up to cut him off. Mav for some hard breach top floor. Ashen now on the Glaz. Diffuser is close by to the breach, but Ashen can't find the angle. Diffuser's doing a really good job here to value his life.
Ashen's going to throw out another smoke as he goes searching, but is unable to find anything. There you go. Opened up. Good work with Faults. The blowtorch opened up the hole to deal with Diffuser.
Gunner.
And Gunner, though, shut down by Faults as well. So he opens up the hole for Ashen, then turns around, hits his own shot. Big moment in the round from Faults on the Maverick. Gavin will fall to Newers. Kino with a shotgun will at least get one onto J90. 30 seconds left in the round, and Kino gets another. Well, he played decently well on Cafe. And a decent start to keep this round alive for M80. Hot and Cold just sitting in kitchen, gets that Nitrosol to connect onto Ashen. And suddenly, 15 seconds left, but Benja pushes down, takes control towards Trophy, but Fulton has the trade onto Hot and Cold, wins the 1v1. SSG will take the opening round on Chalet.
Got a little dicey there in transition. Late round for SSG. Some good work from Kino up above with the SMG. The Nitro from Hot and Cold also landing. He has a point to prove in this second map, Hot and Cold, after a nervous start on Cafe. Landed a shot in the 1v2, but an immediate trade. Good teamwork there to close out the round. And you rewind back to the early portion of that attack. Outside of maybe Gunner being given the opportunity to escape early, they rectified that later. Good use of the Glaz. We saw the combination with the Mav to clear Diffuser. Then Gunner's flank attempt was also shut down. So SSG's tempo looking good early here.
Yep. This was the opening kill. Good teamwork from Ashen and Faults, and then Faults had the game sense to go for that kill towards top library stairs on the rear grass. Kino did bring the round back. Unfortunately for Hot and Cold, as soon as he got that kill towards Trophy, instantly traded. Never had an opportunity to even really get that win. Clash versus Blackbeard. Go to bedroom and office for the second round. Hot and Cold will sit over towards Ego. I love this tripwire connector setup from Gunner across from piano all the way to bathroom. Looks like someone's just attached like these LED lights in the building.
Yeah, really good counterplay onto the piano and bathroom vaults respectively, and that can be impactful, especially late round where attacking teams are likely to pivot and maybe try and find a pinch.
Ooh. Speaking of a pinch, 2 down immediately for SSG. Counter response from M80 in the second round. Diffuser was so good back on Cafe. They'll need him to continue that form into Chalet. What can SSG do now with this 2-man disadvantage? No Blackbeard, no Glaz. Big operators to have already lost in this round with a lot of time now. When you're on the attack, 3v5. On a site like Bedroom Office, this is going to be very difficult for SSG. Need the next pick, need it quickly. Need to try and find a gap in the defense. Gavin's probably your best bet. Top library stairs. Diffuser over towards that side of the map as well. Hot and Cold will now rotate away from Ego and in towards Solar. Double stack. Great information. 2 of the 3 players spotted. M80 will be feeling very confident now.
So a minute to go then. Some lurk potential on offer here for the likes of Bender and now J90 down below, but Gav will hear the barbed wire.
Yeah, Benj is creeping up. Benj is pushing. J90 was also trying to go towards library stairs, but Gavin stayed tucked in. Benja makes contact, but he's got the clash. That's not going to allow him to progress up. Hot and Cold swings it nicely. M80 now looking for the flawless. Cafe started 1 for 1. Chalet will follow the same script. 1 for 1 to begin on the second map.
Really good call.
have them like work below for like the solo ISOs. Do that.
I don't think the B2 will
So the low call from SSG in this round, and that's in contest of the Solace prediction. And that call will indeed be correct. And SSG, of course, if they so wish after this round, can elect to take the Solace off outright. In terms of players to watch in this series, the highest rated player from each respective roster here on Chalet over the course of last year, it's Gav for M80, and it's Benja from SSG, both of which have looked pretty active early here already on the first couple of rounds that we've seen play out. Gav especially, probably with a little bit more of a spotlight on him, given his performance at Paris so far. He's been a standout player. The clutch ability has been immense. If he can tap into a bit of that form that he had last year here on Chalet and translate that across to this map today against SSG, that could be a big difference maker.
Yeah. But as we saw on the opening map, what M80 need most is a team performance.
Yes.
They need that even spread. They can't just rely on 1-2 players. Great start for Hot and Cold though, 3-1. He only had the 2 kills back on the opening map. So he's already bettered that after 2 rounds. We had the comments from SSG though. They're probably expecting Gunner on the roam.
Ooh.
Hot and Cold as well. So 2 down in basement for M80. And SSG are looking to play into this.
Yeah, J9 in the cutoff position as well. As Hot and Cold looks to maneuver through blue. Here we go.
He's got to be so careful here, Gunner. Oh, no. Oh. Tap into the back of the head of your Blackbeard. Benja going for the kill. Takes down his own teammate. He won't be the last one to make that error. But Gunner then just walks out. Volt gets a freebie through the breach. That was a very wide, slow swing from Gunner. Free kill back for SSG.
So 4-4. Hot and Cold in the meantime was able to retreat back over towards Library Stairs and aid in this whole second floor. Gav, box, Library entrance, minute 20. SSG beginning to progress.
They have to go and clear Library though, and they've spent a lot of time clearing out basement, clearing out the Solace. And there's only a minute 13 on the clock. You still need to go clear Library. You've got to do so now quickly.
Good drone.
Ashen in.
Flames deployed from
M80 gave this up really, really quickly. This has allowed SSG to get some momentum here towards the end of this round. Had M80 gone for a bit more of a hold, we would have still had a contest, but now Fultz has just walked in. If you're not Library, you need to be denying this plant. They didn't contest Library. They don't contest the plant. The Nitrocell was shot out. Good cover for SSG. But it's a calamity of a round for M80.
They have to hit the shot onto Newers.
Oh my god. I don't think he saw him. Round's done. Diffuser probably just has to stick it and pray. Taps it once, but immediately then just gets gunned down.
1 C4, 2 kills! Let's fucking go. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Strange round from M80. So after basement, after we saw the shenanigans down there, gonna put on an SSG jersey. They still had presence up in Library, so they still had players up there, and they really should have just tried to take the rest of the round as if to play out like normal, and instead they just go and then play first floor, which is fine if you've got someone bar stock around bar, Library Stairs, etc. surround the site. They put way too much stock into that one single Nitrocell though. And once that gets shot out, there's no response. There's no peek. There's no swarm. They couldn't even then really get kills after the plant. Yeah, disappointing for M80 as they give SSG a second round. We'll watch back the highlights here. And this was the team kill as well. Unfortunately from Benja on to J90. Gunner gave a freebie to Faults. That was the plan. And then Gavin just, yeah, didn't fully check properly behind the desk.
Now Ashen's fired up. Round 4, second rotation, and so an additional wave of bans. Lion taken off by M80 and the Solace in response from SSG. Gunner now required to be freed up onto else to an alternate selection. Really grim deployment here from Ashen. Oh, Fault's going deep elsewhere. Sight already being tempted here in a plant.
Fault's going for the plant deep inside the kitchen. Gunner not moving just yet, not reacting quick enough right now, M80. The pace of SSG just far too quick for them. Faults is going to be knocked. But SSG now get to play the post plant. No more smokes available for Newers on the glass, so he's SMG up. But with hot and cold down, you don't have to clash either for this retake to create more of a safety blanket with that shield to go for the long arm of the law. Reach Gunner trying to squeeze through, but he spent more time on the positioning than going straight on it. Gavin does get the quick trade and will look to stick, but here comes Newers. SSG all over M80 on Chalet.
Dude, what is Matt doing?
M80 are at sea. Tactical timeout from Fabian.
First of all, Sean, you need to calm down your communication. You're very loud and very shouty, so that your communication over five voices other people, and also sometimes you're talking so that you don't hear other people. The people have been calling for you and trying to help you, but you've kind of been up in speed. So slow down a little bit. Obviously, they're not doing anything the same for the first round or the second round. So whatever they did the previous attack, they're not going to be doing the same the next time. If you go bar, remember you have the C4 for a free shield if the floor is dropped there. And also with Matt, I think the basement could be an option here because if they can't execute and we are fighting them all over the map and we keep reinforcing, that's an option which I have done as well. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. But guys, confidence, make sure we're playing together with each other, alright? And we're listening. We call our communication down so we have time to understand what's going on. You guys have this. Come on. Yes, sir.
I expected more of a rev up from M80's coach Fabian. It's not his usual approach.
Exactly how we did it yesterday.
Typically, we see far more of the belt coming out from Fabian and whipping the boys back into shape. But SSG have looked so good. 3 of the opening kills from 4 rounds have gone the way of SSG. Looking at the 2 maps now, by the way, fun little stat. Not if you're an M80 fan. 7-0 entry to Ashen. Ashen is 7-0 on entry in the series across both Cafe and Chalet. He's gotten 2 heal already in 4 rounds. He's 15-11, the highest rated player. We highlighted him pre-match, and he is following through nicely. But he's had so much help. Newers, 14-9. Faults, 13-9. Benja, 13-9. The only 2 players that are performing right now for M80 is Diffuser and Kino, 14-10 and 14-11. Gavin, 0-3 on the entry. Hot and Cold, 0-3 on the entry. Gunner, 1-4 on the entry. They are just losing too many fights early in these rounds. And SSG then have the numbers to collapse, to push, to do what they want.
Reloading.
M80 need to respond out of this timeout or they're going to the lower bracket. Oh, Newers, that's disgusting. Wallbang onto Gavin to kickstart the round. Make that 0-4 now on entry battles against Gavin. And Gunner down to 1 HP. This is out of your tack, out of your timeout. But it's SSG that are bringing the fire in the 5th round.
SSG playing like a roster determined.
They can win the hammer if they continue to play like this. They are in form. M80 are not.
At minimum, redemption for Munich. Again, top 16 finish for SSG. Far below expectation. They're seeking salvation here at Paris, and so far today, they are playing wonderfully.
And M80 just haven't shown that they've got the capabilities of bringing these rounds back. Need to do so here. Would be huge for their confidence. Gunner so low. The swing, though, from Kino while he's doing his best. Kino has been playing well so far on Chalet. But more to be done for M80, and they get rid of J90. Diffuser as well. But it's only the down towards Trophy, and Fault is close by. Can get the revive onto J90 to keep things at a 4v4 number. Hot and cold off this aggression for M80. Peaks up Fireplace Stairs. They do still have 2 Nitro Cells. And the time starts to dwindle now for SSG. Despite such a hot start to this round, M80 are bringing it back. But it's Benja that got rid of Kino on the Warden.
Big from Gunner.
Big from Gunner.
Being so low on HP. Another big fight to likely follow. Newers. Oh, timing. Diffuser retreat.
Hot and cold just falls to Faults anyway. Over towards Wine. That allows entry. So he's given up the site with his death. Newers then just goes bang.
Benja, let's go, Benjamin.
Too much strength from SSG as M80 are crumbling in this upper bracket. The default cam up in lobby, says Newers. M80 have got one more round on the defense.
Well, pressure is really starting to mount. Very much feels like a must-win round for M80 to remain competitive as this match progresses. Over to Dining, final of the half. And the Munich champs have their backs against the wall in this series. We need to see step up. I mean, to be fair, what can you do against this? They knew us with phenomenal work in the early round. Kino tried his best, but then again, good adaptability and positioning. Newers catches both. And SSG are flying at the moment.
Falls as a clutch. He has 2 plants. 4-3, 119 EPS. He's starting to really get going as well. Newers 7-2. A 155 EPS. This is the thing. We mentioned it at the end of the first map in the sense that for SSG, everyone's performing. For M80, it's like 1 or 2 players at a time. It's like they have to take turns. Now, Diffuser struggling a little bit here. 1-4 after an incredible cafe. Kino, of course, has been consistent across both maps. Where to here now for M80? No more timeouts available. We go kitchen dining. They haven't won a round since the second round on their defense here. They're allowing far too many opening kills to SSG across the series. It's now also 4 of 5 in this half alone. They're just getting beaten up in the early round. They're losing the late round execution. Nothing is working for M80. Finally they get an opening kill. J90 has struggled a little bit in this series. 6-10, the only one negative for SSG. And 0-4 here. Benja with a good angle. Gavin, though, aggressive. That's what you need more of. He was able to shut down the pushing Fault of the Blackbeard to try and clear out Barstock. The trade did come through, so Gavin will lose his life. But M80 will keep that player advantage. Big battle over towards Ego from Newers. Taking on Diffuser, who's now been able to get back over towards Bedroom. He has Kino there for support. Can play Closet.
No hard breach here from the attack of SSG. Will limit their options.
I'm reloading.
They'll be forced to filter through Piano and take offers the hard way. Ashen has been successful in that department, however.
Prone play here from Diffuser. Is Ashen aware of this?
I don't think so.
Oh, yes, he is now. And it means Diffuser's stuck, so Kino has to help out.
Oh, my.
And Diffuser gets caught to double push through from Benja straight through Closet.
Oh, my.
Kino running around towards the bathroom. Hot and Cold needs to help out from below, but he can't get up there quick enough in time. Ashen gets the kill. Newers as well. Oh, it's a wonderful clear from SSG on this top floor. As soon as Diffuser was spotted, it all just started to unravel for M80.
The master, bro.
What a play from Benja. Credit to Ashen in staying alive and getting that information, and then it being relayed. Benja takes it upon himself to push forward, mounts so much pressure, nets the kills required. M80 unable to peel back to sight. It's a 1-5 half. 1-5. What a deficit they now face.
It's hard to imagine M80, with the way that they've been playing, really all tournament long, have the capabilities of bringing this one back. Might sound a bit doom and gloom for them, but SSG have just been so much better. If you at this point right now, after winning Cafe, 5-1 lead on Chalet, the dominance that we've seen in so many facets of this game, 2 clutches to 1 in favor of SSG, 3 plants to 1 in favor of SSG, the entries in favor of SSG, the overall EPS numbers, KD numbers in favor of SSG. There is not a single statistic that you can look to for M80 that says, yeah, they're kind of doing well in this area, so if they can do well in one more, maybe they are pulling ahead. No, they're just getting absolutely destroyed. It's a non-contest right now, which is very disappointing if you're M80, regardless of what they've done previously at Munich. It's an upper bracket at the Six Invitational, a chance to take on Wildcard later tonight, and M80 just do not look up for the challenge against SSG. Now, they did bring it back on Cafe. 4 straight, started to find a bit of that mojo. They go onto the attack here on Chalet.
I can't believe we're staring down the prospect of an M80 v G2 elimination match.
Oh, my
God.
my
goodness.
Chalet is, by the way, one of the maps at the pool, which is, close to that kind of 50% margin. Outside of bar games, the majority of the site are pretty 50-50. It's a great map where both attack and defense can be successful. So for SSG to find 5 straight attacking rounds, it goes against the statistics that we've seen of Chalet so far at Six Invitational. We've seen the Yana here from Diffuser.
Well, that's a pocket pick. What's the pick rate for
It's very
Yana?
low. It is very, very low.
Surely 2 or 3 rounds.
The pick rate for Yana is 4 rounds, 4 losses. That doesn't bode well for Diffuser and M80.
Well, I'm intrigued to see how they're going to utilize it for this particular attack pocket. EMPs, of course, in play. Can scout for some information. Let's see. M80 are digging deep in the strat book.
Very deep. I think they're on the last page. I think they're at the end of that strat book. Kitchen dining, but top floor clear. Important for M80. So Kino will clear through Solar.
Newa's off angle.
I like this here as well from Ashen towards Piano. He's just going to tuck into the corner. Hope that they don't really clear him properly.
Fault's close by as well. If Hot and Cold pushes forward.
Hot and Cold.
Oh!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! He does eventually get the kill. And boy, did he have to work. Oh my goodness, Hot and Cold. Calm down, buddy. Relax. Just relax. He's tweaking there for a second, but Gavin's got it covered elsewhere. Cleared out Ashen towards Piano and Bathroom. And maybe this is the way to start the half. They lost Diffuser. The Ana didn't do much. He's now 1-6 after a very good Cafe. But fortunately, Gavin, Hot and Cold connect on their shots. Newers and Benja in a 2v4.
Kino with Kit able to find some semblance of site control. Threat from the hatch at a BPC site just stalls things out a little while longer. The castle actually making it challenging now for the defense to return back to site, or Benja specifically. Newers with top floor control. Can he do something from this position? Probably not.
So a bounce back round for M80 coming into the second half. Good way to start on their attack.
Yes, sir.
Such a long way back, but it was a 5-1 half to start on Cafe as well for SSG. M80 then came back, won 4 rounds straight before eventually losing 7-5. And at what point then does that become the stamina and the endurance of You know, you had to claw your way back on Cafe. You fell agonizingly short. You have to now claw your way back on Chalet. Even if you can wrangle this back to 5-5, then you will have been playing from behind so often in this series that at what point does that just overwhelm you?
Look back at that prior round. Bit of an awkward start for Hot and Cold, but he eventually netted that kill, and a 4v4 quickly turned in favor of M80. Confident clear above, and denying any opportunity for SSG to get remotely close to any form of plant denial. Or site denial for that matter. Bar round 8, and the Glaz in play for M80. Denari, of course, banned out in this half, and so that could be a rather useful ban for executing styles of play surrounded especially around window vaults.
And Chalet is a very good map for Denari. Denari is actually a solid operator in the sense that when it gets banned, it's not because it's like this most overwhelmingly broken op that you just have to ban it away. It gets banned on niche maps.
Yeah, it's for niche strats.
Niche strats. And when it is picked and played, you don't see it and go, wow, that operator is so broken, but it just does its job. It does it nicely. It fits into the meta. It's probably a good example of when operators, you know, newish operators come in. You don't want it to be overwhelmingly strong or overwhelmingly broken in a bad way. Hot and Cold straight away down from Ashen. M80 thinking about a quick hit here for Bar Games. They're going to just go for the smoke. But it's countered immediately, though, by the gas pipe of J9O. That is a really good counter. Already now, M80 have to ask the question here. Do you commit? They layer more smokes. This is looking like a commit for M80. One more smoke for Kino. One more for Gavin. They still haven't pushed in. J9O is just perfectly layering his gas babes to deny this push in towards default. But Gunner's now going to go for the plant. Kino will cover. Kino will go down. Despite having that smoke, Gunner will get the plant down successfully and is able to vault back out the window, but is now down, but not out. Gavin can't quite fully connect, and Fault will immediately go onto that kid. The counter defuse was almost successful. Got pushed off. They clear out. Faults and Newers combine.
Let's fucking go!
Match series points for Space Station Gaming.
Oh, wow. Great work from SSG to shut down Kino. That push is centered largely around the impact of the Glaz. To find that kill was great. Plant still went down, however, but the flood and the swarm in the post was also really clean. Shout out as well as mentioned to J9O and his ability on the smoke to stall out that push, draw out utility, and create the stack effect there for M80. Map series point. SSG. 4 opportunities to close this one out.
I'll look back at the highlights, and for M80, they, yes, were able to get that plant down, but you lost your Glaz while protecting, providing cover. Gunner was able to get back out of the window, but also then got down. So little moments there for M80 where if Kino doesn't go down, if Gunner's able to get back out the window safely, those two things happen, they can win that round more often than not. But credit to SSG for being switched on. They understand it's a default rush plant inside of games. You know what the win con is there for M80. And they were quick to respond. And I'll use a contrasting example. Think back first half when we saw SSG do the same thing. M80 not only let them get the plant for free, there was then no contest. There was only a single nitrocell thrown. That gets shot. That was it. That was M80's contest. SSG just throw bodies at it. They layered the gas babes beautifully. J9O played that wonderfully on the smoke in the last round. And this looks like a very deserved series win for SSG. M80 have been very disappointing. And will have to go to the lower bracket and take on a rampaging G2.
All the numbers suggested for this series to be such a close 50-50, a definitive 3-mapper. Not so much anymore. Faults marked Benja first kill.
It's done. It's got to be over now, surely. You've lost the Blackbeard. Kino has probably been your second best player as well on Chalet, only behind Gavin, who started to perform. He's trying to clear out Barstock. Gunner goes down. M80 are going to go down without a fight. They're going to go down with a whimper. The Munich major champions are not going just down here on Chalet and this series, but down to the lower bracket. Their fate will be against G2. That becomes such an incredible matchup for two teams. High-class, quality teams. Only one will be able to progress forward from that lower bracket.
Nice!
They're just too good. These guys are far too good. SSG are rolling on through in this upper bracket. They book their place against Wildcard. It's a North American Rumble later this evening in the upper bracket quarterfinals. The winner of SSG Wildcard will go main stage. M80 going lower bracket. Fabian and the boys need to rethink things and do so quickly.
Well, SSG got their wake-up call back at Munich. They now look towards Paris as an opportunity for redemption, and their run in the playoffs is off to essentially a perfect start in a series that was pitched to be so close. It was so dominant in the end. M80 now need to pick up the scraps, and to be fair, it gets so hard from here. G2, we know with their backs against the wall, can sometimes come out as one of the better teams in the world. That is going to be an absolute scrap to stay alive.
Even if you beat G2, you are now lower bracket round one. You are essentially having to run the entire gauntlet if you're to win the hammer. The statistical odds now for M80 are excruciatingly low.
Yep. Again, both of these two teams, both SSG and M80, based on the sims ran by Sprabuni, had about an 8% win chance coming into today. M80 have just seen that number shatter.
Well, they got shattered on Chalet. 10 for Banja, 10 for Newers. Ashen was incredible in the entries across both maps. He got 2 more first kills here as well. Diffuser was the clear-cut MVP on Cafe. He goes 1-8 on Chalet. Hard to be too critical of a player who was so good back on the opening map, but just couldn't quite back it up. Too much weight on his shoulders as we look at the overall series summary, and it does not look good at all for M80 across the board. They just got decimated.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you look at a match summary and one team has not had a single player perform above 100 EPS, that's when you know it's been rough inside of the server. And that lack of consistency between maps also a telling factor. Diffuser was great back on map 1, couldn't back it up map 2. There were some deep-seated team issues for M80 in this particular series. If they play anything like this against G2, it's a loss.
Yeah.
So they need to put in a lot of hard work in preparation for that matchup and try to tap in to a gear that we haven't seen from them so far.
On a positive note, though, SSG wildcard, upper bracket quarterfinal. Winner of that goes main stage. We'll be getting that match later today. Very quickly before the break, who have you got on that?
I've been pretty hot on wildcard. I think they'll be highly competitive in that matchup.
SSG
Another
looks
one
good.
that should be close. Yeah, if SSG can continue this form against domestic rivals, I don't see wildcard being able to slow them down. So that's going to be a tantalizing matchup for sure.
More big matches to come. Very short break here on the B stream. Don't go too far.
reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the two brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR, you could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk, I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tools side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just being a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he will be rotated. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here, right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well, like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
the biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the 2 playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played, so it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just cross.
That's assuming nobody dies early.
Yeah.
Or just swings and gets killed, you know?
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
explode
just...
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you? How do you have this photo?
We're really, really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent. My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast.
Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you. Oh my God, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my God, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had two people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well?
Colin.
And okay, well, yeah.
But
This is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
All right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah.
What
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole
it for
wall.
you. All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank you so much.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Run into the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like get so high, bulletproof. 'Cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through. 'Cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof. 'Cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipox round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Welcome back to the Six Invitational. It's been a banging start to playoffs this morning. We've got games going on right now on the A stream. Here on the B stream, though, Nick, we're about to qualify the first team through to the main stage of Six Invitational.
And it's gonna sound a little bit unfair, right? FaZe Clan up against Fluxo W7M. Can Fluxo cause the upset?
Absolutely they can,
Okay.
Nick, and I'll tell you why.
Why
This
is that?
year, in the last 12 months, throughout the 2025 season, these teams, they played each other a hell of a lot. They played each other at Reload. They played each other in Stage 1 and Stage 2 of SAL. And currently, the record is 2 wins to FaZe, 5 wins to Fluxo W7M.
Oh.
Not what you expected.
Oh, so they do have the number.
Not what you expected. So hold your horses, guys. This one is not done and dusted for FaZe, especially not after their disappointing loss 2 days ago against G2. What the hell happened? They got 7-0'd.
Hey, I know what happened, okay? They were simply saving strats. They didn't play
come off
Potter.
it.
They're not a good layer team. They don't play Fortress. It's fine. FaZe had nothing to play for, and G2 are fighting to stay in the tournament. That's not a fair comparison. That's all the Copium fans at least.
Yeah, that's a bit of copium. Look, these world champions in Boston a year ago, they certainly don't just want to sit back and save strats and cop a loss to G2 and let one of their most infamous adversaries through to the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. Like, FaZe tried in that game. And they lost it fair and square. They are now no longer one of the few undefeated teams left at SI. That's just Weibo and Secret now. FaZe have their work cut out for them, with their opposition being the most aggressive team at the tournament in Fluxo W7M.
It's a very curious matchup for me because I kind of look at FaZe and I feel that they're much more similar to D+ than they are to Fluxo W7M. But FaZe, they're like better at everything than other Brazilian teams, maybe except for Furia. They're just like the whole roster. So for Fluxo W7M, I think it's going to be a very difficult task for them here today. I also think it benefits Fluxo that they've had a warm-up game against D+.
Yes.
Going into this, knowing what the weaknesses were earlier, having some hours to talk about those issues and fixing them.
They'll be coming in hot, and that's exactly how Fluxo W7M like to play. A year ago, they were second rounded at Six Invitational in Boston, only a top 16 finish. Immediately afterwards, what happens? They pick up Palu, formerly from Team Liquid. He's been great this event. We've seen some really solid performances out of the roster as a whole, lot of star players, but Palu in particular, he's the best player in the entire tournament when it comes down to a 1v1 situation.
So that's the win con for Fluxo. Get Paolo, last man standing against anybody from FaZe Clan. He'll take them down. Also, handy stats. He was 10 to 20 in opening kills to death ratio. FaZe Clan, they get in a lot of early engagements, right? But for this event, they've been losing so many of them.
Very much the case. And look, a big thing for me about FaZe Clan compared to Fluxo W7M, you look at the Fluxo roster and you're like, these guys are all gunners. They're running around like crazy. FaZe all have capability to do that, but not a single one of the players from this team are in the top 25 EPS in the entire tournament because they work as a team rather than having individual star potential. Let's dive into the map veto though. Fortress is going to sneak in as a decider if we get there. FaZe was 7-0'd on that map by G2 just 2 days ago.
It's very exciting how things work here, although I think that was Lair. They got 7-0.
Oh, wait, what? Did they play Fortress?
They did, but it was not the 7-0. 7-0 was the Lair, I believe, from my memory.
I am checking. We are checking. Oh, sorry, yes. 8-6 was the Fortress.
Yeah,
You're right. But they did lose it.
But
so they beat it. It was the one map they won in that
If they get to the third map, though, we can actually make a direct comparison between the G2 game and the Fluxus game and actually get our answer. Did FaZe try 110% against G2, or were they holding something back? So that's exciting if we go to a third game.
Well, they're certainly going to try 110% here. FaZe Clan with a chance to return to the main stage at the Six Invitational like they did a year ago in Boston. But who stands in their way? It's Fluxo W7M. The Bulls from Brazil will do their best as we kick things off here on Nighthaven Labs.
So for starting sides, FaZe on defense, Fluxo on the attack. Oh, all my music just died me. I was like, oh, I got scared. I thought something broke.
No, it was just the perfect timing for the intense moment of operator bans. I'm really excited for Labs. It's one of my favorite maps to cast at the moment.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I really love it.
Mine's still Clubhouse, man. It doesn't change.
Dude,
doesn't
get
change.
me off club, man.
No, get me in there. We have actually not seen, at least from what we've been casting, that many Clubhouse games.
It's true.
It's been a lot of border.
I was about to say, we've seen
cafe.
plenty of border. I'm happy to take a little bit of a break from that for a minute. We won't see it in the series. Chalet is our second map. This being picked by FaZe, though, here on Nighthaven Labs. I'm just looking back at the tournament so far. The last time we saw FaZe play Labs, it was actually in their second match of group stage. They played it against Shopify Rebellion. 15-round banging match, and they lost at 8-7.
My GOAT Canadian. That man is coming alive this event. He is doing some crazy things in the server.
Rebellion are beating Fury right no, Falcons right now, are they not?
Last time we saw, yes.
I looked, it was 2-1 up when I last checked the score.
Yeah, so last time we saw they were beating them. And I don't know, there's something about year 10 and Troy returning. There's something about it, man. I'm telling you, he's fired up the most in like 3 years.
He won 9 years ago in Montreal, and then he won 6 years ago in Montreal. That was, I mean, typically it only takes him 3 years between hammers. It's been double that.
To be fair, he did part ways with Dark Zero, so I think that kind of added some time to it because it restarts.
True, yes, because he was chased. He got the hammer with Continuum. He got the hammer with SSG. He chased the hammer with DZ. Got the major, but not the hammer.
Yeah.
And now he's found a new team. But it does feel like it's been an appropriate amount of time. Though, let's be real. The favorites for this tournament are your teams like FaZe, Furia, Falcons, the Triple Fs, and maybe even a Team Secret slipping in there.
Yeah, I think the last part was like Secret, M80, Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, true. I forgot about M80, but
they kind of started losing. You know?
They were losing the game last I checked as well.
Yeah, 2-0, sadly. Spoiler, sorry. I saw somebody said, when casters are discussing other stream results, could you not spoil it? Because I'm watching back the VOD. I'm sorry about that. I will personally
That's why I'm not
make an effort to say spoiler alert and then insert.
You know what we could do is we could talk about the match at hand, because FaZe are sitting back and relaxing, waiting for Fluxo W7M to do exactly what we saw them do earlier today against D+. Sit around and do a lot of droning before making some kind of an incision on the map.
Yeah, it feels like Fluxo, they have two paces. They have the one where they run in head first and the round ends in 20 seconds, and they have this one where a Brava and or Twitch is in the mix. This time it's Brava and Flores, actually. And they do so much heavy lifting early in the round to speed it up later on and weaken the bomb site itself. The thing is, when they played against D+ earlier, D+ wouldn't know what to do as an answer to it. They were kind of like a little bit panicky in the server, not knowing where the attack is coming from. This is FaZe Clan. They are so experienced at so many different styles of Rainbow Six Siege. I would be shocked if they start getting stunned because of this Brava Flores work. And they also have KDS, which really helps with the heartbeat scanner.
And goes Dodas with the Brava drone. I don't know if there's much else. It's
going out, actually.
Really. Yeah.
He's leaving
kind
the
of just a drone, like, for info. There's no Malusi or Dread Mines or anything like that that'd be hacking this round. Just the mute jammers, funnily enough, which are the things that counter the Brava.
Single or BP.
Oh, yeah, true.
Which they hacked earlier in IT, but it just goes to show, like, look at this. FaZe, they have 4 people playing by the bomb site, right? 3 guys, so 1 catwalk, 1 electric box, 1 middle of the bomb site pillar. Then they have Handy holding down Fish or Aqua, and Cyber playing below with a C4. They're covering everything.
Yeah, and 2 minutes and 15 seconds have passed, and Fluxo haven't really done much. Look, every single player is outside the building except Loban and Palu as they start to make their way. It's deep.
He's in
for Loban. And this wall is still open. It's unreinforced. Souls can't jam it up with the keeper barrier because he doesn't have any left at the moment. But he's lucky to be alive. Dots is making his way forward. He's about to take a fight, and he wins it on Vita King. But KDS will trade with the shotgun. Fluxo W7M struggling to find an inroad here as Dodes is the last one standing. No pressure from the rest of the map as FaZe is already alleviated. Oh, quick flick from KDS. And FaZe locking up the bomb site with ease.
And again, that pressure doesn't get to them. Honestly, for that round, I think shout out to Handy. He was playing Aqua or Fish with that mute shotgun SMG-11, and usually you'll play close by the door, exposed to a grenade, a flashbang, or a Ying in that case. Handy actually walked all the way down the staircase, gave up Aqua, and made the call, guys, there's a gap here, turn your back, don't turn your back to it, and he flanked the Ying after the Ying got a kill. So they gave up an area to enable Handy as a power play position to then retake that area. It's very small things like that that can win you around when you deny a push. Because Fluxo, when they're doing this split take where they're attacking Garage and Aqua and IT all at the same time, you're fighting 1v1s. And what can you do in 1v1s? You can play better positioning, better timing, or have good pieces of utility. But if they clear it with the Bravo, the Flores, you can't play that utility. So they played positioning instead.
Yeah, FaZe really do get to dictate the pace in these rounds because compared to the game we saw earlier with Fluxo D+, right? Both of those teams were playing a little bit more aggressively, particularly Fluxo W7M on defense. But FaZe, you know, they played so passively. Like, they really didn't need to give up much. Yeah, eventually they gave up Rafters, but that was fine.
Yeah, 40 seconds left.
40 seconds left. You guys can have Rafters. We're just going to sit back on site. That's fine by us. Yeah, there's a breach open, but we got pretty powerful positions to hold on to, especially while blue control was there. Ooh. Lobo might be able to rush. He would have heard that barricade. He's got info.
Screen peek.
Goes straight onto it. Little bit too late. Nice idea. Flashbang is going to help him out, and he forced back.
This is the same thing we spoke about in the border game earlier, is that what D+ had to do on defense on border was to hold the power positions, you know, the E stairs, the CC, whatever. It's the same mentality for FaZe. They only need to worry about the strong positions and let Fluxo work the map nice and slow, because they are going to be slow. And if they're not going to be slow, they're going to be so fast, they'll make a mistake along the way, and you can punish them there as well. So FaZe's game plan should be pretty simple as long as this punishment keeps working. Right now it's just a crossfire. They're playing 90, they're playing cargo stairs, again holding strong positions with bodies together. Cyber is playing around Handy as the middle link, and they can go backwards or forwards together and take those 2v1s.
Good spot from Loban there onto the Valkyrie camp. At some point he's going to get to work on the Verd, but for now it's just clearing. Oh, there's reinforcements here as well.
They close the cargo wall so they can play the power position of Souls for longer.
That's good. That's good. Vita Kings also just put an unusual mirror placement, so they really want to hold on to that blue stairs area.
Yeah, so blue stairs or cargo stairs gives them, of course, the angle towards single breach. Volps finds the angle to Handy vertically, though. That's the castle going down. Not a big loss, really.
That was all the way in the... Oh, that was actually on the ground floor, wasn't it? For Handy,
I believe so.
think.
That's a bigger loss.
Yeah, where's Soul's gone down? That's the smoke. He hasn't used his util yet. Wow, what an angle onto Palu there from Vita King. He's protecting this power position of the mirror window after losing control of cargo. And he might even look to retake it as well. Dota shuts him out of it. 4v1 now. As Cyber is the last man up. He's gone for a retake of Lounge, but inside a pool he's been spotted and taken out. It ends as a flawless round for Fluxo W7M.
Yeah, losing Souls in the cargo stairs is a huge loss because the entire round revolves around it, especially with the hatch being open, the mirror window being beneath them, etc. It's a very big investment to a single location. It looked like Paolo just walked in and just took the gunfight and just won the gunfight, which should never happen in a perfect round if you're FaZe Clan.
Especially not against the smoke.
No.
Should be able to delay the time as much as you can.
Must have been caught off guard by surprise. I mean,
was there a flash or something I didn't see?
I don't know. But I mean, you saw the angle through the hatch that his teammate was holding after he got injured. Ideally, you have that angle the entire time, and Paolo just plays really, or not Paolo rather, Souls plays really far down the staircase and just doesn't expose himself. But I saw the skull icon, it was pretty far up the staircase.
Well, the thing is, if you're pretty far up the staircase, not only are you vulnerable to inside a cargo, but the hallway, and even maybe the window outside.
It's a tough one. So again, small mistake punished really well from Fluxo. And the big question mark I had for him is if Fluxo's aggression isn't going to work, can they problem solve step by step? The Frostbite is interesting.
That's genius. I love it.
If they push past the default plan to chase for a kill with a blitz, for example, they're not going to expect this. And it's too much chaos to figure it out.
It's such a weird spot.
Yeah. But it's the perfect blitz Blackbeard shield rush counter.
And it can't be shot from the window, nor can it be shot by in garage because it's protected by this little bench here. So that's really nice. Like, you're not going to take that out early in the round unless you had a Flores, for example, which they do not.
Not this time.
I like that FaZe are just changing things, not dwelling too much on the problems of basement. They say, well, we know we got a good control defense. Let's switch it up.
Here comes the damn Brava again,
Dude,
man.
They love their Brava, man.
But it makes sense. Right? We spoke about how they rat and they lurk on the attack inside, and Brava is the #1 counter to the rat or anti-rat gadgets.
Yeah.
They were getting 2 or 3 Banshees from Melusi every round on border when they were playing the Brava. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And who is it lurking? It's Loban.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's always Loban.
Lurky Loban.
And if it's not Loban, then it's Volps.
Yeah, Volps is always looking for a risk to take.
It's funny how they support each other, right? Loben's not the lurker, Volps is the one helping him do it.
Yeah.
And when Volps was playing the Dokkaebi, Loben played the Brava as well.
Yeah,
So.
and once Volps is... Oh,
Is that a
wait,
Frost
Frostmat!
Oh,
Huge
no.
from Vita King.
We can't be droning for a minute straight and not check the Frostmat, guys.
That's the problem, isn't it? Now, Dodas, he was the top fragger earlier today against D+. Starting a little quiet there with that critical mistake. Now, the rest of the team will try and put the pressure on the top floor, but there's a lot of map to take here when you're attacking against Control Room.
They barricaded doors in basement as well, so FaZe did a good read in the lurking capabilities in the basement angle. The pressure is everywhere. IT breach, backstab meeting, down in basement. All Fluxo need is one opening and one gunfight to pick this apart.
They have slowed down, reassessing, re-droning, FaZe continuing to hold on upstairs. Oh, spotted for a brief moment. Palu, deep angle all the way to rafters. We need a 3-2-1 here from Fluxo. We need to find a gap and just send it. Brute force.
They're fishing first. Volps is going to be smoked off, and Aqua. Paolo alone's at a meeting. Loben
This is
finally
it.
up the staircase. That could be it.
This is the opening here for Loben. He wins the fight, though he takes a lot of damage. He's in the bomb site now, but with no diffuser. And all of his teammates are seemingly falling. Palu upstairs tried to hold on as long as he could, but he had to 1v3 that position or fall off. He chose the former, and Cyber's now traded back Loben, so Volps remains as the only one left. He's barely got in the building, spent all the time droning through his team, but no one could find a gap. FaZe have the map locked up.
Poor Volps. Droned all around, only just into the building, stuck inside Aqua. There's 10 seconds left, my guy. Either you walk in, or this round will just run out of time.
Bait.
FaZe, they're disciplined.
Bait. Come on,
Baiter,
put him
Baiter.
down. Put him down.
Look, they're not even going to swing
Get
it.
rid of him. Get rid of him. Big round from FaZe. They just completely locked up the entire map. There was no way that Fluxo could find a gap.
I think it's such a good way to play the game. You could even ban the Brava or Twitch or Flores here to
100%.
help. Yeah, you could. If you want to target this playstyle, or you leave it open and just keep playing this lockdown playstyle, because if you change the operator bans around, they might stop doing it. And you
That's
want
true.
them to do it right now, maybe, because you feel like it's easy to beat, to deal with.
Well, we've just seen the last operator bans come on through, and it's not a Brava or a Twitch or a Flores, it's a Ying ban.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, Fluxo didn't get rid of the Malusi or anything like that. No, they got rid of the Mira. I think this is a good move.
Yeah.
Mira has been played 2 out of 3 rounds so far. It's going to be easier for Fluxo to go for direct pushes. But on the flip side, I like the Ying ban because, as you said, rather the devil you know than the devil you don't. Let's keep playing against this playstyle because we think we've read into it instead of allowing Fluxo or even encouraging them by banning the Brava to change things up.
The Mira ban in particular, yes, it was played 2 times. I think the issue that I have with and why it is a good operator ban is because it's a very flexible operator for FaZe. Holding the bomb site, extending away, or more importantly with the ace ban, putting them on an external breach like IT. Slapping down a mirror window on the outside wall, you open it up, you now see 4 triggered, impact triggered. It sucks to deal with, and it makes your step 1 much more difficult. And no matter what playstyle you have, step 1 on 9 even laps is always going to be to breach the exterior wall first, then do your proper strategy after.
Yeah, speaking of changing things up, Fluxo went through so many different iterations of operators in that attacker repick phase. And at the start, they were showing a Brava, but they changed their mind. They're bringing out the Blackbeard for the first time against FaZe here in this game. But they still have a Twitch, right? They just want, they love those drones. They really want to get in as much extra information and also a little bit of active utility clearing out of those Twitch drones.
Yeah, it looked like probably a nasty kill, but...
Oh, I think it just got shot though by the Azami.
Yeah. Could have been.
He was trying to get these Goyo canisters. I mean, that's the main priority here. That or the Wamai magnets. Wamai Azami's a deadly combo for holding onto rafters.
Yeah, and rafters, both on this map and Clubhouse, very high skill position. A lot of angles to worry about, a lot of different people taking it down, utility. But knowing the Blackbeard is the backside, oh, it could have been so good.
Why do you contest him, Dots?
Did he ADS him?
Absolutely he did.
Instead of he threw a nade and his head kind of peeked
No,
out.
that was an ADS.
That was ADS,
That was a straight up throw from Dots.
Okay.
I hate to say it.
Fair enough.
At least Dodes has found an opening. I don't know where Cyber's gone down, but a big kill for Fluxo W7M. They're actually going to forfeit control of Mezzanine because the Wamai has died.
Interesting. So play closer together. So Loben takes catwalk control. Volps takes meeting again. There's a Loban on Catwalk rafters.
Did he try and rotate back in?
Yeah, they walked back into the room. So they gave it up. Souls went into the rotate, into IT, back into Catwalk, while Loban just took the space completely for free.
That's a mistake. Especially with IT hadn't been breached yet. I think Souls, he needed to stay alive. He needed to stay in rafters.
Might have been bait on it. I mean, maybe they thought, okay, guys, it's a full backside take. That's what Blackbeard is, or Volps is.
Well, he left so that he was safe to get on his cameras, but there was a dead teammate. Like, the teammate could be on the cameras instead. I think that was a mistake from Souls, and a very rare one from him.
And they got a clutch shot to the 3 remaining players, KDS, Vidiking, and Handy. Vidiking still scouting for his first kill. There's a wide swing. Perfect timing on the X-Cairo usage.
Wow, what a read from Vidiking. Like you say, he's found his first kill of the game, and now FaZe have the advantage again. Fluxo W7M need to find a gap. They used to have mezzanine control, but now they've rotated off. Volps has found his as he makes his way forward, and Loban's joined the fray as well, leaving KDS the last man standing, and Volps is waiting for him. He's got eyes on electrical, and he confirms the round for Fluxo W7M.
It's again that one thing that goes wrong for FaZe, losing Catwalk rafters control early, not expecting Loban to walk up the staircase. But guys, it's been 4 rounds now. They are gonna take any space you give them, especially the ones that are the most important. And you're right, he blatantly ADS with Blackbeard. I just saw the replay. He blatantly just right-clicked the guy pre-firing his head. They still won the round, James.
Yeah, that was a weird one. That was a very weird one. I definitely don't think that Fluxo should have won that round, especially in the 3v3. They did not look favored, but Volps and Loban, like all 3 of those players were in different places.
They were completely split.
They didn't have any Mez or IT control. I think it was just a lurk from Blue and a push in from Connector, which is like where you would expect Vidiking to lock it down.
That's literally it. Also, I believe FaZe had a spare reinforcement both the last 2 times they've been top floor. You can close off either Catwalk or meeting mid-round and then therefore get a little bit less angles to work with.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you'd reinforced up the site wall into Connector, that would have completely changed the equation, especially because they killed Palu while he was trying to get a breach on the wall.
Exactly.
That drone didn't get taken down, by the way. It's still there.
It's so hard with all the grass, man.
Whose drone is that? It's not Dots. I didn't see who it was. That's a cheeky drone.
All the foliage hiding the drone.
Remember the drone that people used to do? I don't know if they still do it. I think
on
it got
the
patched
outside,
on the outside of
it
warehouse.
got patched very quickly.
Yeah,
but it was outside the garage rafters, kind of window on the back portion.
Unkillable.
Unkillable. It could red ping you. It sucked.
Yeah,
I kind of like Stadium actually. The big glass window walls.
Speaking of map, terrible map.
Whoa!
Stadium is the worst.
I mean, when you take 2 different maps and then splice them together in the middle, it's bound to go wrong more often than not.
Is Stadium in ranked?
No.
Thank goodness.
It was at one point.
It was for a while. I got so sick of playing it.
You were a hater. I'm with you though. I also did not enjoy it. But I know some people, they welcome new maps on occasion.
Oh, I love new maps. It's not new anymore. It's not new. It's just bad.
Okay. All right.
Also, I will say, you know, one thing that everyone loved about Stadium that my hot take is I didn't like? Okay. You know how their map was so empty? Like, there's no rubble.
It's clean.
It's really clean. I don't like that. I think hiding your drones is part of playing Siege, and I quite like that.
It's nice for hiding drones, but it sucks when a player can kind of like hide in and blend in with the area.
Well, we've got the little red outline now, which I think makes a big difference.
We do have the outline. Mine is blue, by the way, because I flipped the colors, just so you know.
Good for you,
cool
man.
Like that.
That's a cool story, bro.
Yeah, my teammates are red, my enemies are blue. If you see Fun Pocket, what do? You wait for the right moment to strike, because this is concrete floor.
You could potentially toss it up through the rafters. Oh, that's spotted.
He could just be dead here. No joke.
Not a lot he can do. Flash goes out. Even a nade wouldn't kill him, though.
He's running.
Yeah, he is running for it, and eventually KDS will fall. Both Dots and Loban together on the vertical play, and Fluxo find the opening.
The vert is so good here. And you see the counterplay. They breached the cargo wall, did the vert first, isolated the post C4 that was baiting them in, and then they take cargo control.
Cyber.
This could be a huge flank. Do they not hear each other?
What?
They have no idea they're both there.
He's got no ears. Volps, he's right next to you, my friend. Doesn't do enough damage.
Oh, boy.
Needs to reload, gets the pistol. This 1v1 is not going to matter in the end because meanwhile, Fluxo W7M have pushed onto site and planted that diffuser.
Cyber, come on now. Where are you going?
Oh yeah, he's going for a run. Here we go. Come on. Cyber. Got to win this fight.
Come on, 1 bullet, man. 1 bullet.
Lock in. All you need is 1 bullet, my friend.
Here comes Rato.
Oh, he got him. Got him through the wall. Oh, well, nice. 1v5, and they're hunting for him. Oh, boom. He was eventually taken down by Palu. I don't know what Volp said in the old chat there. Is he a little tilted, or is he laughing at him?
It might be a negative word. I'm not sure.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I think I know. It's French, yeah?
Is it French?
Yeah, it could be French.
I was
abbreviation.
Okay.
It's
I
not
was
a good
going to
one.
assume it was Portuguese. Oh, well.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's also thinking Brazil.
Maybe it's the same in both languages, yeah. So I will admit, after that round checked out, it was 1v5. All I could hear was
the A-stream.
The A-stream casters shouting and the players reacting. I can only assume that means that spoiler. Well, this isn't a spoiler, but like you guys might have heard it as much as us. I assume the A-stream game just ended.
That or a huge clutch.
It was Shopify Rebellion Fury that was happening, right? That wasn't finished yet, was it?
It wasn't finished, no.
Yeah, I reckon Shopify Rebellion might have just beat Fury. I don't know. You checking? You gonna check?
I can check.
He's gonna check. My friends, he is gonna check. Look, if you don't want to know the A-stream score, just like toggle mute for like a minute.
Hold on, I gotta find it first. I'm not that fast.
He's gonna find it.
Falcons, by the way, not Fury.
Oh, sorry. I keep saying Fury. I mean Falcons. It's all the F names. We're in the F meta, by the way. We have been for like 2 years. It's FaZe, Fury, or Falcons.
I don't think the game ended based on the chat, but I got an ad, so we gotta wait for
the
ad.
Okay, nice. Oh, Spawn Peak from Cyber.
See, that's personal from last round.
Yeah. Oh, gnarly. That's good revenge. And he takes down Volps as well. If Volps wasn't tilted before, he sure should be now. Look at this. Palu's tempted to go for something a little bit quick. He wants to breach the wall first. Of course, Bonsai is down in control room.
Oh, I have a confirmation.
All right, spoiler alert, my
stream.
friends. ...
Falcons came up with a 2-1 victory just now. That
was Falcons winning.
Apparently, it was like a 3v5 throw or 5v3 throw.
Wow.
So, or clutch, whatever you want to look at it.
Very exciting. Look, Falcons, they have had so much energy this event. Especially, I think they're giving Canadian a run for his money.
Yeah,
Canadian used to be known for being one of the most energetic players in the scene, and, well, Likafak has certainly taken the cake. Guess that means they're through to main stage. Was that a main stage quali game? No, it wouldn't have been.
It wouldn't have been.
No, it wouldn't have been. Okay, so they're 1 game away from main stage now?
I believe so. One more.
Of course, this battle right now is for a spot at the Six Invitational main stage. What a shot from Palu. Dialing back the clock with the Supernova and tempted to find more now, bearing 9 in hand. But it's not great at long range. He needs Dots to come in and support, especially with another one of his teammates falling. And KDS has joined the fray. FaZe decide, okay, we have an advantage, we can peel back. KDS actually got a shot onto one of those players on the outside window, really locking down the bomb site. 2v4 now for the 2 hard breaches of Fluxo. No need to overstay your welcome here, Vita King.
Very much feels like the battle of first pick, Cyber Spawn Peak, really solid round for FaZe Clan. They lock out Fluxo completely. Oh, flip it though. Shotgun doesn't get the kill or the injure. So Paolo goes down. You're good for 1 pump in that 1v1. That's it. Now the prone angle. Dots gotta go fishing for 4 kills. Otherwise, FaZe tied up 3-3. And this again, where FaZe's discipline comes into action. They are completely AFK by the side, as they should be.
Yeah. And that's been the case for a little while now. As soon as FaZe got an advantage, they said, well, we don't have to hold on to the top floor at all. We can just fall back, play the 4v1. The gas is perfect here. If Dots tries to drop, he will be forced to un-ADS, and he won't be able to shoot for a brief moment. He won't be able to aim, I should say. He can technically hipfire if he wants to. But it's not going to happen. He's directly in a crossfire. What a shot, though, onto Vita King. He's likely to get traded back, and KDS is there for the swing. It's an even half for FaZe Clan.
Vita King has been so just like quiet and peaceful all these rounds in the player cams. Not really a ton of energy from him today. And I noticed it was the same thing in the yesterday matchup as well, where he just kind of, I don't know, I can see too, not getting too crazy with it. Obviously right now he's just getting that hydration.
Oh yeah.
Getting that water.
He's making me want a coffee.
But after every round, most players go to celebrate or have a debate if they lose or whatever, but he just seems like he's just kind of there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's quiet. I mean, he's just the quiet backbone of this roster, isn't he?
I mean, that is it. I mean, this could just be the hammer lifting version of himself, where this game is not where it's 110% just yet.
Well, that's the thing. I was looking back at the results between FaZe and Fluxo in the last 12 months. The 2025 season, they met 7 times, as I said at the top of the show. And Fluxo won 5 of those 7. But FaZe always tends to win when it matters the most. For example, if it's an elimination game or a grand final, these two teams played each other in a Brazilian tournament, or South American tournament, I should say, called the Copa Sul-Americana.
Yes.
Which was just between Munich and season finals. And it was actually the grand final matchup between FaZe and W7M. FaZe won it. And then you go into the SAL finals just after that, and Fluxo actually knocked FaZe down to the lower bracket, only for FaZe to go and then knock Fluxo out of the tournament in the lower bracket final. So when it comes down to elimination or to a grand final, well, it's the reigning world champions that tend to have the number over the domestic rivals. But Fluxo are certainly on the rise. This has been their best tournament in a very long time so far.
You know, the thing about the world-class level teams that is a bit different from the rest is you cannot play at your world championship skill level every single play of your career. You can't. Having tournaments like these is about peaking at the right moment, playing good enough to beat the enemy that you're up against, but then increasing slightly with every single matchup as the enemy gets better and better. You should be at your very, 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 very best in the grand finals. You shouldn't have your best performance in group stage, for example.
Yes.
And I think FaZe, there's something about how they compose and how they keep their energy and how much... I don't want to say they don't take every match serious. They very much do. But when the player counts, the energy and the hype they bring, that definitely changes from game to game.
I'll add to that for you as well. Is the best team in the world is rarely the dominant number 1 in their region. And this is a trend that we've seen for a very long time.
Yeah.
FaZe are a great example of that. They haven't been champions in Brazil, well, all year long. In fact, they were champions in Brazil back when the old W7M, the now Fury roster, were the best team in the world. That roster won 2 majors and a 6 Invitational after being runners-up at SI Montreal. And that W7M roster weren't the best team in Brazil all year. FaZe tended to win all those grand finals.
Oh, it's very true, actually. I mean, look at North America, like SSG, right? Came into this as first seed, and then
mid.
They're not the best
hell
team,
when it
I
comes
would say.
Well, I mean,
I would just say they're not the best one.
Look, they did
enough.
just beat M80, so I'll give them some credit there. But again, domestic matchups are very different to international games.
Okay, Mr. I don't spoil score results. You just said it 10 minutes ago. I don't spoil things.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Meanwhile, FaZe, you know, uncharacteristically struggling with the Maverick tracking right now. It's we don't see a lot of Maverick these days, to be fair.
No, but it was good.
I remember, like, step 1, right? You gotta get these exterior walls done. They have gotten it opened up, but it's 60 seconds to go. Cyber low on health. They're playing Kali, which with a side execute isn't gonna give that much value. The Capitao, it just might.
The problem is the timer, and I think you're right about the Maverick. Like, there's no Bandit, Bandit's banned. There's no Kaid here either. It's like, you didn't need to play that. You could be playing a Thermite for all we care. But instead, there's less...
hide the operator, right?
Yeah. There's less than a minute remaining. FaZe now walking into these Thorn traps as well. They need to find an opening kill here, but there's a shotgun lying in wait around the corner from Vidaking.
Smoke grenade to fake it out. KD is flanking bottom garage. They're trying to make a play together right now for Catwalk Raptors control, but they have no idea, I think, whether it's clear or not.
And it's not clear for now, but the fire comes out, and Loban is forced back. A smoke as well makes it so he just doesn't quite have the angle he wants. Dots actually sees him through the smoke, prone to the floor. All of the kills go the way of the Bulls, and KDS cannot survive. It's a dominant close to the round for Fluxo.
There are some things missing there for FaZe, I believe. Normally when you attack this top floor bomb side, you need to have 2 of the 3 areas in control. And those 3 areas are, it's going to be IT, which they did technically have for a short moment there, Garage, Catwalk Rafters, which they never saw at all, and then either Aqua or Connector meeting side. You gotta have pressure from both sides or all 3 to make an attack work. They had no pressure anywhere. I mean, the garage door wasn't even open. They didn't burn the Runic Gate either, so Lopen knew the only place I can get pressured from right now is IT. And then maybe garage stairs if you walk up. Whereas, just look at Fluxo's attacks. They were opening windows and doors, and while they went even, 3-3, Fluxo's attacks did have more power behind them.
And there were a lot more back and forth. I mean, you've said this a lot today. Fluxo W7M, they're the kings of perceived pressure.
Yeah.
They open every door. They shoot every camera.
They play the damn Brava.
They play that Brava every goddamn round. And you're like, wait, I know I put a Banshee over there, but I'm pretty sure it's been hacked. So they could push in. I know that that camera has been taken down, so we can't check it. They could be there.
Yeah.
FaZe haven't done that. It's funny. FaZe, actually, I feel like they used to be a team that would do a lot of measuring before they would cut, measure twice, cut once.
I would still say they are at this event, but just not in that round. And that's the thing that is a bit unlike them. But I also know for a fact that when you have these domestic matchups where you know each other really well, sometimes the better thing to do is not play like your usual self, because it's predictable. But that means you're playing a weaker version of what you're good at, in the hopes of that weaker version being less predictable, therefore stronger for your specific opponent.
Yeah.
But that's, again, playing the risk versus reward.
FaZe are always known to be innovators and to play their own style of game rather than just blindly following or replicating the meta or the best teams in the world. Here they are looking to make an entrance at top blue with Cyber. The logic bomb rings out from Souls. A flash to go forward as well. A second utilized. They are trying to brute force this position. Into the top floor they go. There's a lot of map to clear, though, before they get to the bomb site down in the basement. The verticality begins, and the roam clear will persist.
They're kind of just shoving them around, right? The classic hammer anvil conversation. They're shoving, never catching them anywhere on the map. So Fluxo keep falling back one layer, winning on time. They have Echo, they have Goyo, they have Kai. This is great for Fluxo, and they get opening pick. I feel like FaZe are missing that middleman pressure, which often will be Cyber on the entry maybe, but he's stuck on block vertical duties, and then Souls just peeks the staircase and dies.
I don't know.
No support, no drone, no nothing.
I don't know what's happening for FaZe, but ever since getting 7-0'd on Lair by G2 2 days ago, there's been something wrong. I mean, they lost the following map. Now they're struggling here on Nighthaven Labs. And you're right, it's not just the scoreline. FaZe are not playing like their normal selves. Desperation sets in with just over a minute to go. They get to work on the vert, but that's all they've got. I mean, they've got 2 vert operators and their Hibana with the diffuser. Loban is still at large on the roam.
They have no drone for him. They actually, I'm watching Handy right now. There's an exosuit basement drone. That's really it. And one in stock where they're doing the verticality. The flank is completely open for Loban, plus Paulo has the Echo drone. But because they have the 5v3, they're not going to go for a flank right now. They're going to wait until the very last second.
It's so tempting, though, for Fluxo W7M.
Loban slowly creeping up, but again, 40 seconds. You're going to wait a little bit longer.
Fluxo don't care about patience. That's not in their MO. Vidaking does spot him, so now at least FaZe know about it, but that means they have to dedicate a player to watching it. Ooh. If they start to find kills on site, though, Loban will be forced back
roamers
towards it. And you're right, the roamers are retaking upstairs. Dotas is the only one who's on the bomb site. It's opened the gates for FaZe. This is risky business for Fluxo W7M. This is going to be played into the retake. The Yokais are not present, and the plant will go down into the 2v2 now for FaZe. The impossible round now looks like they might just have a chance. With Loban finding his on the flank, it all comes down to KDS. He sees the first. The timing is off. And now Loban should know exactly where he is as well. He has the DMR. Pops the Goyo. Needs to find the kill, but Loban gets him. Fluxo W7M. They make the retake happen, and they extend their lead to a second round.
I do not understand what I'm witnessing. They have Echo drones upstairs for the flank. The Echo is the first one in, not droning for his teammates. They have a 5v3 for the longest of times, and then 3 people are flanking upstairs, retaking. Maybe they were expecting there to be more vertical angles on the side they could use against them, but there weren't actually that many because they took down the vertical players. It could have been a disaster. But Fluxo, I mean, man, they clutched up.
Yeah, I mean, Loban clutched up big. He's had so many big games in this tournament so far. Looking at his rating for each game he's played so far. First 2 games of groups, 126 EPS, 131 EPS. Had some quiet ones, actually below 100 EPS for his 3rd and 4th games in the group stage, only to then fire up again against D+ this morning with 110 EPS. Now he was, I saw the stat for a second, 120, 130, something insane. He's 9-4 at the moment. He's had another big multi-kill round. Fluxo W7M need the Golden Boy to keep egoing everybody, because that's what he loves doing. Loves a good ego challenge.
Oh, he does.
It's funny because Loban and Cyber feel more and more similar in their playstyle and how they approach things. At least Cyber, back when we call like the Prime Cyber, he was like ego challenging everybody and winning every single time. The constant spawn peeking, running around, clutching, etc. Cyber and FaZe as a team, they've obviously changed their roles a little bit and they've all matured and whatever. The meta has shifted as well. Cyber is much more of a team-oriented player than he was a couple of years ago. Like, he's playing the Maverick, he's playing the Buck verticality.
Still frags out though, guys. 8 and 5. There's only 1 kill behind Loban.
But there was a world where Cyber was the Buck entry, fast in, getting stuff done. Now he's the Buck vertical player who's waiting for other people to get in first.
True.
At least for this game, from what we've seen.
A little bit less teeth, but he still has the mechanics, which is saying a lot for the 5th oldest player at Six Invitational, 27 years old. Oh, Dots wants to go for this. This is so cheeky. Really I like it. A lot of damage and gets the kill. Vidiking goes down, and that's no more Ying for the rest of the round.
Dude, Dots on pulse today has been so good. He was picking up double kills and triple kills earlier against D+. Right now, again, I think people just underestimate the heartbeat scanner because pulse has not been meta for such a long time. But both Dots, Canadian, playing this with high frequency, both finding good success.
Played aggressively as well. It doesn't just have to be late round plant denial operator. You can get active and make plays in the mid round. Keep that pressure up, and that's exactly what Fluxo have been doing all series long. Look at this, the ego. He's contesting. Dotas is peeking the Maverick holes.
FaZe feeling that pressure of time. Half the round gone away. Vidiking on the Ying dead. That's going to be your bomb side execute operator, right? You're going to have your Buck and your Maverick working the breach. They've done that. And then it's time to actually start seeing the Ying and Dokkaebi combination for the aggressive explosiveness. But that's going to be missing now. So FaZe on plan B. Either they're going to have to like flip the attack entirely, not go for bomb side, but try and get some kills elsewhere, or they go full fishing. Instead of playing close together, they play spread out around the map and just see where the gap is going to be.
They're going to keep getting spotted by the heartbeat scanner from Dots, who's preparing a C4.
Oh my god.
And the timing is perfect for him. A second kill of the round as a flurry. FaZe force their way inside, but it's flawless for Fluxo W7M. Map points on FaZe's map pick.
It's a big globe as well. Fluxo, when we cast him last, not earlier today, but the day before that, you know, there was, or the day before that day actually, they were just never sitting still, never playing the strategy, never playing the paper. They were always almost chasing people's tails, being like, where's this guy, where's this guy? We're seeing them still have the aggression and applying pressure, but playing it smartly. The verticality, the C4, the crossfires, holding on to the important areas of the map, and just challenging FaZe where it matters. Where they were so good during group stage at challenging where it matters not.
And so FaZe take their tactical time out to try and bounce back 3 rounds in a row and push OT.
There it is, the FaZe tactical timeout.
Very calm.
Very, very, I mean, the entire energy today has been very, very calm in general. I've seen like a round or two where Handy was a bit like, woo! And he looks around and it almost feels like people are like, why are you celebrating so much? Like, come on, dude. But, you know, not to read into too much because I don't know what I'm talking about, but it has felt very quiet, very low energy.
Especially out of FaZe. I mean, Fluxo, they have a lot of energy. Typically.
Yeah. I mean, so many players talk about how that energy carries you through a series, and when things are looking, you know, grim, you can still be like, okay, guys, we got this, you know, the team morale. Again, FaZe Clan, they've lifted the hammer, they're world class, they know what they need. But from the outside looking in, I would just like to see just a little bit more faith in it. You can't just write off this map right now. Comeback is always possible. And as also, if it's your map pick, then it's like, you know, you should feel pretty good about it, but the scoreline says otherwise. So after attack timeout, what changes? There are more traps now from Fluxo. The Fenrir makes an appearance, as does the Thorn. And then instead of playing like a smoke for plant denial, it's a Tachanka actually. That can do more stuff in more areas because you can just get more fires.
I mean, you've just got more volume.
Look, a Cyber entry, I said it. He's gonna do the thing. He's gonna do the thing. Okay, what's he gonna do? He's gonna be good for 3 kills this round.
3 kills?
3 kills.
Oh, you know what I like? He's targeting
the pulse.
In this case, it's Loban, not Dots, who was the killer pulse before, but
this is so smart.
It could take him a wild goose chase.
It's a classic case of playing like, you know, old school style Siege. You play the Jackal to hunt down the Vigil, the Roma, whatever. Now it's like the Deimos or Target, whatever operator is important. And the Pulse is often going to be isolated because they're roaming a floor beneath the bomb set, or 2 floors in this case. And just because Deimos exists, he has sprinted straight from basement all the way back to site.
Yeah,
because
wow.
he knows he cannot afford to be downstairs anymore. The power of Deimos.
He's got so much choice as well. They've spotted 4 operators already.
Yeah.
So he could go for a scan on any one of them. Breach is open.
I mean, small little tip if people weren't aware. If you yellow ping an enemy gadget, you actually spot the operator as well. So you can ping the Fenrir Mine from the Fenrir, you can form the Thorn Razor Bloom, or the Asami Barrier from Asami. And then you can see all of those operators.
Absolutely. Much easier to do for operators that have the util down. Hard to do for Tachanka and Pulse, obviously.
True. Not possible at all.
Andy, though, has been spotted. I don't know where that's gone down. I think that might have been a swing outside of the IT breach.
Yeah, IT breach. Just dead in the middle of it.
Big thing here for FaZe is that with Volps alive on the Tachanka, they need to make sure that they make good timing for the rest of this round, because when it comes to the end of it, the Tachanka will be able to lock it in. Candelas go out, as do the fires from the Capitao. KDS loses his fight. Very hard angle to battle from below on the mezzanine. Coming up the stairs, and he goes down. Souls is also isolated inside a connector. FaZe looks so disjointed. And Fluxo maintain control. Cyber needs to do more than a 3K this round. He needs to find every single one of them. The nade goes out. AK in hand. The ego challenge from Palu doesn't land, but Dodez's does. And the Bulls are here to make a statement. The first map is in the books, and FaZe Clan are sent running for the hills.
You're telling me that they have Cyber downstairs on Deimos, up against no mute, with full vertical map control, and they could Deimos strike people, shoot them vertically, and just work the bomb site directly? Instead they sprint into Fenrir mines, isolated, dying early, not playing the crossfires? This is not the FaZe Clan that we have known for like, what, 8-9 years at this point.
It's a perfect storm for Fluxo W7M. FaZe are struggling after they lost to G2. They just seemingly can't bounce back and play their style of Siege. And on the flip side, Fluxo are looking better than ever.
Exactly, right? Like I said, it's about scaling to your opponent's level. We have been critical of Fluxo a couple of games ago, but right now against FaZe Clan, they are on fire. Can they get it done in 2, or do we need a 3rd map? We'll find out after this break.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, is just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure. You have won all of your games, also Flux, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So, yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game. Maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
For many years, Brazil has been the strongest region in Rainbow Six, thanks to men like this one right here, Cyber from FaZe, thanks to teams like Furia. But who expected Fluxo W7M to join that conversation and potentially take the crown? The first map, that was not the FaZe that we have seen throughout the tournament so far, and Fluxo elevated to the next level.
It's not the FaZe that we've seen for the past couple of years. They are known as one of the most consistent teams in the world, and right now, right here, they are falling apart. Lobin, phenomenal game. As I feel like we say his name all the time. He's had good series after good series and good map after good map. This guy doesn't stop playing well.
He's consistent. 131 EPS, 80% KOST. And that's not even with any entry kills. He's usually on the front line. He's usually looking for a lurk, but he looked so solid. Cyber has to bring the boys back into form for FaZe. Next up is Chalet. It's Fluxo W7M's map pick, but FaZe are the ones who have to get to work. They have to show that they deserve to make it to the main stage at the Six Invitational.
Imagine another game where FaZe have to fight for their lives. It was against G2, not for their lives, but it felt like it because they were struggling and trying their damn hardest. Then, today is a new day. Now they're struggling for their lives here, having to go down to the lower bracket if they were to fail to win out, not making main stage guaranteed. They're one of the expected victors of the entire event. Yes, they had a great group. Yes, they did also G2. And I was thinking to myself, like most of the people on Reddit, that was just FaZe Clan playing bad map veto and not caring about the game because it doesn't matter and all these copium things. And I was thinking, maybe you're right. We'll have to wait and see. But FaZe struggling this much, not playing as their usual selves, maybe tells there's more to the story. Maybe it wasn't letting G2 win and not trying to win themselves. Maybe there is just something that they're struggling with right now because they can't seem to figure it out.
Well, it makes you wonder what is going on for FaZe. I mean, you look back, and for all of 2023 and all of 2024, they were the champions of Brazil every single stage. And then 2025, right after they win the Six Invitational, they start to drop a little bit. If you look back even internationally, their results, right? So they were top 8 back in 2024 at a lot of their tournaments after coming second in Sao Paulo, top 8 in Manchester, top 8 EWC, top 4 in Montreal, which was when Fluxo W7M won the major, and then champions in Boston. Since then, top 16 in Rio, top 12 at EWC. Pitiful results in 2025. Top 4 at the Munich Major was nice, but yet they still fell in the end to M80 and to Falcons, the eventual grand finalists. Here in Six Invitational, again, FaZe have a chance to go back-to-back, which hasn't been done, well, since you did it, Nick, very long time ago. And that was technically with 2 different organizations. It's never been done with the same organization, the same roster. FaZe, they're the same squad for nearly 3 years. They brought on Vidaking after SI 2023 in Montreal. They haven't made a roster change since then.
Yeah, the back-to-back SI is difficult. G2, they have 2 overall, but not back-to-back.
And with completely different teams, no players the same.
Completely different teams, yeah. Only common link was Fabian being on the roster as a coach or a player. Handy. First kill, fast in. Roam clear downstairs, looking already much more live in them than the entirety of Nighthaven Labs. Now, Chalet, honestly, in my book, not all that different from Nighthaven Labs. They both play around like the power positions and getting in, getting the entries done. Of course, lurking around in the basement, also possible on both of those 2 maps. It's Souls, looking towards that west main staircase. Lobin, maybe flanking him. Paolo not far away. He's right on that staircase.
Oh, he's spotted. Souls in for the lurk, looking for another one. Lobin takes a lot of damage, but does get the kill confirmed onto Souls. A trade is being hunted, though. Look at these players from FaZe circling him. One in blue, one already deep in Wine Cellar, and one over from Big Garage as well. How many can he take with him? Well, none at all. Cyber finally puts him in the dirt. 4v2 for FaZe.
This is FaZe fighting back. They're roam clearing, they're hunting for the enemies downstairs, not being afraid of taking a gunfight. Much more explosive. Much better look. Dotsto clears Cyber. That's actually a huge pick because now it means no Lion Scans left remaining for Vidaking. Cyber and Deimos is removed from action, so all they have is some flashbangs, some nades, and air jabs to make this bomb site weak.
Oh, bit close. Vidaking's right in the middle of it, and he gets swung from outside the breach.
He looked the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't realize perhaps that was not reinforced, and he thankfully will trade despite being on camera. Now Dot's in a 1v2. With the Boss G, this is winnable.
Just needs a few good shots. Has some impact on it as well.
Flash
They're
misses.
both in messing and stacking together. If they know this is against Visual, they might know he has a Boss G.
If they swing together, then there's no way they lose this. The Boss G can only take one fight at once. He switches to the SMG-12. This weapon you can certainly multi-kill with. Handy and KDS spraying together. A good flash. Again, they're using all of their utility. A nade comes out. KDS! Where are you looking? Dots has made it a 1v1, but Handy will not go down quietly. FaZe kick things off on Chalet with a round win.
A little bit more energy there on the player cams as well. Perhaps just waking up into the series. Yes, it is a little bit too close for comfort, but they get the job done. They get the round. They get in the building quickly. Great shots across the board. From Souls, from Cyber, from Handy. Timing there in the 2v2 kind of unlucky for Fluxo. They had a yellow ping information on top mess, but communicated a little bit too late. A little bit too imprecise. So they go to Bar and change things up a little bit. Bar, they can play more around the building if they want to. You know, play deep master bedroom Solarium, play in the basement, or they can bunker down, hold this top mezzanine, top blue location if that's what they prefer. But they've opted for barbed wire, for traps. This tells me that they probably want to play more of the map than the hard position because out the deployable shield, no Jaeger, no Amai. Playing this library hold, it's going to get very tricky.
It's true. It means you're going to have to play a lot more loosely.
Yeah, I think so.
To be fair, FaZe went very much lurk mode last round. It was the Nook in early. There was also, I can't remember who it was that made that early entry in for Bar. I think it was the Deimos who did that.
Maybe it was Cyber, yeah.
Yeah, so it was Deimos and Nook both early into the building lurking, and then as soon as they found where someone was, it was a full collapse. Let's hunt together in the basement, those roamers. So I think the idea with the traps is it's much harder to lurk like that against traps, much harder to roam clear. Same story for the Vigil again.
Yeah.
Also hard to rush site when the Fenrir is up.
This is exactly what I said, like fanning out on the map. They have dots, the solo bombs are clear, who currently is actually going up towards top floor instead, so
I think
back down.
I have a theory as to why Dots has proxy alarms in pocket that he hasn't deployed. Do you know what that is?
Could be the Thatcher juggle with C4 in case of a side rush.
So for anyone who hasn't seen, there was an amazing clip. I can't remember which player did it. Surf from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
And yes, the meta these days is to get that Thatcher and EMP the Nitro styles as they come out. You can bait out the Thatcher with the proxy alarm.
And then throw the C4.
And then throw the C4 after the Thatcher's already used his gadget. It's genius. No Thatcher this round though, but a nice idea from Dots.
Yeah, it's a nice little win condition in case you're playing solo side. So in case of a rush, you gotta have that win condition in your back pocket to enable the other 4 roamers to like really deep roam and not fall back the second you hear something by the bomb site. FaZe will match them though for a roam clear, and they're doing it nicely. They're pushing from master bedroom offices and then cutting the crosses on the windows from the outside. This is them shoving back their enemies, and if Fluxo wants to fight back, they'll get stuck. So they have to respect those windows and fall back step by step by step. This round will end up in that difficult spot of library, where Fluxo don't have the quote-unquote strongest operators for this, so it could get ugly. FaZe in a great spot here for this round.
Just continuing to chill out.
Yeah, mind you, there's no shields, there's no coverage, it's only traps. So that top blue mezzanine is just a 50-50 gunfight.
FaZe can certainly make it better than a 50-50 if they use their util. We've got 3 more flashes
jumped in library.
And nades.
He jumped in library.
That is very risky. I have no idea why he thought that was clear. And FaZe are dropping 1 by 1. Fluxo W7M just sit back and wait because FaZe have dry peeked everything. They hit the lion scan to say, by the way, we're going to move now. And then they ran straight into Fluxo's waiting arms. KDS taken low. He will find Volps, but his HP is not going to help him in the next gunfight. Needs to be desperate from Souls as he makes his way inside. Good flash. There's a player in the corner. Needs to take the fight. Didn't see him. Dropped down. Prone on the ground is Dodez. He might get up and refrag. He will. KDS now in a 1v3. And Loban's spotted him. Knows exactly where he is. So Loban will fall back. Not give him the gunfight. Fluxo should win this on time.
12 seconds. Can't even drop the hatch. Gets shot down before he gets there. FaZe must have had misinformation. Someone maybe, just maybe, baited Vidiking. What happened off screen for the first death is that there were 2 defenders in library small box with the reinforced wall, which meant the people from office couldn't see them at all. Vidiking jumped in the single library window way ahead of schedule, dies. 5 seconds later, then the other FaZe players, they full sent it.
Completely disjointed. What is going on?
Again, and the thing that worries me here is that it wasn't Cyber who had a sound cue and jumped in off pace. It's Vidiking, the IGL, the smart guy who's calling the shots for the rest of his team, he jumps in first. He should be the one controlling the pace of what we're doing when we're doing it. And it just seems like watching the player caps as well, there is some sort of thing there with the energy, the communication, the vibes, where I feel like there's a big, I don't know, they're disjointed. They're not on the same page. From the outside looking in at least. Floxo, they keep playing their game. They're not too bothered by what FaZe is doing because Floxo have been successful. They will bring out the Maestro, one of my own personal favorites, and there is no response from FaZe. There's not going to be that Brava counter pick because it's been banned away, as has a Twitch. This means with really, well, guaranteed success rather, you can force the Maestro as much as you would like. FaZe, they banned the Mira and the Denari, so they don't gotta deal with those issues in front of them. But the Kaid, the Maestro for this one, that could get tricky.
FaZe, if they took a leaf out of Fluxo's book, maybe they would have brought the Brava here and countered not only the Maestro, but also the Valkyrie and the Thorn and.
But it's been banned away, you know.
Oh, sorry, I'm crazy. I didn't.
Oh, you're okay.
Wow, yeah, Twitch and Brava. Yeah, I was taking some.
Yeah, I made the same point myself a second ago.
Sorry, I'm crazy.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But yeah, it's interesting that they banned both. I didn't even notice that.
I mean,
it's been banned for 3 rounds. Well, it's also just funny because it's their favorite operator, seemingly.
True.
Yeah, sorry for that. Looks like Volps is holding on in the dark corner of library pretty handily though. Again, does Cyber jump outside?
Surely he's outside office window. Outside, thankfully. Didn't jump in.
Okay.
But again, it's FaZe dying early, off pace. Get the Blackbeard in first, right? Get that pressure, get the information, then start peeking. Cyber took what I assume was that 50-50 gunfight. He lost it. Now he's dead. Meanwhile, the rest of FaZe, they've taken dining and kitchen. They popped the hatch, signifying, hey, we're going for a backside push. And that's phenomenal, but you've lost the Ram. And the reason why that's important is the Ram mid-round, late round, could pop in those Boogie Jones, go into fire plays, and maybe get some chaos going. That win condition is now gone. Floxo, they're double flanking to retake into dining kitchen.
Yeah. It's not necessary.
Oh, he's in the side. They know about it, maybe.
Yeah, maybe the fact that Fluxo have gone deep elsewhere is a problem. They check the Evil Eye. There's another Evil Eye still active, but the site has been stolen by FaZe. They make their way in, and they lock out the defense. Dotas and Loban need to find a way back into the objective, but the plant has gone down, and the Blackbeard, stalwart on the site with the shield, will make it nigh impossible to retake. Vidaking from outside swings to win on Loban, and Souls locks it down for FaZe.
Finally, some energy and a fast-paced push. Again, FaZe with the correct call this time, and they do it together. They must have seen or heard those two people flanking up top floor. They pushed straight through side before the breach was even opened. Blackbeard was in there. Maestro checked his cam and goes, guys, they're inside. Evil Eye shot immediately. And the big thing is, Floxo were caught in poor positions. No one playing Pillar to shut down the breach of the door. No one playing Blue for the crossfire. It gave them way too much space in the server, and it's also the second time now, once on Nighthaven Labs, once here in Chalet, where Floxo go for a big double or triple flank, exposing side, making it weak. And FaZe, despite winning, will call it tactical timeout. Obviously, that was a bad round turned good, so type timeout is justifiable in that regard.
Still warranted. I mean, look, that was a good read and a good execute, but FaZe, this entire series long, have struggled against a lot of fundamentals from Floxo W7M and even just the general playstyle. I mean, these teams know each other so well.
Yeah.
Having played, like I said, 7 times in the last 12 months. And yet, FaZe have struggled to get a handle on this very aggressive Floxo W7M.
They banned the Thorn.
Yeah.
Getting Thorn banned in pro play, And Invitationals, no less, was not on my 2025 or 2026 bingo
Yeah,
card.
you didn't know that she was going to be buffed until she was busted, did you?
Well, I'm not going to go as far as she's busted. She's playable, okay? Getting her back. So they banned Denari into the Thorn.
Yeah.
Very simply targeting these very specific niche trap operators. It's very unorthodox. This screams fast attacks or clears from one pot over.
I think the problem is that Fluxo just have so many different traps they can be playing, right?
That's the thing.
You have you're protecting against rush traps, which is things like the Melusi and the Fenrir. We've seen both of those played.
Ella.
The Ella as well. And then you have like your Frost, which is kind of like a I'll catch you off guard potentially type of trap. But yeah, there are just so many traps in the operator pool at the moment that Fluxo can always flex onto different ones.
It does remove the damage dealing traps though, right? Like they'll get negatively affected by Ella, as you said, Fenrir, Melusi. But they're now in front to damage, and they slow you for a good 12 seconds. Like the speed changes, right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
But then looking at FaZe's attacking lineup, I'm not seeing much speed. I'm not seeing the Dokkaebi, I'm not seeing the shield operators, I'm not seeing the line, but that's about it.
Maybe they just don't want Fluxo W7M to have an obvious operator to pick that has a deployable shield.
That's also a thing. Technically speaking, possible. Air jab,
I like this.
Jumping.
Oh my god! One tap, the air jab delayed just by a heartbeat of a moment. And that's what ended Cyber's life. Now a refrag is being searched for as Handy tries to jump out, but Loban immediately takes him down. Another one is found for Fluxo. Dota's finishing off Vidiking, who has had a really rough start to Chalet. Souls and KDS have just about no hope now on the 2v5.
I don't see how the Thorn Denari ban comes into play. If this is the game plan, I don't see how that syncs up with the operator bans. Unless you're just trying to take away some comfort picks here from Fluxo that we don't know about. A jump in, you're dead as well. Paolo's there. Donis is there as well. They are everywhere on the map, extending away from the bombs because they're not worried about a rush. Because FaZe don't tend to make them.
Norris has a few choice words for Rafadel and FaZe. Rafadel called the tactical timeout, and immediately they fumble the following round. No second chances. I'm starting to feel like the Twitch Brava ban combo has really messed with FaZe here.
It might be that.
I feel like you have to play Flores. You have to clear
Shields, man,
somehow.
Shields. You
You're
have
right.
like you have Monty open for Vidiking, who is one of the bigger Monty players. You have Blackbeard or Blitz for any of the entries. You have Capital Grim. You have every power-up in the game besides Deimos because they banned Twitch and Brava. While it does take away some information, there are so many strong operators.
Gotta lean into the cheese, don't you?
You do. I mean, is it even cheese to play Blackbeard, Grim, Capital? They're like the most powerful meta operators in the game right now, right? Every other team is playing them, for God's sake.
You're right.
And they're allergic to them.
It's funny.
They're gonna go from Blackbeard to Ayana and Grim to Sophia.
kidding me.
I am going to lose my mind.
There's no way that's an actual
He
Yana
went from
pick.
Blackbeard to Ayana.
What is the play from Handy?
Is it just for the EMPs?
That can't be right.
They have 4 EMPs.
And a good gun?
And a great gun.
I mean, technically it's good for burning the Aruni gates.
Technically true, yeah, sure, yeah. This is one of the only, I mean, the second or third Ayana of the entire tournament. Very low pick
Like
rate.
the least played attacker right now.
Yeah. We're still missing some Rooks, some Ducks, some Thunderbirds, and Alibi.
Yeah, but
Last
as
I
we were
checked.
saying the other day on our cast, like, defense, there are a couple of ops that it's like, why would you play them? Attack doesn't have very many like that these days.
But Ayana is one of them.
Ayana is one of them. I don't mind it just to burn this Aruni gate here. But still, I mean, there's so many other operators that you could burn Aruni gates with. He needs to find this kill. Be careful, Loban.
Just chill, my guy. We're chilling. They haven't burned the gate. No need to worry. Loban can just kind of sit back. Loban is the last player I put in that corner, by the way, because he's going to keep swinging. That's what
problem.
Loban does.
You need whoever's in this player to sit back. Look at
forced
the...
him.
Oh my
He
god!
jumps out.
Loban goes to the peak and takes down Handy outside from the balcony. Fluxo W7M cannot stay inside their building. They can't keep it in their pants. They gotta keep fighting FaZe.
No player in the world makes that play, by the way. And it's why Handy didn't even think it was possible. Who would jump? They C4'd it, they swung it, they heard Handy dropped, and you're thinking, that's the win. He left the balcony. No, they want the kill. So they jump out the window, past the setup, past the arena, get past the crossfire to go hunting for it. It works. And it is so tilting if you're FaZe Clan, if you're Handy, because why the hell would they do it? They attack top mezzanine, top blue, throw the 6 down KDS.
Oh.
Soul trades back.
He needs so much more than just a kill onto mezzanine. They need to figure out, where is Loban? Is he still hiding in the dark corner? We know that he's gone all the way to Mudroom. He's repositioned. And they still have the cardiac sensor from Dots to call for rotations, to call for late round plays, and for Volps' C4. Volps is all the way in the basement, by the way.
Yeah.
Not on site to deny plant.
I was gonna say, it's very plantable. They have cats of fire and smoke. They have, still 3 bodies. And Dots is very low on health. But the walking down the fireplace stairs for a second, dropping the case top of the staircase. I think they're trying to figure out what the attempt is gonna be. But Souls takes the diffuser down solo into first floor with 2 other people outside a library and games window. This seems like a very split take.
Saba takes a hell of a lot of damage there. Loban sees the tip of his barrel for a brief moment, but Cyber restabilizes. Numbers advantage, quickly slips away for FaZe. Dots has been so deadly with the Reaper
7
in hand,
seconds.
and Vidiking has to get desperate. The diffuser is down on the ground. Vidiking goes hunting for it. It doesn't matter where the diffuser is, because Fluxo W7M will win on time regardless. The lead has been stolen again.
What? So they go mud window, they go library balcony, and they go fireplace stairs. And the one person that they specifically gave the diffuser to is the guy going fireplace stairs into lobby. The most exposed position in the entire map for this attack. And Loban only dies because Loban is doing this thing where he doesn't stop peeking. Like, if he plays fadeaway, he's chilling in mudroom, but he wants the kill. Big praise to Volps that round, by the way. He was capital fired off on the blue stairs. He sprinted through the capital fire up to top floor and caught an amazing timing with that because it's off pace. What is going on? Again, if you flip the team names, you go, oh, Fluxo, that is experienced. They got Paolo and all these things, and they need more international stages, whatever. It's FaZe making these crucial mistakes.
Yeah.
It's so unlike them. They blanked onto Ayana, didn't even use the gadget or the EMP.
Yeah.
They never cleared their Runegate. I don't get it.
There's something going wrong for FaZe right now, and it's going to make them suffer. They were one of the favorites to claim the championship in this tournament, and Fluxo W7M are making them look silly. Look, FaZe had some rough moments against G2. We can't deny that, but those maps were competitive. Fluxo W7M was so in control on Nighthaven Labs. They had a warm-up game this morning against D+, and they have just looked hotter and hotter the deeper into this tournament we go.
Vidiking finally on the Monty. Took 6 rounds of attack, but he has finally said, guys, enough is enough. Let me lead the charge. Let me get in safe and sound. This is the best version of Vidiking IGLing that we're probably gonna see. Because Monty gives you so much mental space to make the calls, and you don't have to worry about your own positioning and your own gunfights. It's an IGL person's role, but they are up against a big counter. Volps is sitting on the Clash. It is the #1 shield counter in the game, even against the Monty, because that electrification is gonna just shield guard break you 24/7 and stun lock you as long as you're within range.
So the one good thing that we have here for Vidiking is that he himself has pocket EMPs.
Yep.
So if he sees the Clash and the Clash hasn't had a chance to tase him yet, he can quickly put the shield in his back by clicking the 1 key and then getting those EMPs, throwing it at the Clash, then getting the shield back out again.
And hopefully not get shot in the process.
And hopefully not get shot in the process,
that can
which
happen.
is very possible.
The Solus giving info for the flanker downstairs of Dots. Has Barbwire. No, oh, actually has Barbwire and C4, sorry.
Oh, he's going to get revealed by the Lion. And the EMP has just come out. Vidiking just used both of his EMPs onto Volps. But I don't think...
They're meleeing each other. Vidiking's stuck in a corner again.
Oh my god, what is going on? The shield play back and forth. Both of them will fall. 3v3 now. And Souls has found his pick. Palu has to find a big flank here at the top of mezzanine, but Handy shuts him out of it. Dots, who was trying to flank early in the round and got detected by the Lion scan, now must flank for everything. And is being watched by Handy in the hallway as the plant is going down. Cyber on the bomb site, covered by Souls, should be able to confirm it. And as he does, Dots is in an awkward spot. Doesn't even have an opening onto the bomb site, and Cyber will shut him down. Exactly what we needed from FaZe.
Yeah, but to be honest though, I hate the fact that FaZe won that round because they played it so poorly. Like, KDS gets a collateral double kill spraying through a barricade. Vidiking walked in from top mezzanine into piano hallway and got stuck in the corner, flying from blue while getting teabagged by the Clash.
I don't know how you saw any of that. That round was so chaotic.
Yeah, so we're watching
anything
screens here. I
happening.
was watching top-down screen, but Vidiking
okay.
literally ran it down and just died solo with the diffuser when Maverick is Mavericking the wall.
How did the Clash die?
I'm not sure if KDS
I saw the
wallbanged him.
EMPs go down.
Yeah, so Vidiking walked into piano hallway, double EMP'd the Clash, and just walked at him. But then the Clash walked back into the Monty, so Vidiking goes back into the corner of piano between the soft wall to office breach and the corner that's a hard wall behind you.
And there's a guy.
And then Mossy flanked blue stairs. And he gets stuck in the crossfire. And Vidiking dies solo with the case. Then Vidiking gets a double kill collateral through office door. And that turns the tide. And then they miss the gunfight in the Maverick and stuff like that, right? But it's like FaZe on paper made a ton of errors and then clutched up. And of course, good teams will clutch up, bad teams clutch up. It's a part of the game. But it doesn't fix the issues that FaZe have been faced with so far. It's just a round where KDS completely overtakes the team, single-handedly. And also, KDS only 2 kills. But he won the round with those 2 kills. So it's huge value, 2 kills. It's massive.
Yeah.
But it's the worst way to win a round when you're a great team is to rely on a clutch.
Well, as we move into the second half, Pengu, we've had quite a few operator bans come out FaZe, getting rid of the Monty. Fair enough, but not that we've seen Fluxo play a lot of it recently. I like the Grim ban. A little bit scared the fact that you've left both Dokkaebi and Deimos in, because we've seen a lot of very scary play, especially from Volps and Loben on those operators recently. But for Fluxo, the big one that stands out for me is this little smoke ban, which we've seen popularized on Border and now making its way into other maps as well.
It is, again, I feel like we're in a point in the game where the fact that most pro teams will not play Tashanga even when a smoke ban happens is a worrying sign. Like, smoke has always been the #1 plant operator, the most comfortable, easy to play, great guns, the whole thing. But if you take that away, a lot of teams cannot substitute it correctly, so they have to change the entire playstyle to deep roaming, retaking, or playing tons of C4s with stature now counter, for example. So we'll see what Fluxo can do with it. Here for Chalet, not so much the plant denial, but you can smoke off one of the pushes and just limit Fluxo's aggression. The smoke ban enables more of that.
Cyber should be dead here.
He has a good read, though, to be honest.
He knows about where both of them are. Looking to get re-aggro.
He's going to challenge it? Yeah.
Risky. E1D goes out, so too does the Logic Bomb, and there's a lurk happening from Volts. He's just made his way up West Main.
Respect to Cyber. He stuck around for so long and burned so many pieces of utility.
Yeah, they're trying to
Deimos
cut him
Striker,
off.
Lion Charge, and Doga Call, and he's alive.
And he's back in a relatively safe position, especially with Handy supporting on the Azami to block off that window of display. Under the pump now, it's KDS. He has no idea where to go, and Dodez will finish him off. Well played from Fluxo W7M. And a second one found. Handy had to get re-aggressive, but Fluxo shut it out. Now Vidiking and Souls must clutch up in the 2v5, and the Deimos continues to track him. There's one on the roof watching his position. 3 players low on HP here for Fluxo. Might open the doors for a clutch. But Souls only has 16 bullets in this little Roni, and now he's got to find all of them. Good headshot onto Loben. Still hasn't taken down the Deimos, and Palu outside the window finds him, gets his number, and gets a lead again for Fluxo W7M.
I mean, I think you said this yourself so well. You're leaving Deimos to be open on Chalet.
It's trolling.
It's gonna make the early game and opening gunfights very difficult because you just have some of the strongest roam clear operators, probably the strongest roam clear operators in the game.
And that's not even counting Lion.
No, which also got buffed recently. It's not counting a shield as well getting in there. It's just those 2 global operators to a degree. And FaZe Clan, I feel like either you fight back early and everyone plays like Cyber because he played that so well until it fell apart. But the other players, that's not how they thrive. They don't thrive in that environment. That's a Cyber playstyle in my mind. So what can FaZe do? They can bonk up and play super passive. But now you're giving full map control because of the Deimos Dokkaebi, so they're going to pick you apart surely, right? It feels like a net loss here for FaZe Clan if I'm them. And like you said, have we seen Fluxo play Monty like ever?
No, I don't understand the
It's been Blackbeard, it's been the Blitz, it's been that faster pace. Our story has always been they're a super linear, aggressive team for Fluxo. This has been the most dynamic and depth that we've seen from them.
Absolutely.
But maybe FaZe Clan knows a different version of them domestically that we haven't seen.
Maybe.
That's gotta be it.
I'm not even a big fan of the Grim ban here. Like, yes, he's a great operator, but Grim isn't like a hard lock operator like your Deimos, your Lion, and your Dokkaebi. Like, you feel so helpless when you play those. If you play Grim and you're revealed by the bees, it sucks, but technically you can still kind of fight, right?
Yeah.
It's
I mean, with the mute changes, it does make the Grim ban higher value, just because mute jammers don't stop the Grim beast anymore.
It's true. I just feel like here, in terms of choices you've got to make, I don't think that ban was the right one. So FaZe are going to have to do their best. I mean, we've got 2 more rounds of this half before they get a third ban. But even then, like, you can't ban both the Deimos and Dokkaebi. I would have liked to see probably just double
One
down.
of them will happen in a few rounds. They will for sure.
You could have banned both of them.
you could have.
And then you use your third one to get rid of a shield or get rid of the Grim if that's annoying.
Now, I would like to see mute getting played actually, because when you ban the Grim, that's the one thing mute doesn't stop any longer. But he does stop Lion, Dokkaebi,
and Deimos.
And Deimos.
You are right.
You can just take the jammers, leave one on bomb site for that sole person, and then put them in those power spots, top mezzanine, top blue. If Cyber wants to roam bar, give him a mute jammer bar.
Yeah.
Whatever. Because right now you're fighting 2 debuffs with 0 buffs. If you put that mute jammer, you get a buff, and you also get 0 debuffs.
Yeah.
You flip that conversation.
We're just rehosting the round, by the way, guys. Quick technical pause. We'll be back in a second. But I actually do have the information on what operators were picked prior to that. Obviously, they can change.
Yeah, they can.
But it maybe gives us a little bit of an insight into what was being looked at for FaZe Clan. And pretty much there was one counter to the Deimos and the Lion, which is the Vigil.
Right.
But no mute was picked in that round. Instead, it was leaning into the traps and the catch. So we had Wamai, Denari, Thorn, Sentry, and Vigil.
Okay. Interesting. I'm not against the Vigil because, like, at least, as you said, you can deal with the Lion, you can deal with the Deimos, but it's only one player.
Yeah.
Everyone else is going to get smacked all the same, and no Deimos will ever track a Vigil player anyway.
No, exactly.
Unless you're trolling, of course.
Yeah, it does put a lot of pressure on that single player's shoulders.
And it's not Cyber either, which was surprising to me.
Souls.
Exactly. Souls, I think in a lot of people's mind, when he first came to the scene, people are saying this is the Brazilian breed, clutch guard, support player, etc. I think Souls very quickly made a name for himself as the first Souls.
Yes.
He has been a phenomenal, super consistent player for the longest of times now. All around great guy. He's not often the Vigil player in my mind though, but you know, we've seen him get active in Mossy as well.
Yeah, in his first game of the tournament, he had 153 EPS.
That's pretty good.
And that was against Black Dragons. He absolutely farmed.
The
It was
domestic matchups.
7-1, 7-1. Well, you know what? I mean, if you look back at the results from FaZe Clan so far, 2-0 against Black Dragons, 2-1 against Shopify Rebellion, and then 2-1 against D+ Kia, and then 1-2 against G2. They've actually been pushed the distance in almost all of their games. It's a similar story for Fluxo W7M. They've had 3 2-1 matchups against OXG Secret and SSG, and 2 2-0 matchups against EP and D+. So a lot of Siege has been played, especially by Fluxo, in the last couple of days.
Let's see what they lock in then. This is the exact same lineup we saw before, to the T for the defenders. In the exact same order as well, so they will keep what they had before. The attack, you got the attacker repick, of course, so you can join the bomb side, see a few operators, and go, oh, actually, against these operators, we would like to bring this operator as a perfect counter response. If you're an old school fan, you remember the 6-pick era, where you actually would reveal the exact lineup to each other on attack and defense, and then have about 15 seconds to change one of those 5 operators to an unknown pick.
Always hated that.
The awkward thing about that system is that it actually didn't work very well, because every strat required like very specific operators. If we saw a castle and something on border, we knew no matter what they 6-pick away, it's gonna be this bomb site, because they need these other operators to work.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's awkward. 6-pick didn't really do anything because, let's be honest, 1 operator change. But attacker repick is all 5 potentially, which arguably is too much. So it's a bit of a hard middle ground to find.
Oof.
Nice try, but no cigar.
I love attacker repick. I think it's phenomenal. I think it is very powerful.
Yeah.
But I think that is okay because defenders still win. You know, I actually have a stat for you.
Oh, sure. Give me a stat.
I wrote this down. Let me see if I still have it written down. Yes. So FaZe Clan's actually the second best attacking team at the Six Invitational behind Weibo. They have 59% attack win rate.
Oh.
The SI overall attack win
It's
rate
low then.
is 45%.
The average is 45%.
The total of all the rounds played at Six Invitational, attack has won only 45%.
Fun stat. Take out like Fearix and Enterprise from that equation and see if that changes things drastically. I'm just saying, no hate, but I feel like it could be dragged down by a few teams here.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Maybe.
Like, it's probably closer to like 51, 52 if I had to guess.
Really? So you actually want me to... I can probably get this
I
stat.
actually think it's closer to like 50 than not.
Ooh.
But could be a thing for later as well if it's too...
Yeah, look, I'll do this. I'll do this later. We'll have a look.
I'm curious. Gone 6 goes down. Bit of burn utility there on the library balcony. Good first step. Floxo very structured. Oh, they didn't get the shield. It looked like they did it, but there was another magnet, I suppose.
It's funny.
Who would have thought...
Azami's in, by the way. We could be playing Azami here.
Well, my Jaeger is still, in my opinion, such a strong duo that almost never gets brought to the table, and it's for rounds like these.
Yeah.
Because the Asami gets DMR shot in like 4 seconds and it's gone.
It's true.
Flourish drone could also clear the shield, but we're Flourish from the bomb site. There's one spare now to get that shield removed, and if they can't get it, this entire attack might have to switch. Meanwhile, Lobin doing Lobin things. He knows that someone is in the area, and it's Cyber doing Cyber things, having a good read on that situation.
Oh. Awkward position now for Cyber. As he is being hunted, they know
office.
exactly where he is, and Volps was lying in wait. Well played by Fluxo W7M.
But you see how Cyber plays that aggressive front 4 position? No one is near him.
Yep. Now poor KDS is solo here. This shield position, though, has been perfect. He's found 2, looks for a 3rd, and single-handedly, he maintains this round for FaZe 1v1. He's got the 4K, and it becomes an ace for KDS. When FaZe cannot find a round, one man must step up, and here he is.
Individually swinging, ego challenging. It's classic Fluxo, it's what they're so good at, but this time they actually get punished. And fun fact for you, James, that deployable shield where the round started by not getting cleared out literally gives him the power position to find 3 of those kills. Had that shield been cleared, different story. And it's why utility clearance is oh so valuable. Ridiculous round for KDS. Huge moment twice now here in Chalet. He has 7 kills, and with those 7, he has won half of his team's rounds. He's won 2 of the 4. I do want to see Cyber either getting a bit more help on these rounds on the deep roams, or him maybe playing a little bit further back, but I know where he's coming from. He should be fighting early in the map to slow down Fluxo, but so far he's been shut down 2 rounds in a row. Yeah.
I gotta say, though, KDS getting an ace in that round is
out
surely...
of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nowhere. Dude, I didn't even see the first kill. I said he got a 3K, and then I saw it come up on screen. He got a quad kill.
He was 5, he was 2 before, so it adds up.
Speaking of 2v4s and 2v5s, I have a stat courtesy of Sprabunny, one of our little behind-the-scenes analysts. He tells me that Handy and Souls on FaZe have won 7 out of 10 rounds where they've been the last 2 alive against more than 2 or more opponents, which is the highest out of any duo in the tournament. They are the ultimate clutch duo, Handy and Souls. But KDS, I guess he just does it solo.
Fast entry this time punished. Handy takes down Lobin from far away.
Oh, but Cyber's going to get traded. KDS, though, thankfully is able to help out. Dota's goes down outside.
Boy.
Another one for KDS. He's turned it on. And yeah, he's playing the Lobin game here, isn't he? Jumping straight outside. And back in again onto the site. Dots and Volps need to get desperate. 2 minutes to play with. And that'll be a nice catch.
Yeah, a lot more though. Cyber is 1 bullet from the grave, but they've all fallen back towards the basement, and that's a lot of crossfires, not a lot of verticality that you can do with the Twitch DMR and Hibana. You can get the hatch, maybe the exterior wall afterwards, but let's be honest, unless FaZe start peeking, which they never do in these kind of cases, they should just be a lockout. It's going to be a slow burn.
Lack of verticality against 2 impacts and 3 C4s. And they can, yeah, like you said, 2 burrow up. 1 smoke grenade, 2 flashes. So little utility for Fluxo W7M to work with. FaZe, on the other hand, have everything they could possibly want. Shotguns as well for close range.
Surely you get the dining hatch here, Mr. Dots. You have 14 Skyros. You may as well get the dining hatch just with that bit of fake pressure.
It is time.
Even if you don't want to drop down the hatch, the fact that you can just have that as an option means that somebody from FaZe has to watch it.
Probably because they haven't cleared dining, so they don't...
It could be that simple.
They don't actually want to invest the time and effort of clearing that map control. Instead, they're just going to try and brute force it. Into the shotgun, into the crossfire. One flashbang goes out. He has one more remaining. But as soon as he tries to fight Cyber and Vidiking, he's going to get swung by Souls. So one of these players is watching close and the other one watching far. They're playing this together as best as they can, these two remaining Fluxo players. And they got one kill out of it.
And they should have watched the
Good
drone
flash.
hole.
It's Warden though. And you're right, the drone hole's being watched too. So as soon as Dots marches too far forward, his feet will be taken down by Handy. That DMR packs a punch. Volp's now coming from the other side. Doesn't want to shoot the camera. And a crossfire. Dots finds one, but traded back. And now locked out of the sight is Volps. He's walking into a crossfire as his own. And he's going to have to sprint on through. The fire from Vidiking will finish him off. And FaZe, once again, regain the lead.
Fluxo very much just hunting Cyber early on. It was that fast injury from Ram off his door. Popped it, runs in, almost takes him down, then dies himself. So it seems like hunt Cyber, play for opening pick. It's a very strong way of playing Chalet because numbers advantage goes a very long way here, given the angles and the executes required to get the victory.
What do we think about the last ban here?
I mean, I was thinking Deimos or Dokkaebi for the side of FaZe, and for Fluxo, I actually am not sure.
Oh!
Oh, we got away.
We got debated.
We did.
Timeout here. As I can confirm, the ban from FaZe was Dokkaebi. The ban from Fluxo W7M was Denari.
I heard a blitz.
Tá? Vocês já sabem que é aquele blitz que a gente conversou no Five Guys, tá? Ele vai te explicar já. Você vai pegar, esperar os caras fazerem o sense. Na hora que eles fizerem o sense, o cara da Shadow vai ajudar e o cara do céu vai ajudar. O sobe, o sabão mata o cara da Shadow, do Kid, você mata o cara da Shadow, eles descem, colhem o cara da Zan e a gente pega o cara do bar depois.
Dokkaebi Denari. I was thinking in my head like Denari, but I haven't seen the lasers be an issue. But it was brought by Cyber every single round. I heard them say blitz.
Cyber played Soulless the last round, according to my stats.
Every round but one.
Yes, he played it 2 out of 3. But yes, you're right. I do think it's a bit of a strange choice of a ban. It's not what I would have gone for. But Goyo could have been nice. Warden could have been nice.
The thing about the Denari ban and then bringing Blitz that I do like is that Denari is one of the biggest shield counters in terms of like coverage of the map. Because you only have, what is it, like 3 or 4 lasers independently.
You're going to bring a Twitch anyway. You're going to bring the IQ anyway.
But the pace, right? Without the Denari, you can go. With the Denari, you got to, oh, Twitch drone this, boop,
with
now you can go.
Twitch and Brava. Okay, goodbye Twitch. Oh, Osa. No?
Osa?
I'm getting debated by the repicks
You
here.
are
Dots for a
getting
second went Osa, which doesn't make much sense at all. But no. All right, so we do have a drone here for Fluxo in the Brava. I think that's a good pick.
Playing both Twitch and Brava and a shield just completely nullify each other. Blitz wants to go faster. The droners need a ton of time to get active.
But, I mean, maybe the Blitz can either roam clear or drone for your roam clearers at the start of the round.
Yeah, it is true. It's just a matter of getting in the building. We know they're so eager to.
Still, imagine Fluxo W7M banned out the Warden instead of the Denari here. You've got your Blitz and your Ying. And the smokes.
The glass.
Well, yeah, of course.
If you wanted to.
In future rounds. In this round in particular, though, also, we've got 4 smokes.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I could see the Warden ban come into action in a different world, different scenario.
Oh,
but it's not the world that we live in right now. The bigger thing for me is, can they deal with the Kai 2 Brawl? Because this upstairs office wall is under a hard lockdown. 4 of the 4 walls are reinforced. Shield and piano rather. This is FaZe. They had 2 options. Deep roaming with Cyber or fall back and bunker down. They have chosen bunkering down after the 3rd ban. And it's funny because they banned the Dokkaebi, which deals with the roam. Now they've fallen back and they're playing the turtle.
Yeah.
But also, of course, it's bomb site specific.
Look, I reckon here If I'm Fluxo, I'm using Thermite, exotherming the floor,
yeah,
and just destroying the bottom of the reinforcement onto Office.
Oh, it's a good shout. The issue is, without the IQ, without the Thatcher, this gets so tricky. So I think you're right. Floor, breach it. Just take what you can get. They're going basement,
Where are
James.
they going? Are they trying to hunt Aroma?
They're going on a trip.
There's no one down there.
To their favorite rocket ship. You know that one? You know that kid show?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's little
I know we're going on a bear hunt. Can't go over it. Can't go under it. Have to go through it. You don't know that one?
I don't know that one. I mean, I guess Australia and Denmark are quite far apart, so we know different things. That's fair enough. They do the wall.
How did they get that? I didn't manage to catch it in the end.
So I think they got it from beneath that other Brava.
Okay,
yeah, they got from beneath.
That's good.
And then they burned through the 3-2 brows, and then they can get the wall.
Okay.
But there's 45 seconds left, and another wall beneath them by the actual bomb site. Which thankfully does not have a kite claw on it because, oh boy.
And no 2 brows left here for Handy, so this will be free for Fluxo, but it's going to be a 5v5 execute with 30 seconds remaining.
2 C4. Okay, if you can lift the C4s and don't use the smokes because Warden, this is winnable with the Blitz planting, but it's going to be a tricky situation.
Out goes the first Candela.
Don't smoke it, no!
The smokes come through, but the Warden will be able to see
C4.
a good Nitro cell over the top, but it is baited. Can Dots get into a safe plant position? He needs to find an off spot here. But Vidiking upstairs in Office, he's fighting, and the C4 is shot. An off position now, planting by Dots, but there might be a retake on the cards here for FaZe. Handy spots out the blitz, but the coverage is there, and he doesn't find it until the plants already go down. Palu has to try and clutch up now in the post plant with Souls on the floor. He can scout for info, or KDS could take the risk and go for the revive. As he does, it's a 2v1. Both players low HP. And Palu, here at his 8-6 Invitational, looks to try and clutch up and tie the scoreline against a team he has fought so many times before. 3 kills for Palu as he falls back again. Souls has to commit to it now, and Palu's waiting. He baits him out! And the scoreline is tied again!
2 bullets needed for those last 2 kills. That was a tough decision. Palu, not fully sure if that other person was injured, not fully sure where the assignment was playing at. He could have gone upstairs, played the vert, could have played fireplace, or could have played in that dining hallway. But before it came down to a Palu clutch, it was Volps and Dots working so well together, opting for the other plant spot, going deep, the shield blocking every single possible angle. And the bomb goes down. That's all that matters. The post is yours, even in what was effectively a 1v3 clutch for Palu. Now, if KDS didn't 1v5 ace earlier, basically, this would have been a 6-4 lead for Fluxo.
Yeah.
It's 5-5, it's super close, it's super intense. I'm very happy that KDS clutched that round, and since then he's on a heater.
Yeah.
KDS was 0-4, I believe. Then he got 2 kills for a clutch. Then the ace. He's now on 11 kills.
Yeah, so I had a word from production as well. So KDS's EPS score doubled after he got his ace. I believe he was 2-7 before the ace.
Yeah.
And then he went to 7-7.
That's exactly right from my memory as
From
well.
53 to 106 EPS in 1 round.
And he's keeping it up. The only player I feel like we've not been talking a lot about this entire series so far has actually been Vidiking.
I was going to say Cyber.
Well, this map a little bit quiet, but he's trying stuff, but getting shot down. That's
true.
There's a blitz in action
Here's
right here.
a play from Volps as well, supporting KDS. Say his name again. Oh, another one for Handy as well. And the nuke has been shut down. The blitz, though, looks to slow down. Or rather, not slow down anytime soon. He gets aggressive again, but KDS holds the line here in Piano for another kill. Fluxo, they try and fight fire with fire. They try and continue getting more and more aggressive. And while KDS is on the floor, maybe Dots has a way forward. Good. Nitro Cell and Souls somehow lands the shot through it. Dotas cannot do anything in the 1v3. And FaZe rocket up to match point.
Really beautiful C4 onto Blitz there. It didn't do almost any damage, but it guard broke him, so he opened up his chest and the pre-fire came through with the TCSG. So the C4 doesn't land. Well, the bullets they will instead. FaZe also do something that's very important to me. Cyber, as I kept saying, he's in that deep front line, in library, fighting, etc. This time, KDS was there. He was there supporting the early aggression, getting 2 kills, then they fell back together. Cyber lived until the very last moment. KDS actually never bled out either. Yeah. So they all stay alive, they help each other on the extension. It's so important.
Another round MVP for KDS there as well. He's 100%. Been so impactful. Many rounds in a row for FaZe. This series has been back and forth. Maybe not so much Nighthaven, but Chalet in particular. No team has won more than 2 rounds in a row. FaZe just need 1 more here to send us the distance to Fortress. We need that so badly after what was a really troublesome Nighthaven Labs for FaZe. And we know that they can play Fortress. We saw it against G2 just 2 days ago. It was the one map they won in that series over G2. 8-6 if memory serves. Fluxo, if I'm not wrong, we haven't seen them play Fortress as of yet. I've just double-checked and absolutely no, we haven't.
Interesting.
They let it through to make it to the main stage. Fluxo either need to come back here, stave off match point, push OT, or get it done on the 3rd.
I see the good old Cyber. 1 impact spare on the hatch, can pop it and fall back beneath him for safekeeping. But he has this power position. He says, you cannot take trophy control as long as I'm here. An air jab goes out instead to cover the big window rappel for the roam clear upstairs. It's a very different approach here from Fluxo. They've always cleared library over into office. Now there's Solarium rappel, master bedroom rappel. And because Cyber was here early on, they know exactly what take they're going for. But I see a silhouette. There is 1 person creeping around library. It was Lobin and Dotson at Blackbeard. Not sure exactly where to go just yet. They're on the roof and can rotate. Lobin has deep in missing already. He's actually taken library fully. Solo.
He's progressed very far forward. He must have shotgun because he's got the Reaper out at the moment.
It's
risky. A very different way of playing the Ying here. You want to likely be going from the doorway of the balcony if you've got that shotgun.
So they're flipping the attack, but the issue is they can't breach the wall because the Heart Breacher isn't on that side of the map.
Is Loban trying to bait it, or is he actually going to go for this? A second Candela about to be thrown. Is this going to be an aggressive play? KDS opens the equation while there's a trade back. Fluxo maintained control, but that Nitro Cell flips the score again. Souls holds on as long as possible as Handy upstairs, still with DMR. Throws out one of his freeze canisters. Volps needs to peek. They think he's tucked in behind the half wall, but he's actually wide. So it's actually going to be safe here. Loban gets close up, and the shotgun finishes him off. Into the 2v2. FaZe need to chill out. They can't overextend. There's still a minute left to waste.
Cyber's looking for a flank, but the smokes are so good from Fluxo, cutting off the long line from Solarium Master Bedroom. He fell back downstairs, repositioning that Illamine. The shots coming out, they miss actually. Loban stays alive. They have 3 smoke grenades, no Candelas, a hatch to drop, or a staircase to walk down. Both not ideal. And both defenders are full on health and full of confidence.
No Nitro Cell to work with for Souls anymore. 27 seconds. Loban up above. He's got some info on where one of those players is, but how does he drop down below? He looks for an angle with the Reaper, but he's not going to find it. Volps has to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Coming in from Dining, but they know about it because he's just detonated the Grismont mine.
10 seconds.
Souls continues to contest the hatch against Loban with the Reaper. 90-degree angle here for Cyber is surely going to mean that Volps can do nothing. The impact will finish him off, and FaZe bites back. A 3rd map will be required to make it to the main stage. Fluxo W7M keep battling it out into the 3rd.
There is some life after all. Cyber, again, KDS, Handy showing up. The energy from the team is now there. And like you said, Fluxo have not yet played Fortress. They either have picked this thinking, we don't need a 3rd map, we'll get it done in 2, or FaZe Clan, they might just have it. Because the map can make all the difference here. It's a completely new one at that.
And it's one of the first times we've seen FaZe start slow in a series and slowly ramp up. They did it against both D+ and Shopify Rebellion. They lost the first map, and they went on to win this series. Well, we're not in groups anymore, Pengu.
No,
this isn't Kansas anymore. We're deep into the playoffs, and the winner of this game makes it to the main stage. FaZe look to finish it off on Fortress after this.
reinforce off these two walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this. This would be like a flex. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. In positioning, we'd have the two barrel play here with the C4 and like the DMR. You could play between like weed, like the metal areas, we call it. So you can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start with the bell. I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here. That's the tool side really kind of getting Minnesota. And this guy as well, like when I turn over that tools wall, I'd have these zombie press up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to press out that door, just getting Minnesota, but not really looking for a pick, looking for late time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around this window. So if we need help to hold or whatever, it would be rotate. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here. Right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
Like the things how it would go as well. Like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the capital around this area just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the dart to help onto the push. I think we would put it in here to be playing into the main bridge, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the in here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep things there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the demos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
The biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played. So it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early.
Yeah.
Or just swings and gets killed, you know.
Exactly.
Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
explode it.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana.
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Guess what? It's time to qualify a team through to the main stage at the Six Invitational. In this Brazilian bash, it'll either be the world champions or it'll be the up-and-coming Fluxo W7M revitalized, chasing their first hammer.
And it has not been the game that you would think before it started, right? We're going to a third map, going to Fortress, bit of a back and forth. Chalet, complete barn burner. But in the end, KDS, the FaZe Clan boys, really showed up. He individually might be the sole reason why we're going to Fortress.
And it all started with an ace. He was down 2 kills, 7 deaths, and he stepped up massively. A 1 versus 4 ace clutch, and he doubled his EPS in that round alone. A massive moment for KDS and a massive moment for FaZe Clan. Now we go to new pastures, but they are not green. No, it is Dusty Fortress that FaZe and Fluxo W7M look to make their home for a shot at the Six Invitational main stage. Map 3 starts now.
fighting for a top 6 spot, aka that main stage. Just gonna have another minute before we start. Don't get too excited.
Well, that's I got too excited there.
I want to start too, man. Why do we even have breaks between maps? Why can't we just go back to back? I'm sure the players would love to go back to back, James.
Yeah.
Keep playing. If you're FaZe Clan, your KDS, look, dude, you don't want to have a break at all.
I saw all of the players in the bathroom.
As in both teams?
Both teams.
Oh,
it's like you were saying on the previous day. It's so awkward. Like, look, I drink. You know this. I drink like an entire bottle of water every map that we cast. I have finished this entire like half liter or whatever it is in the last 2 maps, and so every single time between maps, I go to the bathroom and I see all of the players there. And yeah, it's funny. There's a lot of Portuguese being spoken until FaZe are playing against another Brazilian team. Yeah, and then they're questionably silent for some reason.
That's odd. Yep. So, of course, if you're FaZe Clan, we spoke about this so much on Chalet, right? The Deimos Dokkaebi combo was way too strong because they waited for the 3rd operator ban to finally get rid of the Dokkaebi, which changed the pacing of Fluxo's attacks. So now they start off with Deimos. Will they follow through and double down? Yeah, it could be a shield, it could be a Dokkaebi.
Ooh.
It could be a shield, it could be
right.
Blitz.
You're right.
I actually like this because... I actually like this. I think Blitz on Fortress is quite strong. I also think Monty is excellent, and that was the big question mark that you brought forward. On Chalet, FaZe target banned the Monty. We have not seen a single Monty run from Fluxo at this event from what we've been casting from memory at least. Now would be the time, with the Blitz ban being introduced, to show whether or not they do actually play the Monty.
There are a lot of ways that you can play Blitz on this map and keep close range engagements, right?
Yeah.
A lot of ways that you can avoid crossfires.
Yeah.
So I think that once teams really get to figure out the necessary choke points that they want to brute force their Blitz through, I think it'll be great. I mean, like, imagine clearing... what's the room next to dorms?
Next to dorms.
The one that you breach into bathroom. Meeting. So I really feel like taking meeting with a Blitz... Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, where we're watching right now.
That's right here.
Taking meeting with a Blitz is going to be... like, there's just so many close angles that you can really... control with that Blitz. Yeah. I'm excited to be getting back into Fortress. I really enjoyed the last time we casted this. I've enjoyed a lot of the games I've seen here at SI.
For sure.
And you've really converted me, Nick. I think Fortress is going to be a great map.
I do agree with you there. And I gotta say, the big thing that I learned from watching other teams play is this right here. Bathroom rotate into meeting that they have, because it's kind of like Chalet. You can play the walls open and play further into the map, or play with the bathroom wall closed, for example, and just bunker down and bandit trick the wall itself by the bomb side. So you do have the option of aggressive and fallback. And what a lot of teams do here at SI so far is they leave spare reinforcements. Right now, FaZe have 3 unused reinforcements to use. They can fall back step by step, close up that wall, and then enable the KDS bandit tricking, playing back those layers and peeling back slowly and steadily. For Fluxo, and generally speaking on attack, it's either about the direct attacks towards the bomb side or the full overclears. Again, very similar to Chalet. Fox are a bit slow for this one, but again, they're playing the floor as a Twitch.
It's what they love doing. They love bringing those drone operators, a special drone squad. They often bring 2 of them, and I think this is a good move. Unfortunately, they're lacking the Brava, means that they won't be able to counter those Aruni gates. The Twitch will actually not have a lot of targets to look for, sadly. That's because FaZe actually haven't brought a large number of traps. They've really lent into the architecture of the map by using the castle and the Azamian combo. Even the Aruni, you could argue, is kind of a hybrid between catch and architecture and trapping.
Definitely. An early smoke bait from Handy to kind of just slow down the push, counter the Grim Beast as well. And Fluxo not yet shown us the approach, but we see this here. They can trick the meeting, fall back, reinforce the wall if it's not trickable, give up meeting control now, and with 60 seconds to go, they can still trick the bomb side wall to bathroom, peeling back those exact layers that we mentioned earlier. And with no shield operators on the attack and side, pending's difficult. Flanking's possible.
Yeah, you're right. Not only are they going to try and juggle the bandits on that bathroom wall, they're going to swing the ace while he tries to get that breach as well. Now a real fortress, pun intended, has been created by Vidiking with these keeper barriers, and Handy's able to continue playing behind one of them. It leads us to a pretty desperate situation for Fluxo W7M. Volps makes his way up the main stairs. This has been abandoned by FaZe. Just shoot it, man. Like, they know you're there. Dots has found his opening. I think FaZe are playing really far back, though. They're chilling out. Oh, what a shot! This might be the way to force themselves back into it here for Fluxo W7M. A few angle fights, no need to breach the bathroom wall. Souls now needs to win his fight, but he's such low HP. A first shot onto Dots, but not the confirmation yet. The plant still not confirmed. Where's the diffuser? It's on the ground somewhere. Fluxo are going to have to go for kills. KDS is so close. The Keratos does not do the job as Volps starts to plant, but both KDS and Souls can force him off of it. A first round on the board for FaZe, but a little too close for comfort.
Definitely back in a fourth one at that, that's for damn sure. And again, FaZe strategically the better team. Right? They ban a trick, they fall back, they swing, they get every single win condition met. The only place where it falls apart was Vidiking holding the flank on lobby stairs with a single point of health, clipped in his toes or his arm sticking out, dying on the fallback rotation. And this was my concern for Fluxo. Do they have enough knowledge and experience from scrims? You know, not tier 1 games, not stage games here in groups either, but just simply scrim information to play this and match FaZe 1-to-1. Because this map, when it's so brand new, it will come down to a lot of strategy and being just a little bit, like one step ahead of your opponents. And North America, oh my, they have been the best Fortress region by far. Wildcard, I think, leading the charge for that region as well.
I've heard a lot of people say that.
I know, it's true. I don't think they're like undefeated on it from North America, basically. Against other non-American teams.
Yeah,
they've done really well.
We haven't seen FaZe play a North American team on Fortress as of yet. They've played D+ and G2. And they won both of those games. We'll see. Didn't we see Shopify Rebellion play against, was it Falcons on Fortress before?
And what do you think? Did they win it or did they lose?
What did they play it?
Yeah, I think so.
Did they win it? Shopify Rebellion?
I don't know from memory because I wasn't watching it.
Okay.
I can check right now.
Okay. Well, you know, another North American team. So if they lost,
I mean, that was made up before that game. To be fair, but let's see. Let's see if it's stood the test of time.
We'll see.
I'm looking on my phone. Sees.
Yeah, I'm just watching the game.
Is that a good game so far?
I'm really enjoying this game, man. I think this rivalry 7 times in the last 12 months.
Would you look at that? It was a spoiler alert, 7-1 victory for the North Americans.
For Shopify Rebellion over Falcons.
I'm telling you, North America, they own this map.
Damn. All right. Well, let's see how Brazil do it down south. FaZe look to just play passively. I like the way that FaZe have kind of peeled back a lot in the last 2 maps. Compared to what we saw on Nighthaven Labs, they're happy to give up a little bit of ground. They'll play to fall back rather than to play for their lives.
That's good.
Fluxo W7M, like we've said, they're very aggressive, but they also like to spend the first minute and a half of most action phases just preparing for their aggression.
Honestly, such a good arena map. Like, there's so many, like, these few doors, like by a horse that we just saw from the exterior, are so important to shut down. DMR, you can make rotations. Such a versatile operator for this one particular map. Reinforcement on the silhouette there. So again, peeling back the layers, giving it up in reverse, right? Extended roam from dorms lockers into bathroom. Give it up mid-round, reinforce it, peel back. And they got one more spare Rio for the bathroom wall too. So they can keep doing this thing over and over again. Look at the timer. 1 minute 10 seconds.
Was he hiding?
It is slipping.
I think Cyber's actually just going to hide in bathroom. Yeah, this
he
is
went
so
back
cheeky.
inside to hide.
He did. He's hiding in the bathtub, the little rat. He pops his head up and gets a little bit of damage, but he is traded. He gets punished for that risk. Dodes finishes him off. FaZe now fighting from behind. Fluxo W7M. 50 seconds remain. And I don't believe we will see FaZe reinforce that bathroom wall now.
It's too late now for sure. I think he was worried about the Dokkaebi call going out, so he went for the 1-for-1 trade and doesn't find it bad timing for him. Despite that being Dokkaebi who's shooting at. And now FaZe, a lot of angles to watch. The exterior, the hallway, and the backstab in a 4v5.
The time is still ticking away. Fluxo W7M have to make this move work as they finally take down that bulletproof camera. Less eyes now for Cyber to cover for his teammates. But another rat spot here for FaZe with Handy on the floor. KDS wanting to peek. Vidiking will fall. Another one for Fluxo. Handy flashed out. His rat spot will not be impactful. And Souls is not in a position to get aggressive. 1v5. Wow. He finds nothing. Fluxo are firing up on Fortress.
There are a couple of things that make these defenses so difficult. The exterior wall just cuts the bomb site in half, makes it so unplayable. And generally speaking, keeping numbers high is the #1 thing for defenders. Because once the first and second player starts dying, you get so overwhelmed. Think about back when you played Oregon basement defenses back in the day, right? You have 5v5, you can watch everything. The lobby, freezer, tower, stairs, medium, catch, and blue. That's 5 angles. 5 people cover it. If you lose 1 or 2 defenders and they have 5 attackers, there's gonna be that gap, that area where you're thinking, oh no, oh no, oh no, what if they go here? And it messes everything up. So for FaZe, when they're making these kinds of plays, yes, Cyber made that risk, calculated, everybody bought into it, it's fine. But what's gonna be plan B if he's not successful? They didn't reinforce the wall into bathroom. That was missed because he died, right? Because they're trying to sell it. And then secondly, they don't have bomb site full control because they lost the exterior breach. So they really lost on 2 different fronts, both by the bomb site and on the roam game.
I reckon they should have reinforced Cyber off.
Yeah, just fully sell it.
Just get him to sit in the bathtub, fully reinforce it, and then he just doesn't peek.
Yeah.
He waits for them to breach the wall, and then he stands up. And he's like, it's like a good for 1, maybe good for 2 kind of move. But the problem is they can't do it now because he sat in the bathtub already. So
no, it's a tough one. It's the same thing with like, you see a guy on camera, do you just one-tap him or do you just walk towards him with trigger discipline and look for a second kill? It's one of those, do you take the stable 50-50, do you try and go for broke?
Yeah.
High risk, high reward, classic tale.
You know a story that we can maybe mention now, Nick, is Montaigne. We talked about it on map 2. Fate Loban?
On the roof.
You get shot from somewhere? Oh, okay,
yes.
So yes, on map 2, FaZe banned out the Montaigne against Flux W7, and we said, well, that's unusual. I feel like I don't immediately spring to mind with Monty when it comes to Fluxo, but Dots is not doing it.
Monty's the #1 operator on attack for new maps, because it cuts away the whole droning and roam clearing. I don't know about where the corners are. You got IGLing on Dots.
Dokubi's another good one. You don't have to do as much droning if you have the Dokubi up.
Also true. This is weapons, or something we call a gun. There's a big gun machine inside that cabinet in the room, and swords on the wall. A lot of different fun things on the map. This right here is museum and horse. That's the horse. Hey, see the horse. Horse door. Just going through callouts. It's probably called the central stairs, because in the center of the map. Yeah, right there. Very unplayable. The sound is so good here because it's an open staircase, so you literally get heard every time you exist, I believe. I have never once been successful, at least. And so far, pro league teams also don't play there a whole lot.
Let's proceed slowly.
It feels like Fluxo are almost like discovering the map as they go right now, because they're just walking through it, not being made by much of a contest here from FaZe because they got their happy areas.
The problem is they haven't fully cleared the top floor, so even if they do start to execute horizontally, FaZe can always retake. There's a hatch directly above the bomb site. I'm not sure if it's reinforced or open. I didn't manage to catch it.
It's open.
It's open. So yeah, there's literally no way that you can plan because we've still got KDS above the open hatch.
And this room that Monty is in, Furnace, you cannot plant there. Very important to note. That is not the bomb site. You gotta go further
It looks like he tried to plant.
He might have tried.
I think he was just dropping
it
for
his
his teammate.
Yeah. But so you gotta go much deeper. Again, 30 seconds. Fluxo is certainly not the most experienced on attack here.
No, this is looking a little bit scary, a little bit awkward as they try and get deeper and deeper into the site, but they need to have a flank upstairs. Cyber's watching, so close, but he gets the kill with the shotgun. Dots will get aggressive, but Handy has well and truly controlled the flow of energy on the bomb site, and now FaZe look to just easily breeze through the round as Dotas is in an impossible position. And FaZe lock in that defense down below.
Yeah, again, I feel like this is just Fluxo lacking experience. FaZe are doing exactly what they should be, setting up difficult problems to play around, not giving up the map control at all, and fighting for the important areas, the verticality on the bomb side. It's very, really good, solid fundamentals from FaZe Clan, and then Fluxo's inability to pick it apart that's getting them these decisive round victories. For Arbiter bans, this could be a Monty or a Dokubi ban for sure if you're FaZe, to target their weaknesses of not knowing the map that well. For defense, I don't know. A smoke ban. Oh, Grim ban as well, actually. No Monty.
I've seen so many smoke bans recently.
Yeah.
Fluxo W7M on the back of it take their tactical timeout and talk to Norris about what to do for the next couple of rounds.
Exato. A gente precisa usar esse primeiro tempo mais rápido pra pegar e dominar, só que a gente precisa de um pouco mais de intel de composição deles. Por exemplo, o ataque banheiro, eu queria jogar um time independente de como eles vão estar, se vão estar recuado de novo ou avançado. Mas se precisam pegar intel, se estiver avançado, montanha é melhor. Se não, eu queria uma VEC pra já cortar o Marrocos e o banheiro do Bend, etc, tá ligado? Eu quero que a gente tenha um pouco mais de como a gente vai usar essa composição. Outro bomb, a mesma coisa. A gente pegar mais intel do boneco.
Faz a Raura.
Pode ser, e aí joga mais focado no boneco.
I heard a Monty being mentioned, so I'm gonna say. I heard the Blitz in Chalet, and they played it. I heard a Monty there.
Yeah, and they are looking to pick that Monty again. I can see from our second monitor where we can see the game as it's currently in the operator pick phase. Loban's got some thoughts as well.
It's gonna be a plant strat. I mean, Smoke Ban, playing the Monty, they can try and force some cheesy plants here. Like, and there are a lot of doorways and small breaches where that's super doable. I mean, if you're right here in bathroom, right? If you hover down south for a second, this little half wall near the center screen, you can plant either on either of those two half walls. You can walk them in a shield and just hold F on your keyboard and happy days. Right there, boom.
Yeah, both of those half walls are so powerful. My question is, how hard will FaZe look to try and trick those walls? Because so far, they actually haven't committed that much to the Bandit here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're starting to see the Maverick come into play. It's been Monty onto Maverick, though, funny enough.
Oh,
so
no Monty in the end.
Yeah, so the breach is easier. The planning is much more difficult.
Maybe they saw the Bandit last second. They said, crap, we need to change. And no one else said, well, no other operator is dispensable here.
Well,
I mean, clearly there's a plan with the Rayora.
Paolo was the Maverick. Went on to Flores. Dots was the Monty, went on to Maverick. So it was a double swap.
They're scared of the Azami. That's the problem.
I guess so.
They need that Flores to deal with the Azami.
I just feel like Floxo might find themselves in a very similar position where they don't have all the tools for the job, and their aura to me is the curious one that stands out.
There must be something in mind, something specific.
Oh, there definitely will be. I'm trying to figure out what it is before they get there.
Well, what if, okay, maybe the plan is that once you take control of bathroom, you don't need to have control of horse.
Yeah, you close the
horse door.
And then maybe the bathroom door to the hallway 90 as well. That way you can just like walk in, take a simple fight by half wall, plant, happy days. But you gotta get there first. Roam clear. So far they've done a good job, mostly because FaZe are surrendering a lot of map control this time around. You see the stop positions, they're deep in central stairs, deep in horse, not playing by lockers whatsoever, not playing meeting. There he is, now he's in meeting, gonna reinforce the wall momentarily, most likely here. As they start hearing the approach. I guess the idea is they want to burn the EMPs, or force them to deal with that first bandited wall, and then they reinforce the last one. Because then they burn that last bit of utility. It's min-maxing to the best. So Rooney's playing the hallway to enable the bandit to reinforce it. Should be either any second they go for the reinforcement, or they simply surrender it. There's the Maverick, too late. The wall will stay open. So they get 2 walls for the price of 1. Now, just need hallway control.
Well, Fluxo continues to push them back. FaZe doesn't want to give it up just yet. Look at this commitment from Souls with the DMR that packs a punch, and Cyber supported them. We need more breaching here from Fluxo W7M, and the Maverick is the first one to die.
And without the shield, how do you clear out there? Rooney, you see him punch the door over and over and over again. They have the crossfire into bathroom mine to 2. They're injured. The pre-fire is great from Souls.
Good trade, though, from Loban, who comes in from the other side for the backstab. He has been traded back again, however. And now the breach onto the bathroom wall has been enabled, but they don't have the diffuser. Palu and Dodez, the last 2 remaining. They know where one of these positions is. KDS hiding behind the half wall. He doesn't need to overcommit, but he does peek at the perfect moment and find them both!
Big.
KDS is on fire today! FaZe have a 2-round lead.
Oh man, again, I want to go back to that Monty conversation where if you got the Monty, that or Rooney, you just walk her down in the hallway, force her back. She can't do a damn thing about it. We're missing Floxo's aggression. They're playing a new map where they're not as good strategically as FaZe Clan, and they're playing a bit more scared and slower because of that lack in confidence, and they're not getting into the aggressive gunfights either. It's FaZe swinging first almost every single fight. It was the concern going into this BO3, what will happen on Fortress if FaZe can get us there? But then it didn't look like they would for a while, but then they did. There is the Monty, just being hovered by dots. question still stands for me for Fluxo. Do they only have one way to attack these rounds in the same pushes, or do they have that slight flair? The pocket strats, the one-off victories. They're teasing a lot of different operators, right? Every single person but the Monty has attacked or repicked into something else.
There's so many ideas. At some point, you need to commit to something cohesive. How did the Maverick die first last round before the breaches were enabled?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Also, like you said it during that round, but I'd never expected a Rooney to be a Rayora counter, but she was perfect.
He might have died to the drone hole, actually. There's a drone hole in bathroom that sees into Kid Storm. She's proning by the bunk beds. Now that I'm looking at it from the top-down perspective, I think he died to a drone hole in bathroom.
Wow.
You see it
right between
there,
bathroom and bunks.
Right. Kind of left side of that rotation.
Is it not blocked?
It's right there. It's blocked.
It's blocked.
It's blocked.
It looks
not
blocked
that.
to me.
I don't know then. Because Cyber
sure.
killed him. And Cyber was like not flanking or anything like that. So I'm not sure.
Maybe there was an angle.
That's the only thing I can think of. Either way, he died early. No bueno.
No. But similar idea this time to what we saw previously with the Monty, but instead from the main stairs side. Now, when we started talking about Fortress, Pengu, you were telling me there's two main ways that teams attack this map.
Yeah. This is the direct one if you were to attack the other bomb side, you know, of course, by lobby stairs. You walk up, you attack the hallway, you attack horse. But this is a roam clear. It's the extension. Meanwhile, Dodis just jumps in the window much closer to that bomb site. Dies immediately. And now it's a very linear attack.
Yeah.
They're pushing from lobby, over into horse, into commando office, into master bedroom, and slowly taking it step by step. But they don't have that hammer anvil. They're going to be shoving face back, but they're not going to kill them anywhere unless they swing.
That's the thing. Dangerous now for Cyber. KDS, though, he has been just untouchable. 6 kills and only 1 death as he peels his way back. Looks to go down to meeting. Back onto site. 4v3. This is something FaZe have been good at all day. Once they have an advantage, they just fall back. They give up the free ground. They consolidate on the bomb site instead.
Putting C4 below for the Valkyrie. Holding top floor. Injured Trey, but Volbus gets the better of it. Has to help Dots up. Injured on the Monty.
Oh, Handy
C4 missed as well.
Handy might be able to get back up onto site, though.
Yeah, he can for sure. Nobody's watching him at this very moment, but what about the flank? What if he flanks the hallway instead? That's a risky swing there from Souls.
I mean, this is ambitious. Right after I said FaZe know how to consolidate their advantage without overextending, they start to get a little bit too ambitious. Finally, Dots is back up on his feet again, but low HP Monty needs to be very careful.
Again, look at these crossfires. They're missing a player by the exterior breach. They're missing a people backstabbing. They have only one-dimensional attack. It's not going to work. And Souls finds Volps, leaving a 1 health Monty, a half health Paolo on the floor is. They're not going to find a damn thing this round.
His attack half has been a struggle for Fluxo. 2v3, Nitro Cell comes out. Dots manages to dodge it, but now straight into the crossfire, and Handy immediately replies, Palu 1v3, and he doesn't really have much of an option here. He has to go straight into the crossfire, and FaZe find their 4th round. One more step closer to the Six Invitational main stage.
I think it's a 5-1 half here. I just don't know if Fluxo the halfway it takes to win an attack, and I mean that in the least disrespectful way possible. They just simply don't seem to know the map that well. They're so heavily crouching Monty, just walking and clearing angles, and not having a push where on the top-down paper they're missing so many different positions.
The only bomb site that Fluxo W7M has won so far was that Dorms and Games Room bomb site.
It's a flawless one, right?
Yes, it actually... Yeah, Doda's had a big 3K.
Yeah.
FaZe looked pretty lost.
Cyber hitting the bathtub. They didn't get the wall reinforced. They lost their win conditions.
Exactly, and I think FaZe realized, hang on a second, we kind of gave them a lot of fights. We gave them a lot of picks.
Yeah.
We don't need to do that. We can just continue falling back.
Now this bomb site is debated a bit in the green room. The green room is where the casters in town will sit together. The on-air crew sit together and discuss the game and whatnot. And I like this bomb site quite a lot myself. I think it's potentially the strongest bomb site.
I think the defense has to be really careful because it's so tempting to hold on to a little bit more map control than you need. For example, Furnace, you've talked about that. That's not part of the objective.
Obviously, this bomb site, no matter what you want to do, you heavily need to roam the floor above because there's a lot of vert, there's the hatch, etc. So I like FaZe's approach to this. The downside, of course, is you can argue that bomb site is very rushable now, or it's hard to hold upstairs, yada yada yada. Well, right now, where the map is not fully developed just yet, because it's so brand new, no one is going to have it all figured out. So playing the quote-unquote weaker sides can easily be powerful, because they're going to know even less about these ones than the primary ones that you play every single day, especially in ranked. Same reason why if you're playing, maybe not tier 1 pro level, but playing maps like Bar on Clubhouse can be highly beneficial. Playing the fourth option bomb sets on a lot of different maps can be very beneficial, because ranked players don't know how to attack it. And in Pro League, it's a rarity as well, so you just have less experience, you have less strats forward. That's a Blackbeard in the window. He's gonna get on me too.
Oh my god.
He's just dead. When you throw a grenade, you kind of wiggle the shield a little bit, so you get a little bit vulnerable. He did that, he died. And it's again, you're playing 4v5, you got the Monty, you've lost your entry, Paolo low on health. And FaZe chose to fall back off that Blackbeard death. So they have surrendered top floor control. Let's look at the attacker lineup. Is there a Ram, Bok, or Sledge available? No. There's Flores, 2 drones you can spend on the floor, and a Twitch DMR to shoot it. That's it.
I just can't believe that FaZe have gifted up so much control. And yet, Fluxo still don't have the util for it.
They don't have the tools, dude.
Like if FaZe were hard holding, if FaZe were, if Fluxo had the util for this, FaZe would kind of be cooked right now.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Speaking of cooked, Handy's in a really awkward spot. He's flashed, trying to take the fight against the Monty. There's a player outside the window. Oh, this is smart. He might actually be able to win against the Monty. Dots has to be really careful. The guard break's going to come through as the keeper barriers try to protect him, but Dots will make sure that he gets that kill after the flashbang comes through from Dodez behind him. Now it's awkward though. KDS tries to find an angle onto that Monty, but doesn't get it. Really, holding on to medbay here is so pivotal.
Yeah. And they got Goyo 5 on the side, mind you, in different locations, so they can stall things out for 20 seconds. They have the crosses. As long as Goyo, Vidiking stays alive right here, he is the centerpiece in the side itself.
Oh, look at this. Cyber's on for a flank. The timing could not be worse.
He heard that.
Definitely. He heard the reposition.
Yeah, he's calling it as well. So once above, 3 guys by side.
As we listen out for the plant, the Warden tries to reposition, and Vidiking managed to sneak through.
Yeah, they don't know.
Oh, Dots! You've just had your kneecaps taken off. The plant denied. Fluxo are completely shut out of the round, and with that, the half is 5-1 for FaZe.
The deeper you go into a tournament, the more important the draft/map veto becomes. FaZe, they're showing it firsthand right here. It's a BO3. You're gonna be able to play all 3 maps. So every single map matters. Having a really big weakness in that veto means you're dependent on a 2-0, which you just cannot guarantee. If you go that 3rd map, you just know you are absolutely screwed. That is likely how Fox will feel right now, because these are such one-sided rounds. They're trying, they're not getting there. It will be that 5-1 half. Even Handy's stuck in the corner in Laundry. It took 2 flashbangs and 40 seconds to clear him with the Monty. He had no backup. He was completely on his own. They could barely do that.
That's just one guy. FaZe have shown proficiency on 3 different bomb sites on this map. As we move into the second half, they themselves ban out both of the Electro Bros, so they're really leaning into hard breach being easy, so they don't have to bring operators like the Maverick, like the Thatcher or Baby EMPs. They have so much more flexibility in their lineup, and that's terrifying. If you give the guys on FaZe flexibility, you know exactly what you're going to be coming up against every round.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Things like the Blackbeard, the Glaz,
the Ying,
the Dokkaebi, the Deimos.
Yeah. I will say, Fluxo, the best thing they have done is banning Monty. That is the best thing they've done this map so far, because that would have been cooked.
I think they realized, oh crap, we should probably play Monty. He's kind of good on this map. And then when they lost, they're like, damn, I think we need to get better at Monty. Hang on, the other team has Vidiking. Let's not let Monty through.
And I want everyone to pay attention now to how FaZe they're going to approach these attacking rounds. I'm expecting the 1-2-3 steps to be achieved faster. So they're not going to have, 20 seconds left when they get to the bomb site. When FaZe do get to the bomb site, it should be a much more decisive plan in motion that might make a little bit more sense. Again, top-down perspective, right? We can see all the moving pieces, and they're all connecting together. We spoke of power operators. They got 4 for this round. A single hard breacher in the A's with Deimos, Glass, Blackbeard, and the Blitz of Deimos. I forgot which one I mentioned. I completely trolled it.
Blackbeard, Glaz, Blitz, Deimos.
Yeah, I was like,
2 sets of smokes as well to support that. Glaz, 2 sets of nades to flush out any util or positions. One thing that is missing is perhaps anything to clear the Aruni gates. You're going to have to sacrifice some of your very vulnerable or very valuable utility. Honestly, if I'm KDS, I'm probably chucking a drone in there, keeping
dude,
my...
jump in. Jump in, jump out. That's what I'm doing.
Tank the damage.
Yep. That's the alpha male move right there.
But those smoke grenades can be very useful late round for FaZe, as are the frags, especially for me. I'm thinking about clearing the FNAT mines, the Dread mines from Fenrir, clearing the Vulcan canisters from Dodez.
So I like this play. Handy's cutting the map in half right now, giving the flank watch, while also an entry point up the central staircase. KDS then to his right upstairs, opening the window to give him a bit of cover for sound. If Lobin here wants to peel back and run to that hallway or staircase, he'll be a dead man. Meanwhile, the rest of FaZe, they're taking the back portion. But they're struggling because there's been a Goyo fire popped, there's a soft wall, and they don't have any soft destroying operators in that area of the map, so they're just waiting 20 seconds. Here they can push on forward.
Vidikin goes deep. He's already taken a lot of damage. They need to pop this Vulcan canister, and they do.
Goyos.
Nice. They're going to delay a lot of time. That's 20 seconds for Dodez.
1 Selma left as well. I think Fermat's the GOAT on this map, by the way, but no one plays Fermat at all.
No, because you want the flashbangs, don't you?
Fermat has flashbangs and smokes.
I thought they got rid of the flashies.
No. He can choose between it. It's pretty great.
Yeah. Oh, look, I wouldn't disagree with you. They did just make a head hole instead of a full breach on the dorms wall, perhaps so they can play that longer angle with an advantage, their body protected. In goes a smoke, though, but the problem is there's smoke on the other side. Oh, and that first smoke was a bit of a miss. The Blitz is going to go inside, already low on HP, and getting choked out by the gas. He looks for a position around Horse, but it's a complete brawl. Cyber on the Glaz, finds the opening. Fluxo do their best to hold their ground, but FaZe is cleaning house. Volps and Loben left in the 2v4, but Cyber's on the floor. Time is ticking away, but the Vendetta and the target from Handy, he needs to push for this kill. But it might cost him his life. He has no C4, no util to speak of, and Handy will shut him out of it. Volps, 1v4, and he knows that Cyber was on the ground. But now the Blackbeard marches his way forward. A lot of damage done, but they know exactly where Volps is. And the trade for FaZe. They are 1 round away from making it back to the main stage.
The other stream just popped off, and that's Furia, baby. I can hear it. I can hear it.
Could we have 2 Brazilian teams as the first 2 to qualify for the main stage? Well, we're definitely going to have one out of this game, whichever way it goes. Weibo look to fight Furia on the A stream at the moment, but with FaZe, the reigning world champions, just 1 round away from returning here in the heart of Rainbow Six in Paris, the head of Ubisoft's. It's such an exciting time to be gunning for the championship. And for FaZe, they can do what nobody else has done before. To go back-to-back with the same organization, with the same roster, not a single player has changed in the last 3 years for this team. You can't deny, Pengu. Even when you did it, you brought in Cantor Raketti for 2019 that you didn't have in 2018.
We had to weaken ourselves by picking up a bad player like Cantor Raketti and make it more difficult, you know, because it was too easy in 2018.
Oh, yeah. Shate is loving you right now.
Kenzo, however, will not, you know?
No.
It's one of those.
Look, Kenzo, there was when you picked him up, he was the greatest player in the world, and that's often how teams rise to power, right? They pick up a new star player, or sometimes it's a new backline player. For Furia in the W7M era, it was Philippox and Nade. And they suddenly became, from the second best team in the world, 2 roster changes, immediately best team in the world for a year. FaZe haven't changed anything since Montreal almost 3 years ago.
It's crazy.
It was the worst result that team has experienced for a long time. It was being first rounded at SI23 in Montreal. Immediately, they bring in Vidiking, and the story changes completely. They've been vying for championships ever since, and they raised the hammer, of course, last year in Boston after getting so close the year prior in Sao Paulo. They look to try and do it again.
The FaZe tag time out against G2 on this very map. That last game of groups, last game of the day even, the coach was like, guys, we take fast horse control. The very first attacking round, they followed that same advice from the coaching staff saying, guys, play for fast horse control. Floxo, not ready for it. The power-ups are back in action. The Blackbeard, the Glass, the Blitz. So we have a slow first step here, opening windows, applying pressure, droning. But then when they find their target and where they want to execute, they can speed things up out of nowhere. Souls is 10 kills to 2 deaths as the quote-unquote support player of this roster. Oh, there goes the first. Vidiking.
Opening aggro with the Glaz. Now the trap's being spotted as he looks for a little bit more, but Fluxo have bitten back and Souls is down. That's the hard breach eliminated, but we still have 3 powerful, terrifying operators as Palu continues to retreat. And Dots and Palu together find their kills. Vidiking might be able to find one onto the Warden. The flashbang ineffectual, but still finds the kill with the pistol nonetheless.
What more can you do, though? You've gotten so far, but Handy has a gap in the bomb. Gets shot down, and Paolo finds Vidiking as well elsewhere on the map by meeting. It started off pretty well for them. Vidiking deep in the building, but the issue is both the shield operators weren't in the battle chasing those roamers. That was the Glass instead. So Glass got isolated, got 1v1'd, and with that the round lost to FaZe, but they're up 6-2. They can afford to lose a round here and there. They need one more round victory on any bomb side.
You say that for FaZe, but FaZe fans will remember what happened 2 years ago in Sao Paulo.
Oh boy.
Up 6-1.
I think they remember as well, because that would have been the back-to-back in hindsight.
It would have been, of course, W7M, now Fluxo W7M. Different roster, but if you've been a fan of the organization since that time, you'll see that you're 6-1 down against FaZe and think, I've been here before. This might be manageable.
Yeah.
4 more rounds in a row on defense for Fluxo W7M will be required. FaZe did it themselves, a 5-1-1 on the defensive side. And now their opposition must match it.
A little mirror on the board. Kind of like it, given that you don't have Bendik Haid. Again, we speak about how mirror can be used as well to wall deny with C4s and impact grenades, etc.
On the flip side, can be countered pretty easily by the ace.
One thing that I haven't seen, now that I'm thinking about it, kind of surprised by, the Clash. Nowhere to be seen at all.
Would be nice against Blackbeard Blitz.
There's just a lot of hallways on this map, right? There's a lot of like 90-degree hallways, very far angles, and it's a movable shield that doesn't need Jaeger all night, really.
Imagine you had a Clash this round and you hidden it so that FaZe couldn't change their operators. As soon as you see KDS or Vidiking, the guard break comes out and they're vulnerable to being shot.
Certainly has some high potential. Very risky peek there from Dotis. If he goes down, you know, again, it's match point and all.
It's 2 less impacts as well to fight these shields. FaZe double shielding it up.
And they
again and again.
They know it's going to get banned away after 3 rounds. It's the last one they're going to have for it. Surely. Is that or you ban the Glass or the Dokkaebi? I mean, if they're fearing a Warden ban, maybe they'll respond with a Glass or a Ying. A little bit of mind game there.
The Warden has been present every single round here from Fluxo W7M.
Yeah, they have to.
Got to keep committing to it. Make that Glaz a little bit scared as he activates his scope now.
The only thing about this phase attack is that it's the exact same as last time. Now, of course, they might not execute a horse. Maybe they go for bathroom meeting instead. But the very beginning of this round is 1-to-1. So Fluxo are very familiar, and they got that mirror window. They're going to play this key position. Though it is deep in the building, can now shoot the Selma charges aimed at the mirror window.
That's good.
They have no other counters.
Oh, he's not shooting them. He's trying to keep his position.
But they're Dokkaebiing him, so like...
unsuspected, so yeah, now he has to make a move. And he's trapped in this corner, and now he no longer has a mirror window to protect him, but he'll still win the fight against Souls. Up comes the Blitz, making his way forward further and further. Eventually, Dotas will go down to Vidiking. Cyber's trying to support as well, but the Glass has taken a hell of a lot of damage. The mirror window actually still active, not destroyed as of yet.
Didn't get the Warden.
Warden can also now pop that Vulcan fire. Fluxo W7M are fighting with 1 player in deficit, and as soon as this fire subsides, KDS will have free reign over Horse.
And mind you, during this entire time, Handy is in blue drop, very far away. KDS by the Horse door. That's been like a 3 versus 5 effectively on their own clear, and yet they've still gotten it done with 50 seconds to go. Waiting for the fight to subside, there it goes. But now we're getting smoked off in the Horse doors, or KDS goes in the central window instead to reposition. Handy playing a very late round flank here, slowly inching towards the bomb site.
Oh, it's so classic FaZe. They've got players everywhere, all at once, around the map. It makes them impossible to read, but Loban, he is the disruptor. He finds 2, and at the drop of a hat, Fluxo W7M find the lead again. Cyber expends his last smoke, but he's not going to be able to do what he needs. Dots and Loban put 2 and 2 together, and it's a massive round to bring W7M one step closer.
Round by round, play after play. But the pressure, if you miss that one shot, if you mistime it, if you miscoordinate a play, it's all for nothing. Alberta Ben spoke about the potential of like the Warden ban, the Clash maybe being hidden away. Targeting
get rid of
the Glass of the Yin because of the Warden expectations. That's the big mind game.
Do we see that Warden? Do we see that Clash? Do we see a shield ban, or do we see the Dokkaebi or the Deimos? And, well, it's not on screen at the moment, but do you want to do the honors?
There it goes. Mira and the Glass. Honestly, the Mira is a big surprise to me because I didn't feel like it was an issue that round at all. And FaZe will do classic FaZe thing. Let's tag time out, lock in for one round, and get that 7-3 W. Also, just like look at the face cams of
so
FaZe.
chill. You wouldn't think they're one round away from qualifying for main stage.
No, but if you look at their faces from when the series started, it is a very different look. They look kind of down this morning.
You think so?
I know. I maybe I'm overreading it. Maybe they expected an easier fight. I'm not sure. But for the entirety of the first map on Night Even Labs, it was no energy, barely any talking. Like they just rolled out of bed and they were like, "Oh, we gotta play a game today."
Maybe it's understandable. Of course, they got quite well embarrassed by G2 just 2 days ago.
Yeah, but
and then this morning, Nighthaven Labs, I don't know, maybe the players weren't happy with the veto. Often,
I don't know.
You know, here's a question for you. Obviously, it's changed a bit since your day. But, you know, the coaching staff, they're the ones that do the veto. And sometimes some players don't know what maps the coaches are planning to go for. And the coaches kind of just tell the players, oh, you're playing this. And they're like, oh, really? Why?
There are certain different players, like some that often like the IGLs and the masterminds, they care a lot about the veto process because they got to figure out the strats and whatnot. But then you have like the, let's say, the Kenta Arcades of the world, right? Where they're like, okay, he gets told what maps. So he goes, okay, so I play Ashe, and, oh, I play Ashe on that map as well. It depends. Often the players will have an idea because you're prepping the maps beforehand, but maybe you have like 5 maps as a possibility in a BO3. So 3 of the 5 maps get picked.
So who knows, maybe some of the FaZe players weren't super stoked to be playing Nighthaven Labs. That was reflected in the result. Or maybe it was just the momentum that killed them once they started facing against a very aggressive Fluxo W7M, which we're seeing here, by the way. Loban's looking for an aggressive play outside.
So he's going to pop the wall.
It's the first time we're seeing Fluxo W7M play one of the ground floor bomb sites. It's over on Cafe and Waiting again. This bomb site was very hard to attack for them.
Yeah. The reason why you don't play the Hammam bomb site is because the wall that Souls just breached on the exterior leads straight into the bomb site, and there's a half wall on the right-hand side. You can plant behind that.
Yeah.
Right by the breach. So essentially, it means you can just walk in, plant, and then it's round over.
Just got rid of that half wall. Would that side be viable?
Right there, yeah. If you got rid of the half wall, it changes things for sure.
Oh, wow. Medbay already control for FaZe. This is one of the most important rooms on this bomb site. It's usually so hard because the defense locks it down. And now inside of the bomb site, who is that? Lying in wait. They're about to be in a world of pain. It's Palu. He moves back in the kitchen, but he 180s onto Vidaking and takes down the blitz. Looking to recompose. Palu, the turret on the bomb site. And a glimmer of hope for Fluxo W7M.
Lock it.
Oh! 3! He's a turret. He's hungry for more, isn't he?
He's standing his ground, holding down the entirety of both bomb sites, and the rest of FaZe, they're far away. Souls in the exterior still. Here comes the swing. Are you ready for this one?
Give him the fight. Give Palu the fight, and he will do what he does best. Into the crossfire for Souls. What can he do when there's a player on the staircase next to him? Not very much, apparently, because as soon as he clears the gate, he's taken down. Big 4K. For the father-to-be, a much-needed 4K. For Fluxo, a much-needed round. From 6-1 down, now to 6-4. Only 2 more required to push us the distance.
This play from Vidiking, I hate to be that guy, but he completely sold around. The Blitz flash radius is much shorter than you realize. And if people turn around like that, it's not going to hit at all. And there was just nobody following the Blitz behind him for the push either.
So it used to be that when if a Blitz flashes you, it's purely on radius. It doesn't matter whether you're looking at the Blitz or not. Is that still the case?
No, so it matters where you look. If you look towards the person going for a blind, whether it's a flashbang, yinked or blitzed, you will get blinded from further away if you're looking towards it. But there is a dead zone where no matter which way you're looking, you get perma-flashed anyway.
Yeah.
So
does Blitz have the exact same effects as a flashbang? Because for a while I thought it was a slightly different effect.
So it's the same effect in terms that you get blinded, and the duration is also the same depending on how close the flashbang lands to you. But the radius,
the like must flash doesn't matter where you're looking radius.
The maximum flash range, so how far you can go, is much shorter on Blitz than a Candela or a flashbang. So you got to be much closer, but that's Blitz's thing. You got to get up and close and personal.
I mean, that's it. That's what his specialization. He's the close range shield.
I don't have the exact numbers in my head, and it's hard to visualize, but I think Blitz's flash radius is like 4 or 5 meters if you're looking at them.
Yeah.
So literally, if you are in the same room and you're looking at the Blitz, you don't get blinded. You got to be really close to them.
Yeah.
If you're literally standing almost in front of the Blitz but turn your back, you don't get blinded either.
So in that situation, like asking, what would you do? Would you just go for the ADS when he's running away from you?
No, he's baiting it. He's clearly baiting it. It's a 5v3, right? Palu is completely screwed on side because he has no help. What you do, either you do what Vidiking did, you do the blind, and you should just know that that's not going to connect, and don't ADS, because playing DMR close range is impossible because you're zooming in so much. And then you just kind of bait it out, your teammates come back up, and then you wait for the flash to recharge. The other option is you chase the Aruni, not knowing if the player has cover or not, and then just get closer and closer and closer, or shove them into a teammate. But he was in that dead space. He was like 1 or 2 meters between flash radius and no flash radius, and Vidiking obviously assumed either that the person would get flashed or that he could just win the ADS gunfight. But why take a 50-50 risk when you're 5v3 and have already on paper won the round? If you flip it, if Vidiking was in a 3 versus 5, you make that play every single time because you need to be desperate.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And that's something that FaZe have actually been really good at since Nighthaven Labs, which, let's forget about that. That was terrible for FaZe. Since map 2 and 3, Chalet and Fortress, FaZe have been really good at consolidating their advantages. Right?
Yeah, they have.
They're in a numbers advantage.
That's why them losing that round was so surprising. I mean, by the way, big props to Paolo for hitting every single shot known to man.
Oh, yeah.
But Vidiking, FaZe could have done more to make that more difficult.
And just talking about consolidating your advantages, right? Like the most obvious early round advantage that we always talk about is opening kills. Now, FaZe have been one of the best teams in the tournament so far. That's a given.
Yeah.
Would you believe that they are the second worst team at the tournament, including those already eliminated, like Elevate and Enterprise,
including everyone,
and Black Dragons? Okay. Second worst at the tournament for getting opening kills. 42% of the time they get opening kills. For contrast, the best is M80 with 61%.
Yeah.
Almost 20% higher than FaZe.
It's very unlike FaZe because it used to be the opposite. But I also saw the handy stats before this game. He was 10 to 20 that I saw. He is negative.
Yeah.
10 in that regard.
Another one that's really bad for FaZe is that they have the worst opening kill trade percentage at the tournament.
So uncontested openings.
That's right. So they're losing the opening pick and they're not trading it back. They only trade back their opening kills 6% of the time. Compare that to the best at the team, which is D+ with 18%, 3 times as often. And one thing that's really been a different story for Fortress compared to the FaZe that we've seen for the tournament so far, like Chalet, Nighthaven, Labs, if you look at it, it's just Flox are winning every opening fight. Like for most of the time, they're winning like 60-80% of them. In this game on Fortress, we played 10 rounds, and only one time has Fluxo won the opening kill. FaZe, the second worst team in the tournament for opening kills, have got 9 out of the last 10.
Now, it goes to show both, the FaZe power in action, but also Fluxo's unfamiliarity with the map, really. I think it has been a lot of that. I mean, when Fluxo went on the attack inside, they looked like they hadn't spent enough time figuring out what their defaults were going to be. And they lost a lot of openings because of it, just not having each other's backs, being flanked, etc. Some C4s.
We're just fixing up a PC at the moment, but we've got everyone in the lobby. We're almost ready to go get back into it. Thanks for being patient, everybody, as we get through this technical pause. It's been a long time. If you're a FaZe fan and you checked out after round 7, you're like, oh, we're 6-1 up. Easy as you like.
It's going pretty well.
Now it's 6-4. If you're a Fluxo fan, you hopefully haven't had too much caffeine today because your heart would be racing. We'll be back into the game in about a minute. Before we do, Nick, we can look back at the last couple of rounds that we played in Fluxo W7M's defense half, right? So kicking things off, they lost command, office, and bathroom. That's like the primary site for most teams. They won a defense at dorms, won a defense on command office, and then just now, thanks to Palu's big 4K, won on waiting room cafe downstairs. Do you go back to dorms now? Because the others are locked. Do you go to dorms? Do you go to Hammam?
Don't go Hammam.
It's your only choice.
You don't go Hammam. If you don't know, if you're not super familiar with the basic default attacks on the map, you're not ready for Hammam.
Yeah.
It's like playing customs on border without knowing how to attack armory first.
Yeah,
it's too early. It's too soon.
So they go back to dorms and games.
They do. And then they gotta establish the win condition because FaZe banned the Electro Bros, Kite banned it. So that exterior wall by side will get opened up. I think that means that you need to prepare for two things. You need to prepare for a bomb site direct attack where you just go old tower drop with the main breach, so they need plant denial essentially. But they also need to play heavily for the roam clear and fall back.
That's hard, right? I mean, like you said,
gotta play two sides.
Kaid and Bandit are banned, and Mira is banned. And previously, that was the way they won this bomb site,
the
right?
Clash comes out. That is literally the solution. It helps you with the roam clear, helps you with plant denial, helps you with the breach being opened up. It solves literally everything, grounded in a single operator.
It helps you with the double shields as well.
Yeah.
And what's more, Fluxo W7M banned out the Glaz previously, which means that holding onto Horse with the Azami is going to be a lot easier than last time, because previously it was the Blackbeard and the Blitz that primarily went through games and dorms into bathroom and through meeting as well. And it was the Glaz that single-handedly was looking to try and take Horse control. So I think this is kind of a perfect storm of adaptations for Fluxo to get one step closer to tying us and heading to overtime.
I think so too. The reason why this bomb site is so hard with the Kaid Bandit band is that if you go to the exterior wall by the side, in the very south portion, you'll see it cuts through the entire thing in half right here. And right next to it is a soft wall to the right-hand side that also sees the B-bomb site. So you see so much from a singular position outside the building. And it's why you need to play heavy for the roam, because if they're going to get their breach for free and they get the roam clear across the map, you have nowhere you can play on the side.
Yeah.
But you also need to be able to stop a side rush from that breach and blue tower. So there's the two different very important areas of the map you gotta worry about. For FaZe, they've been doing mostly the same attack so far on the top 4 bomb sites, not showing too many new strats, I wanna say. And if you're FaZe, this could very well be deliberate. Because if you're gonna go find this tournament, which they are, right, it's the expectation, you have to kinda hide some stuff as the further you go. You should not blow the most secret, deep desired strats against Fluxo, right? That's where you can just kind of beat them, push it better. But they've been tested. Fluxo have deeply tested FaZe.
Look, it's true. I mean, especially if we cast our mind back to map 1. You know, I was preparing, I was thinking, well, what's this going to mean? If Fluxo beats FaZe, knocks them to the lower bracket.
It's going to spice up the bracket, that's for damn sure.
If you had to choose between playing lower bracket or reaching a little bit deeper into the strat book, I think it's an easy choice.
You start doing those strats. Soul's half health now. One single Thorn Trap does that to him. Not a great start for the...
Oh my god! What?!
The one tap fade away from Dots onto the only hard breacher in the round. Vidiking answers back onto Volt, so it's back to 4v4. But what a start to it.
Wow. I mean, that's just a question mark in the chat, isn't it? That's what I'd be doing. It's the hard breach going down. No tin can openers on the rest of the squad. Fluxo can always just fall back and reinforce things off. Dots, he's keen to fight more! The C75 is a dream! And now he brings out the M870 as well to get up close and personal, play the shotgun. Handy though, he's been so good this whole series for FaZe. He's taken down Dots and
they're overswinging.
With Lobron on the floor, you're right. Fluxo have started to get a little bit too aggressive. Thankfully, Dotas will trade and be able to safely and securely revive his teammate. 3v2 now, the advantage for Fluxo.
And the clash, it stops the Blackbeard push entirely. And they have no counterplay. Just the Flourish Drone and a single of Flashbang. This should literally be unlosable for Fluxo if they just play together.
What can you do? Oh, the flank coming through for Loban. Souls has gone down. KDS is going to have another miraculous clutch. We saw one from him on Chalet. Unlikely he'll be able to do it against the Clash. Dotas puts down the shield and puts down the final player of FaZe. From 6-1 down, they are now within reach of OT.
Fluxo just channeled that ego player inside of them, where they go for the most outrageous of swings. He's the one tap to start off the round. On the C set, like, oh.
Bang.
One bullet, and it's onto Cyber, the only heart breacher. And then Dots, he keeps challenging the hallway against the Nomad. Then he swings KDS on the floors. They keep wanting more. They said, we get a huge advantage. And we're not gonna slow down. We're gonna keep pressuring FaZe in the server, make them feel like they're suffocating even outside the building as we go for these swings. And now, the Clash gets brought again to no surprise, at least for the time being, it's locked in. What do? You can try toying with the Capital, the Nomad, the Kali right now from KDS. But if you're taking those kinds of gunfights and winning them, the Clash is not going to be the biggest problem. It's going to be FaZe's individual 1v1.
10 seconds remaining.
And the Clash is so much better than the Mirror when it comes to ego challenging, right? If you want to play Mirror, you got to sit in a position. It forces the attack to make a move. And also, there's something that's actually kind of nice against playing against a Mirror, because you know what you're getting into, right? Oh, if they have a Mirror, there's a guy standing behind that Mirror window, and there are XYZ ways that we can counter that Mirror window, right? It's cut out for you. The Clash is constantly changing, constantly moving, constantly making you think. And it can be so much harder to clear than a Mirror window. And enables so much more aggression from players like Loban as well. Dots, though, and Dotas, who have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting here.
Of course, FaZe can always just say, okay, Clash is playing in this location. Let's attack the other side of the map very quickly. But that means you're sprinting into battle against other people. The Fenrir traps, the Legion mines, slowing down the gameplay as well. I think Fluxo right now are feeling a bit of pressure because I'm not sure if they're going to go for a roam clear or direct attack. It's Loban and Dotas working together on the roam. FaZe are slowly approaching. When they see that blitz, they're going to, okay, that's probably going to be the main push, because Vidiking always has the case and is the sole shield.
And as soon as the Clash sees him, he's going to be toast. He's going to get guard broken, so he can't show his face.
Careful.
Loban dueling these angles onto the outside breach. Oh, and in goes the Clash.
Saved him.
Yeah, he has to fall back.
He can't.
How does he get out of this one alive? The blitz is
There's
going to
two
be
guys there.
completely
Volts also
trapped.
showed up.
Everyone from Fluxo is ready to fight this blitz. Vidiking is in such a world of pain, and Loban has found his onto Souls. The Clash continues to harass Vidiking. A smoke grenade isn't going to do very much at all. Volbs could go for a swing at any moment. He has to bring out the pistol. This is terrible for Vidiking. But Cyber is there to support, and the Clash is forced back. Vid has found a second. FaZe! Turn it up to another level. The volume has hit 11. And now it's Dotas, the last man standing. Fluxo W7M have given them a run for their money, but now he has to do the impossible. FaZe can rotate. They can move back. The blitz has been spotted. Out comes the SMG, and he looks for a kill. The plant going down for FaZe as Dotas makes his way forward. He knows where the first one is, and he gets the down onto KDS. Vidiking with that shield, he's been spotted as well, but the plant is down, a lot of damage, but no kill. 12 for Dotas, and he has to do it all himself. He makes his way forward, and he's going to put this shield down. There's no way he can look to ninja this, but he might just be able to bait it out. Handy and Vidiking together look to try and prevent Dotas, who's already lit up, but he has to hold on. A rotation, he's going to stick it! The Bulls tried to buck them off, but this ain't FaZe's first rodeo. The reigning champions will return to the Six Invitational stage.
And the redemption story for Vidiking, bottling the attack on Kitchen with the blitz, losing an unlosable round into putting a shield on your back against the Clash and push in, push forward past the problem, solve it with the pistol in hand. That was the one round where Fluxo should not have lost it on defense, and yet somehow, somewhere, it all went wrong.
A 6-1 lead for FaZe, and yet Fluxo W7M brought them so close. You look at the look on Palu's face as he says good game to his opposition. Look, Fluxo played well, but the trend continues W7M have had FaZe's number so many times in the last year when it comes to these domestics, low-stakes matchups.
Yeah.
But whenever there's something big on the line, like a shot at playing on the main stage at Six Invitational, FaZe just seem to have their number.
It's incredible. When we started off this POC, I thought it's completely over. FaZe from the G2 game into the start tonight, even Labs is looking so over, but they started getting fired up, and on Chalet, they were fighting back a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Then on Fortress, I think their experience really showed.
I mean, the experience to be 6-1 up and see round and round after round go the way of your opposition, start to slip away, and yeah, they still staved it off just before it went to overtime. And you're right, this is the classic thing for FaZe. I mean, they are not a team with a hard carry. Technically, Dotas was the MVP of that map, MVP of that series, but guess who won?
Yeah, FaZe did. And I mean, KDS, despite getting an ace, only finished 3 kills higher than the second highest killer in Handy. So they're so close on the scoreboard. Even Vidiking, who was having a really poor Chalet, playing a lot of shield play and not really getting a lot of kills on the board, going like 0-4, only 5 kills behind the majority of the people.
And classic FaZe to let everyone have their moment. For KDS, his moment was on Chalet. And for me, that was really the turning point in this series.
I think so too.
Not even Labs was just uncharacteristically Fluxo favored. FaZe were playing terribly. I think they were. Let's be real. Like, after that first map ended, you turned to me and you said, Dev, that's the worst I've ever seen FaZe play.
Yeah, genuinely it was. And I'm glad I was proven wrong, because we need a strong FaZe for a good Six Invitationals. They're one of the top 4 teams that we're expecting to make it all the way. They're locked in top 6, which is a great start for them. But that performance at top 6, they're not going to win.
No, they're going to need a whole lot more than that. But they've been tested now against G2 of all teams and against Fluxo W7M, their regional rivals. For Fluxo W7M, they're going to have to go through the lower bracket now, and it's going to be a hard battle. They're not shown on this graphic just here where they have fallen, but I'm pretty confident that they will be playing the winner of Team Heretics versus Oxygen.
I believe so as well. And the results, man, I guess it's a slight spoiler. Fury up 1-0 over Weibo Gaming. How do you feel, James? You okay?
It's okay. You know, APAC will get it done.
Cobium. Okay, that's it for us. James and I will have a break and back with more Siege.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you? How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent. My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the podcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Oh my god, Anne? Fast Anne? Oh my god, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had two people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
This is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
Alright, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah.
What
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will
I've
sign
got a whole
it
wall.
for you. Alright.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank you so much.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, disse aí. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Just like you, we get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through. Just like you, we get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here and on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the blend, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo window. And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan that's going to play here is looking for her. She enters below, plays there, just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes. They're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can't throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipe.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, boa. I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
You have won all of your games, also, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game. Maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch. What is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
reinforce off these 2 walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the 2 barrel play here with the C4 and like the DMR. He could play between like weed, like the metal areas, what we call it. So we can either react to that or...
FaZe and Furia have already booked their place to the main stage. Now to see who will join them between Wildcard and Space Station Gaming here on the B stream. The last day, well, the last game we've got for today, and it's a big one. Obviously, we saw SSG earlier, ran through M80, made it pretty light work. Wildcard, though, have looked so far very impressive at this Six Invitational. We'll see if they can continue their run.
Yeah, absolutely. Wildcard come into this match hot. They topped Group B, keeping in mind that both Furia and Falcons also joined them in the group stage. They've, of course, been able to sit back and, I suppose, prepare for SSG specifically. As you mentioned, they had a dominant 2-0 over M80, and it wasn't a case, it really wasn't, of 1 or 2 players popping off. It was a truly team effort, everyone inside of the server having impact.
While we've got the boys on our screen, I wanted to shout out Ashen, 4th for EPS at the event. He's actually ranked 1st for entry ratio as well. He's had 15 opening kills. For Wildcard, though, 4 wins in the group stage, topped their group. They've been sitting, waiting, watching M80 and SSG earlier. Kansan 11th for EPS, and not far behind him is Bay. Those two have been sensational. They've done it all, 24, 23 KDs each, +4, +5 opening kills, 6 multi-kills and 7 multi-kills, and both with 1vx clutches. They're going to be the 2 highlights for this wildcard roster, but what makes them so formidable is, again, you look at the numbers, it's an even spread except for Dash. The rest of them are all over 100 EPS.
Yeah, I'm looking across at a lot of the team-wide numbers for these two, and it is quite close. And even the head-to-head that we have on offer here between Ashen and Bay, those numbers, again, rather tight in scope. Now, of course, as you mentioned,
Look at that entry for Ashen, though.
Ashen right up there. The entry, probably the big differentiator between these two, 19.4 in comparison to 15.9, but the cost is rather similar, and so entry could actually be a pretty large determining factor between these two. In terms of opening kill conversion, it's very tight between the two rosters. 75% for SSG, only narrowly beaten out by Wildcard at this event, 77.8.
Yeah, and also Wildcard do average a high amount of opening kills, but I add the caveat, so did M80. They were first prior to their match against SSG. They tumbled down because SSG was so dominant. Into the map vetoes, we see Fortress once again. The North American teams love this map. We just had it on the B stream as well. Followed them by Bank, the pick of SSG. And lastly, Clubhouse, the decider. In terms of the numbers, though, for Fortress, they've both been playing it. 3-0 record for Wildcard, 2-0 record for SSG. So it is a ballsy move for Wildcard to go to Fortress, knowing that SSG also have this map in their map pool. As for Bank, guys, Wildcard have not won this for a very long time. 203 days ago was the last time that Wildcard won Bank.
All right, Fortress it is. North America have looked red hot on the newest map in the pool. It's SSG Wildcard. Let's see who can make it to main stage.
Oh, main stage on the horizon for one of these two North American teams. It promises to be a special matchup. Wildcard, you think all the way back to Reload, when they really started to make some noise for the first time. But they have also followed strongly then throughout the last, 8, 9, 12 months or so, however long it's been. And now they've got an opportunity. Main stage could be theirs. They've just got to get through one of their local rivals in SSG. As we head to the ban phase, Fortress, our opening map, and SSG on the defense.
Yeah, all these operator bans making sense from at least my observations from afar of what we have seen from Fortress so far at this event and the meta that's kind of evolving here in Paris. It's very much turning into, especially for top floor sites and top floor clears, there's a couple, 1, 2, maybe 3 by extension, really tight chokes that both defense are really trying to lock down. We've seen the Clash and the Smoke on occasion used to leverage that and to try and make it a real bloodbath for the attack, who on vice versa, on the opposing side, have maybe into shields, the Ying, etc. So all of these bans are making perfect sense. I think overall, it does cancel each other out somewhat. But I am intrigued to see how Wildcard go, especially as they're starting out on attack and dealing with these choke points. especially if they do go for wave attacks. We're not seeing direct attacks be, super high preference so far, but you never know. It's the kind of map where there's still a lot of untested waters.
Well, you say that, but as I've just kind of refreshed our data, every single map now has been played 10 plus times. It's been a very even spread.
In the context of this event, sure, but when you think about the 1 billion times that Clubhouse has been played in comparison, right?
Absolutely.
Still very early
I know what
days
you mean.
there.
62% defensive win rate is the most defender-sided map of the pool. It makes sense. Newest map, defense naturally should prevail. I think as we get more and more time with Fortress, teams will start to figure out more attacking plans. But expecting SSG to certainly do well in this first half. But again, for Wildcard, this feels must win. They've not won Bank for 200 plus days. Yep. So it puts heavy emphasis here on their opening map pick. Monty, Ying, Clash, Smoke, the bans.
The head-to-head as well for this matchup. Obviously, two teams, North America, they play a lot. I was speaking to Jesse a little bit about this. It does actually tilt the way of Wildcard quite significantly. 10 matches. Dating all the way back to September 23 for these two organizations. Wildcard the lead at 7-3. As of most recent, Wildcard edging out in best of ones. But NAL Stage 2, for example, Space Station may be showing a little bit more with a 2-0 in that best of 3 matchup, which may serve them a little bit better here in this format.
We were talking about it before with M80, right? Like a lot of these North American teams can kind of take maps off each other.
Yep.
It's a bit like the Brazilian teams do back home as well. And then it all kind of changes when you get to these international events. Not much has happened in the first half of this round. Fortress can have some slow pacing, especially here on the second floor, command bathroom. Dash make his way up lobby stairs, but Volts is watching. Shotgun. Yes, he's low on health, but bang! Just like that. Gets the kill onto Dash. Gets rid of the Deimos. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but considering the health margin of Volts, I think you're pretty happy with that outcome. And as that time starts to tick down, without that Deimos, less pressure available for Wildcard to put onto SSG.
Yeah, cannon focus here from Wildcard. Spiker will lurk and try to be the pinch pressure on offer over towards Horse, but New is locking that down currently. So 4-4, 50 seconds, a rather neutral round. A good belt of utility is still available here for Wildcard if utilized efficiently.
Yeah, my concern, though, is now the time factor, is they're going to be pushing into the site. SSG will like to then reposition, place them in these windows, try and cut off the push into the building. Indeed, there you go. Ashen from bedroom, long angle, headshot DMR onto Kansan. They lose the Capitao. They don't have that execute utility. It's a triple stack now for Wildcard over towards Tower. But that's just going to be really good for SSG. They got so much space here to be able to swing these corridors, swing these doorways. As the push comes from Spiker, he gets caught by Ashen. He's now found another kill, and they all start to fall. Ashen and Benja combine, all too easy for SSG. The slow-paced attack from Wildcard does not benefit them.
Huge, guys, huge!
Ashen not known for being hyperbolic.
I'll tell you what, if there was one player you would want on your team, it's Ashen. Like, just gets the team going, tilts the other team. He does it all, and he's been performing so well at this event. But again, I don't think Wildcard will be too stressed with what happens in this first half, unless it's like a total beatdown. They need to get some rounds.
Final execute made very tricky there. Wildcard did have info inside of commanders. They did have a read with all the other pings. Losing the Capitao though, no Grim Util left. Good cross positions established by SSG, who had the advantage and able to trade. It was a rough one there. Into the second round now. Over towards Dorms.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Again, we've seen teams test a couple of different ideologies on this site so far. On the attacking side, some have been heavily focused over towards Old Tower. We've seen a couple more from office side across go for more of a wave attack. We've also seen some presence on the exterior hard breach.
Yeah, you can get a pinch, Old Tower, courtyard kind of push. But I think well, at least what I've been noticing so far is the way that teams like to defend on Fortress is just very horizontal. Like, there is a lack of vert defense and positioning.
We do see it limited for the first 4 sites. I think the lack of peel, or at least maybe those patterns haven't really been adopted yet. does seem to be rather limited.
But I think even from a roam perspective on defense, like if you're looking at this side in particular, or I guess anything on the second floor, it's like there's not too many entry points to kind of get back up and down. You've really got the tower positions on either side, and then that's really about it. And so therefore, there's a lot of risk if you do commit for that roam. Unless you really set up a, an extensive like first floor, old tower, maintaining top so you can get back up safely. But right now, teams are very much committed to keep it rather around the site horizontally.
Traditional new map, compact is typically the early meta, and then
obviously Kansan still has to do his job as he's pushing through first floor.
Yeah. So, old tower focus for wildcard. Kansan first kill.
Yeah, Ashen gets caught old tower. That's a really good push from Kansan. Now, this opens up this side of the map for wildcard. They got the extra numbers. Of course, SSG can kind of keep them trapped over towards old tower, but the question mark will be Baby Shark. So he's going for that pinch, but he's by himself towards the courtyard corridor. So it's like a 1-3 split right, well 1-4 split right now for wildcard. If they get rid of Baby Shark, then SSG can turn around and focus on the rest. But Spiker just sent it straight into the site. Fultz was able to shut him down, and with Baby Shark's death, it's a 3-stack push now for wildcard. Dash will get in, recapture the kit inside of games, will opt for the plant. The smoke will dissipate. No more available for Bay, but he does hit the shot anyway onto Fultz, who swung. And so suddenly with that plant down to Benja and J90 to salvage this for SSG.
Benja to push forward. 35 on the clock. They need to make them move. Now 2 standing in his way, but Dash will slay him. Wildcard 2 straight.
Yeah, very direct from Wildcard, but more importantly, what won that round was the kill onto Ashen. We saw the entry stats for Ashen, 19-4. He doesn't lose those battles often. When you do get that pick, it opened up Old Tower. You then had Baby Shark Corridor. That took a bit of attention away, and that then just spreads that defense a bit, where they're just not able to then necessarily all focus in towards Old Tower. Much better from Wildcard. Really, really solid round. 1-1 scoreline.
I should clarify, not too straight for wildcard. I think I may have misspoke. But it is round 2 theirs. And as you said, a 1-1 split between these two North American rosters. Downstairs, we then go for the 3rd round, as expected. Hammam has most certainly been the underpicked site here for a multitude of reasons. It's rather weak defensively, and so teams opting to primarily head over towards
Cafe.
Question will be how much vert play do we see?
That's what I want to see here. On
well,
this
they bring
side.
the castle. Now, the castle could be used more horizontally, but I'm anticipating we might see a little more presence above it. I mean, initially, though, Newers is setting up down below. Typically, we're seeing the castle used to defend the northern side of the map over towards lobby. That's good low
it's
protection.
just 5 first floor.
Yeah. There may be the day where top floor does become a little bit more meta, but I think it's going to take a lot more workshopping.
And what this means then for the attacking teams, very easy to get that second floor control. So you see the ram in play for Baby Shark. Oh, Benja though at the window just catches Spiker. And no Capital immediately into the round. Aggression from Benja will benefit. And also Kansan at half health already. Not the start to the round for Wildcard that they would have liked. And honestly, I think a map like Fortress really does kind of suit the playstyle of SSG. We know they are an aggressive-natured team. They'll swing doorways and windows and really try and deny a lot of those entries. And yeah, straight into the second floor for Wildcard where it's nice and safe.
So Space Station playing Fortress twice heading into today. They had 11 out of 11 defensive round wins. So that last round is their first defensive loss on Fortress.
Yeah, 7-0 to Oxygen in their last win. So that helps with a statistic like that.
Yep. Wildcard with a positive attacking win rate as well on Fortress, 58%.
Beat Furious 7-5, which is a really good result. As I said in the pre-match, both of these two teams have had good success. Neither of them have lost on Fortress yet. 5 times played between them. Baby Shark trying to find something here from Dorms. And again, this almost plays similar to actually the previous side of Dorm's games, where Old Tower focus. Have you got someone playing Courtyard? In this case, Ben just sitting back there. So it's this. I mean, it's different in the terms of what angles you're holding and the rooms themselves, but similar concept here on the push for Wildcard.
Oh, a tuck-in turtle plant for Dash.
And Matricel gets him to half health.
Not spotted.
And it is going to be successfully planted, and inside of the smoke goes Ashen, falling to Kansan. So another successful plant here for Wildcard, makes it 2 rounds straight. And in the post-plant, they had the blitz. He now falls. So does Kansan as well to Benja. The retake looking very good for SSG.
Vert control, though, for Baby Shark.
Clearing Bay will be a big factor. So he sits now second floor old tower. They're going to have to push up and get him, or he can push down and swing. But they've got numbers anyway, so they can block for the counter defuse. But they're not ready for Bay. On the counter defuse now is Fault. Bay by himself. Newest then swings with a shotgun. They get the disable, and SSG are going to take this 3rd round. Well, Bay was the one that was in best position for Wildcard, but he probably needed maybe one more alive just to take a little bit of attention.
I love the call from Wildcard to go for the plant, but the post-plant structure for them
neither of them
a lot of
check
control.
left there is interesting. Both double swung to the right side.
Yeah.
And we are getting a timeout for SSG. Obviously can't hear too much on the B stream at the best of times, but I feel like I heard Mirror and also something about if they go for office side, not necessarily let them plant, but go for a retake setup and probably be more direct on a bathroom denial. We do see the Mirror has been selected by Benjamaster. So just strategy, really, from call out. And
always, yeah, typically.
On a map like Fortress, I mean, it's probably the map where you really do want that coach to help with the strategies. Yeah, but we're on Clubhouse, it's like, we know what we're doing. I don't want to be too dismissive of Fortress. I was actually speaking to Doki yesterday at lunch, and he was saying how he really enjoys playing it. We've seen it now. I think this is the 11th time so far at Six Invitational. It's going to take a bit of time to grow on me, I think a little bit. I'm just hoping it doesn't turn into like Skyscraper 2.0.
Well, I mean, the consensus seems to be, there was discussion in the green room about this, I think Pengu, maybe Fox were having a chat. They seem to pretty strongly believe that once this map gets broken, it's going to be a very attacker-sided map.
Really?
It might not stand the test of time all too long.
I would love to see that. It's certainly not uncommon for a new map to come in and be beginning with defense and then slowly but surely, as teams figure out better ways to attack, more strategies developed. Again, full second floor hold for SSG.
I think as teams start to get more comfortable with timings and split attacks become more
Benja.
popular.
Well, he gets traded immediately, but he got rid of Spiker. Spiker's had a rough start here on Fortress. That's his second opening death, 0-4 to begin with. Playing the Grim as well, which has actually been one of the most banned operators at the event so far. And it's in the top 5 for overall presence. So, I mean, it's become such a strong operator.
Yeah. All it took was the ability to rebound them. And he's found a lot more use cases, which is good to see. He's a fun operator. Grind taken now by Dash, playing over towards Games. Diffuser in hand as we eclipse the midpoint of the round.
But getting that kill onto Benja, he was the only one for SSG that offered something old tower side towards Dorm's Games. And so now, naturally, you've been able to take this space, but you haven't really done much towards the site and to the other 4 defenders of SSG. You've got a minute to do so now.
J90 is so ready for this. Oh, maybe not.
Baby Shark over towards Courtyard, able to just jump on in, get the kill onto J90, who was holding at the doorway, gets a good timing, gets a good pick. That opens up Courtyard now for Wildcard, so they can get some extra space around the site.
Asher now to play frontline.
Nice dash.
Caught by Dash. 4 versus 2 advantage Wildcard.
I think Ashen's just panicked there by the pressure of the Blackbeard. Instead of opting to fall back, play the DMR from a long range, he takes the close contact fight instead. And then Dash is just better with the shot. And now they've got the space to go for the plant. Smoke as well helps to layer on top of him. Newitz was able to swing, deal with Baby Shark. Plant will be successful. 1v3 for Newers. If he can deal with Dash, very winnable. Because right now, Bay and Kansan a little bit further away. Bay's now making his way up to second floor. Newitz has to win this fight quickly. He cannot. Kansan still watching. A second attacking round for Wildcard could be so crucial in this match.
Yeah, 2 is a great platform. Anything from this point onwards is statistically a lead.
Just no ability for when Ashen's in that position. I don't think he can fall back at that point.
Yeah, some really good displacement at the chokehold. Benja gets the first immediate trade. The nade there onto J90 was absolutely huge, and then Ashen also getting caught was basically a deal breaker.
And that's 2 rounds that Benja, by the way, has been able to find a very early kill onto Spiker. 2 minutes 34 and 2 minutes 09, but just didn't convert in this previous round. It's also 3 rounds straight that Wildcard have gotten the plant down here on Fortress, the most defender-sided map. That's got to be a concern for SSG. The plant percentage for Fortress sits at 22.5% at his middle tier. So a map like Consulate is the most at 29%, and the least is Cafe at 17%. But 3 straight is a high percentage plant rate right now from Wildcard. And what's even more interesting is at Six Invitational, they're 14th with a 19% plant percentage. So they are getting these plant downs more often here in this map than ever before. I like the Thorn pick as well. It's a change up since the second round. It's the second time we've seen it, but I think it can have value on Fortress. Back to Dorm's games, which was won by Wildcard last time in the second round too. They bring the Allah alongside it, so extra trap utility. Not a big change up for Wildcard, but they do drop the Blitz and the Deimos from last time.
Thorn has a 25% pick rate on Fortress so far, number 9.
Ooh, J90 has definitely seen something here. Of course, we have the outline privilege.
Would have heard it. To rotate off. Wildcard continue to posture at the moment. Looking to pep away utility from the top. They've got floors and shock drones available as well. Baby Shark to go for the pinch once more. Seems to be favoring this bedroom entry, with the rest of Wildcard then working over towards Old Tower. At least that's what we've seen previously. Midpoint of the round. Logic Bomb.
Ashen finds the opening kill onto Kansan. Up close, Baby Shark. Ooh! A little struggle, but he does win the battle against J90. Newers shuts down Spiker, who is now 0-5 to begin on what's been a very competitive Fortress. Second Logic Bomb for Baby Shark. Ashen, though, getting aggressive over towards Courtyard. And now SSG to return serve. Baby Shark makes this round still interesting. Playing alongside Bait. They are together back through Museum. And they've got a minute to take this 3-man defense on towards site. Bolts will actually reinforce off. This is a smart move for Bolts. This is going to block off more potential positions for Wildcard. They're going to have to basically go through doorways. And that is a big win for SSG.
Bait still had a Salma, deployed that on said wall. So there is a potential pinch opportunity.
But there's not a lot of time. Baby Shark's now going for an Old Tower rotate. Ashen will be there. If Ashen holds his position, he can stop Baby Shark. But Ashen rotates back over towards Games. I do believe Ashen will be keeping an eye on this Old Tower position, though. He's the one to watch right now. They'll make contact. Ashen lands a little bit of damage. At this point, you don't need a peek. But he gets flashed off back into Games. He's got a keeper barrier to play behind. Oh, Baby Shark kept on pushing, though. And unfortunately for Ashen, he just went a little left, and Baby Shark found the angle. Newers, can he deny the plant? Bay will have to go for the stick. This is the time to move. 1v1 against Baby Shark. Nitro well off. Baby Shark sitting old tower in the corner. Does get the kill onto Bay. It'll be a straight 1v1. How does Baby Shark want to play this? Over towards old tower. He sits. He cannot go down for a long wrap. He needs to stay in this position. Newers has to push and has to clear and take this fight.
Can Baby Shark hold his nerve?
He goes for the swing and he hits the headshot. Oh, he does hold that nerve. Ice in the veins for the rookie as Baby Shark hits the headshot. 3 attacking rounds for Wildcard.
That was a shaky start to the round for Baby Shark, but hit several clean shots after that. Ashen fell. Newers unable to deny plant. Potentially, I think maybe could have spotted the knee and actually denied plant, but of course was trying to play it safe and not fall into the arms of the cross, and so it's tricky to fault him there. And then once that defuse is on the ground, forced to push forward. Baby Shark, it's a nice timing, lands his shots. 3 attacking rounds on Fortress. They have the lead in this first half.
That's crazy. It is their map pick, to be fair, but SSG, again, have had good results on Fortress. I think the difference right now probably has been Baby Shark. Because even in the rounds in which he hasn't necessarily been able to get either kills or many kills, he's still had influence as the deterrent.
Yeah.
You know, the old tower pushes, but he's playing Courtyard. He might not get a stat for that, but it's still helping the team. And then he's also now had rounds. He got a 4K in that one. And again, it's fourth round straight. The plant went down. Bay was able to get the plant down in the corner. So it's 4 rounds straight that Wildcard have got plant down. So their attacks have looked really, really good. And you know what? Despite all of this, it's actually 4 to 5 opening kills in favor of SSG. So they've had advantages on a defender-sided map. Aggression again. There's another one. I don't care. You've done this too many times now. It's the 3rd time Benj has done this. But it's 2 round straights that not being able to convert.
And the 3rd time Benja gets that opening kill within the first minute.
I mean, it's great for Benja. He's playing this really well, but for whatever reason, SSG keep collapsing towards the later stages of these rounds. And it's a testament to Wildcard, where they don't panic if they lose a player early. They trust the process. They know what they've got to do. To be fair, though, losing Bay, who has been so good for Wildcard, is a loss. You lose the Flores.
Yeah, the utility game now for SSG will be strong.
Ashen's got to be careful here. Yeah, fallback time. Oh, and he's lucky to be able to fall back. And that's going to be a key fight here, I think, on this map, especially Command Bathroom. If you're going to offer presence to stop this old tower push up, you make a bit of contact. And if it's not great and you're getting, you're a solo position like Ashen there and it's a Blackbeard plus dash, you just got to fall back and give them the space. You got the extra number as well. You don't have to overcommit. It's a good fall off from Ashen. Stays alive. 5 players towards the site. Just over a minute left. This is better from SSG. They're a bit more controlled. Benja will be one to watch as well here in this round. He's lurking first floor, so we don't see that too often. Over towards Infirmary, he can go for an old tower push in behind Wildcard. They don't have a Nomad, so they don't have air jabs. They'll have to then rely on drone watch if he opts for that push. Baby Shark's going Courtyard once again. Nitrocell pushed up though from J90. Doesn't quite work. It was gun ready for Kansan. On the Blackbeard, Spiker then behind finally gets his first kill. Advantage Wildcard just like that. Again, another opening kill advantage for SSG has been squandered.
New as a potential flank threat draws the attention of Spiker. He rotates back, however.
Surely it can't be 5 straight plants. I mean, at this point, it's just going to be another round win anyway. Baby Shark is just going nuts. Oh my goodness, indeed. 3 straight for Wildcard on the attack. 4.5 on the most defender-sided map in the pool for this event. What a statement from this team. And again, another opening kill not converted for SSG. And if they didn't all die so quick, it would have been another plant as well. That's the only thing that stopped them from getting the plant down. Dominant half for Wildcard. SSG need to rethink things here on Fortress quickly. They must now do it on the attack as we head into the bans.
Yeah, Wildcard's ability to fight back from disadvantage and you know, abuse operators like the Blackbeard specifically, gain space. They had some really good util usage as well. On several occasions, we saw great dislodge with frag grenades that was then immediately converted in towards pressure and kills. And then their read on site late round was phenomenal as well, especially for a newer map in the pool. They had a really good innate sense as to where SSG were looking to play.
So this was the jump out from Benja. I mean, great. You get rid of bait. Everything about that is great. But the reason why I didn't get so hyped about it is because we haven't seen them actually convert on it. And again, there were still 4 players left alive for Wildcard at the end of the round. That was the only kill they got. And I want to add extra statistical analysis to what's kind of happening here to just really drive home what a dominant half that was for Wildcard. I've already spoken, of course, about the defensive nature of Fortress. But SSG themselves are actually rated the 2nd best defensive team at the tournament so far, coming into this match.
They hadn't lost the defense on this map before today.
Exactly. And then they're also the best team at deaths traded with an 18%. Sounds low, but it's actually pretty high compared to a lot of other teams, which can be as low as 6 to 8, 9% or something like that. So what Wildcard just did, add the plants, everything involved, basically 4v5 for the majority of the rounds. That was an incredible half from Wildcard.
Can they back it up, though, on defense with the dynamic flips? SSD, I'm sure, have done extensive homework to bring some new ideas into the server for today.
Oh, this could be a freebie. Ooh, well done from Baby Shark.
Lovely
Got
shot.
the sound cue as well from Benja running on up. Knew he was there, went for the swing to catch him off guard rather than allowing Benja to swing him, and he gets rid of the Deimos. Baby Shark has played so well. The whole team for Wildcard has played so well here on this map. SSG are just getting rocked. Like, this is such a statement from Wildcard. It's only a 4-2 scoreline. It feels like it's 6-0. Like, that's how good Wildcard have been playing. SSG need to wake up.
Noting as well, Mirror, Azami, Dokkaebi, Twitch banned out. Baby Shark under pressure in response. Decent impact.
That's better.
Better
team
work.
play. Team play off your blitz. Well done from Newers. Gets the kill. They still got Ashen on the Glaz. The blitz is still alive. Low health, though, for Faults.
Faults will be susceptible to the double impact from Dash, the gas canister from Spiker, so keep that in mind. I need to be very, very, very critical of his positioning.
Nice
Dash able to catch Ashen.
Yeah, just active on the defense here as well. Wildcard really spread out. SSG, for this site, don't really have great map control. Only just now Faults is pushing through Old Tower. Newers is main stairs. But they've got time. 3 versus 4 with a low health blitz, and you don't have the Glaz anymore as a big win con, throwing out the smokes, going for the plant. This is going to be really difficult.
No Glaz, a low blitz, no hard breach. I'm trying to dig deep here for win conditions for SSG. They'll need to do even better than that.
They need to go courtyard here and try and take on Dash, but then even then, Kansan's there for cover. He's just slowly falling back.
Faults 1 HP. Okay, well, they've absorbed both impacts. That's a small win for SSG, but still lagging behind in this
Faults
round.
has got to try and push down this corridor. I know he's low health, but he's the one with the shield up. Oh, they look so hesitant.
There we go.
Oh, that's big. Dash went for the peak.
Gas
no, sorry, no, he didn't. It was actually just a push.
Gas canister.
And Bay is up close. Very, very close. The flash will do nothing. Glasses are activated. Swing, though, is good. Plant, though, did not go down. Faults got off it, and here's the flank now from Kansan. Pushing through briefs. 8 seconds for Faults. And this round's over. He's on 1 HP. Got really nowhere to plant that save. Kansan will just sprint back. Spike is over towards bedroom. Up close. Hello. And bye-bye. Wildcard. Make it 4 rounds straight with a 5-2 lead.
I mean, fair play to SSG. They kept that round.
Honestly, I thought they were dead to rights.
Somewhat competitive.
They managed it because of that kill from J9O.
Yeah.
He was able to just get the doorway swing into sight, get the headshot. Okay, then you can push in with the blitz. But maybe if Fultz was full HP, he could have been a bit more confident, but I understand why there's a bit of hesitance there for SSG. Yeah, that kill there as well for Dash, and then this is a good swing from Bay to at least get one, and then you're just outnumbered at that point.
Yeah, Kane's in with the man advantage and clock advantage as well for the defense, was able to hit a really nice flank and all but confirm that round for Wildcard, who now lead by 3. We go below.
Well, for the SSG fans, though, that no signs to worry, because if I'm going to be honest, this is looking like Wildcard. But, again, Wildcard have not won Bank for 203 days. I mean, it could be today. You're going to have to break that streak at some point.
If there's any moment to win it out. And set yourself up in the upper bracket.
Obviously, should note that is inclusive of really just the main competitions. This is where it's very easy to lose hope if you're SSG. Like, attack a fortress, not much is really working for you. Wildcard was so good in the first half. Baby Shark gets the opening kill in the last round. He's having a really good performance, and he'll get it again in this round. Now on to Benja. 2 rounds straight. Benja has not been able to play on the attack half with Deimos. It's a big loss again for SSG. Baby Shark has played Fortress so well, but Ashen is able to then shut him down. Folds with a good bit of play. But still man advantage for Wildcard, as elsewhere Ashen did go down. And so not much changes from the last 10 seconds or so.
Low potential on offer here from Newers, but the castle, typically used on that horizontal stretch, nullifies that positioning. So he'll link up with Fultz. J90, as you can see on the opposing outline, in a position to play pinch and maybe clear some utility for himself. As we look back towards the opposing side of the map, now second floor. Newers and Fultz will go above. Old tower rotate.
The second floor control here is irrelevant. You don't have it. You don't have the ram. You don't have a buck. You don't really have any way to really utilize this second floor spacing. So it's really just being able to get over to old tower, sync up with J90. I feel like on Fortress, though, the way the map kind of plays is you find yourself with a lot of time in these rounds. You spend a lot less time having to push back, util. It's more about getting ready for the side execute.
Tough shot. Bit of pressure on Bay here to perform on the Warden.
You still got the Nitro as well for Dash and 2 gas babes. So it's not just Bay to have influence here for Wildcard. But he's going to be the one at the window. Lovely swing onto Newers. And then the headshot onto J90 is so beautiful from Bay as he goes to double digits. Fultz's position getting called out towards the main hallway. Flash can't get the kill.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, this map's done. Wildcard are too good on Fortress.
Who is his daddy?
You're his daddy, Bay.
You're destroying me.
Fuck it, bro. Let's go Fountain, man.
that would be such a troll way to end the map. Go Fountain with a 4-round lead. And oh, they're actually going to do it too. So, as I mentioned before, Hammam is by far and away the least played side on this map. Last time I checked, it was 4 times played here at Paris. That may have slightly upticked.
Do you want me to?
Sure, you can have a look. But again, from speaking to the boys on the analyst desk, etc.
It's been played once.
Oh, only once is it, really? Okay, maybe I've misremembered.
Yeah. With a 100% attacker win rate.
Yes. The main reason being, there is control that you can gain on this map. I think Bathroom specifically is also the exterior hard breach that's so difficult to contest as defense that if and when SSG get that control, they can manipulate side and make it incredibly challenging to play. So this round is going to be heavily reliant on Wildcard just contesting everything and trying to take every gunfight possible.
Play the bat.
Go for spawn kills, etc. They need to disrupt this push as much as humanly possible.
10 seconds.
They got the lineup for it, though. Vigil, Mozzie, Warden.
5 seconds left.
Triple Nitrocell. It seems like the kind of round where Wildcard are like, you know what, we got a 4-round lead. We're absolutely smashing these guys. Let's have some fun. And that was the communication. And this is actually important to watch that there from the observer, because you're flicking the default cams outside, try and figure out where are they coming from. We want to contest as early as possible. Baby Shark. It's not much, but it just says to SSG, okay, it's always being watched. Someone's around there. We got a drone. And droning here in SSG is going to be so important.
The bandit trick is making this actually surprisingly difficult for SSG to create direct sight pressure. So credit to Dash for being successful in that regard. Of course, still 3 exothermics up here for SSG. So they haven't lost utility, but they've now narrowed their win cons to the mid-round.
Multi-pass start with.
So SSG eager for some top floor control. They do, of course, have Sledge and Ashen on the Ram available.
And you can already just naturally see, playstyle-wise, how much longer it's taking SSG to get into the building, because more of the map is now being used by the defense, but they've kind of given up on top floor. They'll go back first floor now. Yeah, what? So that's half the round that's essentially being wasted before finally SSG get into the building, open up some hatches.
I will say, I don't think the nature of this site being what it is, you need a lot of time. It's a very short checklist. Like, they've opened exterior, they've got vert, they've got hatch open. That's pretty much all you really need on this site before you can start
They're all
flushing.
just chilling inside Fountain and just saying, all right, come on in.
Yeah. They'll lean heavily into the nitros and the smokes. It
This
will
is
be a
gonna-
bloodbath.
I mean, if you said it was big on Bay last round, was huge on Spiker this round playing the Warden. Denial from Kansas with the Gas Babes. And it's J90 that gets rid of base. The Vigil has been eliminated. That's the opening kill that goes the way of SSG. You can actually really start to see how aggressive it gets for the defense when you play this site now. You have to be the ones to make the pushes. Dash going into the smoke. But there was the elimination on default through the Gas Babe of Kansas that stopped that plant from going down. And this might be the opening map done. And indeed, it seems like it will be. Poor old J90 outside of the building. This will be the first time we see this site successfully defended at SI. It's a statement from Wildcard on their map pick of Fortress. They will make this 4-0 straight on the map. It will be SSG's first loss on this map. Wildcard are 1 map away from main stage at Six Invitational. 7-2 beat down on Fortress.
Well, North America has been labeled as the trendsetters here on Fortress, but even the rift between teams of this caliber of this particular region is quite vast. Wildcard 7-2 on the opening map. They played so well.
And they played with such good team synergy. Look at these numbers. 10 for Baby Shark, 10 for Kansas, 10 for Bay. Dash went positive. Just everything that could go right for Wildcard did. Everything that could go wrong for SSG did. A learning curve there for SSG on the map of Fortress. We're going to go to a short break, though. On the other side, Bank should hopefully offer a whole different narrative.
No panic yet.
Nope.
They know that starting on attack on Chalet is usually with the wind working against you. The most played map here at the Six Invitational, and it does skew ever so slightly to the defenders. But Chalet, as we have seen, can be really favorable turf for the attackers, of course, depending on operator bans and teams' individual stats when it comes to attacking and defending. So no real cause for concern just yet, but still some worrying signs there that they got to nip it in the bud on the side of Secret before it gets even worse.
We are hyped on the side of Falcons. You can feel the energy all the way from the other room where you and I are casting, Parker. They're absolutely into this matchup. 5 rounds away now from making main stage at the Six Invitational. You're right, that tack timeout from Twister, not a panic tack timeout just yet, but feels there's things that need to be improved. Worried about the clash which is being brought now for the 3rd round in a row. Twister's been head coach of this Team Secret squad for over almost 2 years exactly, actually, so has been with this team for a very long time, helped build it, respected as one of the longest standing coaches in the game. And despite failing to shoot some default cams immediately, they are still, I think, in a strong place to bring this map back. It is their pick. You've got to imagine they've got some tricks coming later on.
Down goes Noah, though. Shaiko on the run out. He's been playing loose. It's been nice to see, going for spawn peaks, going for runouts, unpredictable factors that your opponents not prepared for can easily knock them off stride. Secret's been knocked off stride 2 rounds in a row. Even if their coach Twister said they had a good read on it, they weren't able to execute on it. Some things tripped them up. That hold inside a library is an old one, but it did seem to be a bit frustrating for Secret to deal with. Mowgli almost gets a much belated trade back, as now, a minute off of the clock, Secret finds themselves in a disadvantage.
And Secret want to clear this office position, Parker, but it's so difficult when there's a tuber out playing in the office position. That's where Solotov is, and as long as he's playing there, that office wall is likely to stay closed for a very long time. You can see Mowgli's a little frustrated, wants to get it open, might have found one little angle where the Zoto canister is not covering, although it does look kind of frozen to me. Manages to breach the wall one way or another, though, and that starts to give them a bit of an entry point. Now we see the ace charges coming through, too. Those were thrown long ago, but finally the freeze wears off, and they can get some drones inside of office. The players have fallen back for now from Falcons, but they can't give up much more space before they start the fight.
Flashbangs go out to give Mowgli maybe some coverage here as Savage peels off of his position. They are spread out, trying to clear out this top floor as best as they can. Drones working on those solarium/trophy stairs. They had coverage over by Chimney. They had a lot of this map marked down, but 2 of these players, almost 3 of these players, not even inside the map just yet. Jube had a quiet first map. He'll collect 2. His patience rewarded as Shaiko and Solotov both peek that window. Solotov, to his credit, was backing up, not looking for an active fight. Can't say the same for Shaiko. And with that, Secret will now take the man advantage.
There's the Azami ban coming into play. It makes those windows so powerful for the attackers. It's Jumu strikes twice. And now with the man advantage, Secret can have a little bit of room to play with. Top floor is fully conceded their way. Usus and Bride are the only 2 guns on the bomb sites. And now with Bride falling, it'll be just Usus in the clash to lock things down.
Not just Bride, but Usus will join. Leaky Fact will die shortly thereafter. And Secret will once again successfully convert their timeout. So being able to talk to Twister, paying off immediately in map number 1. And exactly the same thing now unfolds here on Secret's map.
And I think it comes down to the patience, Parker. I mean, they had really good information as to what that hold was going to look like. They seemed aware that it was going to be an office hold, that they had to deal with that 2 route. They had to get in through piano. Jume spent a good bit of time just out on the west balcony, watching in through the bathroom window, watching in through piano window, waiting for his opportunity. And when the 2K presented itself, he went and grabbed it. Jume sometimes thought of as the single best player in all of Europe, maybe the world. He's been hyped up to such levels before. Some players on Falcons would like to say something about that, I'm sure. Shaiko, of course, still maybe a bit older than he used to be, but still in the prime of his career, hitting some ridiculous shots here at the Six Invitational. Coming into today, Jume and Shaiko were the first and second highest rated players.
Going back to the B stream, everybody, as Wildcard was able to dismantle SSG on Fortress. Now they go to their map pick of Bank, which should be more of a safe haven for SSG, but in fairness, they themselves haven't got the greatest record over the last 6 months. A 1-2 record for SSG, but that's one more win than Wildcard. Looking at the head-to-head, Ewers and Baby Shark. Baby Shark was, well, tremendous in the end, actually, on Fortress, and I honestly think it's a case where, as great as his stats are, guys, there were a lot of moments and a lot of rounds where he had impact without necessarily getting stats as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the best sign of that was his ability on lurks, right? He was often the pinch pressure on offer with either 4 or 3 players spearheading the front line on one corner of the map, and he'd lurk on the opposing side, keeping SSG on their toes. But it's Bank to follow, Jake, and this map is intriguing for many reasons.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, for Wildcard, if you win Bank, you're off to the main stage at Six Invitational. It would be a top 6 finish at minimum. How special that would be for this roster. SSG must win here on Bank if they want to maintain their position in the upper bracket. Let's see what we've got in store to offer as we head into the bands, starting with Valkyrie and Ace.
Well, it is the 9th preference map for Wildcard across the last 365 days. Last played DZ 70 days ago, 7-8 loss. Last win was against M80.
203 days ago.
203 days ago.
And even then was only an 8-6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Last win, though, to be fair, for SSG was 148 days ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, it's not really like the map that these two will play all that often or have the greatest results. SSG did play this against M80 as their last time, which was a 5-7 loss.
Again, I think the most telling metric is probably bans for and against. For SSG, they've banned it 15 times and had it banned against them on 19 occasions. Wildcard, on the flip side, 36 bans. It's been banned against them 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair for Wildcard, it's kind of like a case of not much to lose. You're already 1 map up in the series. Had they lost Fortress, whole different ballpark in terms of the stakes on offer. But the fact that you got the first map in the book, you go to a map that's a permaban. What have you been doing behind the scenes in terms of workshop, and can you surprise out SSG? This is the time where you get to showcase what you've been doing behind the scenes on a map that's a permaban, and then bring it out and show everything you've got and book your place main stage. So I'm more curious from the perspective of Wildcard than I am from SSG. SSG have to win this map, goes without saying. Clubhouse, the decider if we get there. SSG start on the attack. Again, they did really well on Fortress in opening kills. That's been their strength, especially today alone, but across the event in general. I think they'll be more confident and comfortable here. As we go top floor to begin. Neo is already towards square. And Baby Shark, though, finds a quick kill. That was from long desk.
And if it wasn't him that got the kill, Bay looked likely to maybe find it anyway. Yeah, very sharp. Advantage Wildcard. The bans for this first half, Valk, Echo, Ace, and IQ.
And getting that kill already just eliminates a bit of that pressure for SSG towards square. A potential option of being able to find a kill in a similar vein, you know, that angle towards long desk, or if someone swings janitor closet, for instance. And it means that there's basically no one in the building except for Ashen over towards Staff on the Deimos lurk. I mean, this isn't going to do too much right now with that death mark. He'll even turn it off, see if he can find something through the hatch.
Yeah, I mean, both Cans and Baby Shark have retreated over towards long desk, where they are not susceptible.
Let's have a look.
Baby Shark repositions back, but it's Kansan who, again, very safe, targeted. You can chill long desk for now.
Base stock, spike towards elevator, so you got 2 players that are, you know, being able to block off, say, like a main stairs push. You can then, and someone like Bay can then help Baby Shark if it's a janitor push from top square. So this is big if Benji can find this kill onto Bay. They need to get this kill, and Ashen's come on over to help out down below. Oh, sorry, just outside.
Oh.
So they, well, throw the nade in. How does Blade want to play this? He's just going to fall back and play main stairs. So Bench is into stock now. Ashen over towards square, but he loses out to Dash. Dash over just towards airlock. Great positioning right now from Wildcard, offering nothing to SSG, but in the meantime, they're also finding picks as well. Kit over towards top square. They lost Faults. Yeah, this is looking shambolic for SSG to begin on bank. It may even be flawless if J90 can't find a kill. Nothing has ever looked likely in this round for SSG. Wildcard have found all the angles. They've been able to get good kills. Spiker, by the way, has not moved. He literally he just sat in elevator the entire round.
Did you fucking see that, bro? Oh
Yeah.
my god, bro, they're my sons, they're my kids. Oh my god, bro, they're my kids.
Oh, I love Baby Shark.
Perfect start for Wildcard,
Yeah.
quite literally flawless.
Second most attacker-sided map, by the way, at the event. Bank is. And top floor, 53% attacker win rate is the most attacker-sided site within Bank itself. And Wildcard just flawless SSG, a very strong attacking team. There's not a lot of good signs for SSG right now in this series. The indicating levels of all the margins and all the stats are saying this is, so far, has been very one-sided. And that's a concern if you're SSG. If Wildcard are just demolishing you, 7-2 Fortress, early defensive round on the most attacker side of site on bank, like, there's just nothing so far that SSG can look to and say, yeah, we're doing this well, but we're kind of being a little bit unlucky here. We're starting well, but just nothing. It has to change quickly. It has to change so quickly. They need to string together a few rounds, build that confidence. We haven't heard Ashen say anything since the opening round of Fortress.
Oh, that's a lovely angle from Benja. Unable to net a kill though over towards the front desk. It's Dash posted up on the castle. So some presence up above here. Wildcard not wanting to immediately forfeit top floor for the vert clear, because open area on the side and SSG will look to flush across as is typical for the attack. Habana's still up despite the ace banned out, and so Kanto can be opened up for the long angle.
I wonder if they'll ban it after the third round.
Potentially.
If you've already banned the ace, it gives you the option to see what's kind of not working. Is there an operator? Like, is the Monty giving you issue? Then you can ban that. But if there's not much that's a worry, then you just go to Habana. They can't open up Kanto. Benja will go towards ATMs. And again, still so far, Wildcard have not been pushed back from this top floor hold. And Baby Shark lurking towers means that if you are pushing it in through ATMs, you do have to be mindful. So they send faults in through lobby first. But for instance, if Benja were to be a little sloppy pushing out, which he's just done so now, got to be mindful, and he's dead. Okay, well. Yeah, he just kind of sprinted in. There goes the Docker beat. There's another opening kill for Wildcard. Faults over towards the hallway, looking to clear out stock. But with that opening pick now for Wildcard, you can forfeit that top floor. You don't have to contest anymore. They'll play over towards towers, spread around staff in open area. And 60 seconds for SSG to make the magic happen. Still to be mindful of Baby Shark. He's going to be a threat towards Archives and towers.
He's being pressured though up above by the Big Auto Breacher. This clear will determine the round for SSG. Yeah, good peel from Baby Shark. He escapes.
Good pressure from Faults just to push him out of that position. Try and force them all back to site. Okay, yeah. Dash is also in a good spot if Faults is not aware of the elevator hold. Never mind. Cleared by J90. Back down to basement for Spiker, so he can come up main, and he does, and Baby Shark is also the one pushing up main. Spiker went for the blue stairs rotate. Fault will tap it inside of open area. There's only one left up. It's J90 tagged up, but finds the kills. Oh, and a third as well. 4 in the round and a 1v1 against Spiker. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Spiker has the information and should be able to get the easy kill. The power of the Solars.
Let's go, bro.
Ooh, a little scary at the end.
Yes.
But 2-0 start for Wildcard on the map pick of SSG is all that matters.
Yeah, great composure there from Spiker. SSG, after round 2, call attack timeout. As is typically the case though with SSG. Unfortunately, very, very difficult to hear them call out. Once again, cool, calm, collected. It will be a tactical conversation.
Well, Ash is actually saying, if Ashton can't hear him, we can't hear him, no one can hear him.
What is it? Yeah, no, just as you see, just makes it, but I want to see some fucking speed first yourself. Alright, that's fine. Let's go, come on, speed. Go.
So Lockers and CCTV coming up for the third round. An early tactical timeout from call out. The Wildcard is still talking. I guess they also had some issues and got a little bit of extra time. SSG did as well. Final round before the bans.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Good clutch attempt in the last round from J90. Puts him up to 4 kills. The only player to get a kill, a singular kill for SSG so far.
I like this lineup. They can play roam heavy, fall back, and allow the Tachanka to then do a lot of the denial. Layer the utility, got 2 nitros. So you have the options with this lineup rather than if you go full commit roam, falling back is a little bit iffy because then you can't really deny if you go back too early. And then if you go full denial, you're not really offering anything up above, and it's just, you know, banking on being able to stop that server side push.
I think that testing the roam clear here from SSG, given how they've struggled so far, strategically is probably the correct call. SSG need to muster up a team performance, which we have seen from them today. It wasn't that long ago against M80. They were playing phenomenally as a unit.
Wildcard is demolishing SSG. SSG demolished M80. M80 not looking great then. Not a great indicator.
Probably not.
SSG clearing top floor, being cautious on their approach.
Sensor on. Searching for electronics.
4 players on the first floor though for Wildcard if you count Bay towards blue stairs.
Yeah, Solos in play again here for Wildcard, and again with the IQ band out, that is a bolstered selection. Can gain good info here for Wildcard. Deny drones.
Here we go. This is a push that SSG need to be successful in. Dash will hold this angle at the doorway. Backs himself in here on the Solus. Getting live droned by False, and his position is well and truly known. Dash wins the battle anyway, and then gets rid of Ashen from Baby Shark. A bit of help. Well, I mean, there's just nothing going right for SSG. We're like, I need to just remind myself we are in an upper bracket quarterfinal of the Six Invitational, because right now this just feels like another Tuesday for Wildcard. Finally, a response from SSG. Benja and Newers. Is there any kind of clutch factor, clutch ability from these two? Because SSG needs something to just amp themselves up.
Baby Shark over towards Printer. Is his position known? Diffuser left on an island. SSG will need to deal with him. While the grenade indicates that may be the case.
Oh, he's
Baby
going to have
Shark
to bolt
jumps
out.
outside.
Oh, he spots the kit as well. He'll call that one out. Now, he can't go back electrical.
He'll go sewer.
So he will go for sewer. Newers does he? Well, by the time... Oh, hang on. This is an intriguing little battle. Newers is going to try and swing this. Baby Shark's going to run away, and he does get away. Newers will try and hunt him down at the doorway, and he does get the kill.
Ooh.
Nicely done from Newers. It has eaten the clock a little bit, though. 40 seconds remaining. Finally, a round that feels like both teams can win.
Where does Benja route the diffuser?
You still got the Tachanka and a Nitro Cell. So
secondary hard breach as well for the Grim. So they'll go for back hit.
Back hit and take the fight. Planting here is going to be very difficult for SSG. Go Vault, go Elevator, go for the pinch. The Bay's waiting for the drop. Grimby's sent out from Newers with the Quan Hive launcher. Nitro fall back. Spiker love this position towards bot main, and he's got the yellow ping. Surely Benja's not ready for this, and he isn't, and there's no time left now for Newers to grab kit and get this down. Time will run out. It's expiring. 3-0 to Wildcard. Out of the timeout for SSG. They fall once again.
And it's another great play late round from Spiker with the foundation laid out by his team earlier in the round. Good work off-site. A bit of time wasted as well, thanks to Baby Shark. We questioned the clutch ability of SSG in that round. And we don't find it. 3-0 wildcard.
Into the bans as well. They do not opt for the Habana. They get rid of the Glaz, the Warden in response as well. Yeah, crazy. I mean, this was at least a bit better in the mid round, and a nice kill from Newers to push out. No, Baby Shark only really had one avenue to go over towards sewer. I mean, in fairness, at that point, Baby Shark probably could have gone main entrance, to be honest, and just gone all the way to the front door. But Newers was chasing.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
So the additional bans introduced. We don't see Habana extracted. Instead, it is that Glaz and then Warden on the flip side. So an intriguing nullification.
I mean, the Glaz hasn't been played, and the Warden hasn't been played. But both strong operators and have influence on this map.
Yeah. 5 seconds left. Not atypical bans. The Kaid introduced for wildcard this round, and we saw it hidden by Spiker throughout that preparation phase.
I still would have banned the Habana, man. Like, they've played it twice. It means they can't open Kanto. I think it could have had really strong influence.
Yep. I suppose they backed themselves in with the Kaid.
Yeah, they do have the Kaid, so I guess, yeah. Yeah, I mean, something has to change quickly for SSG. Like, these are 3 straight defensive rounds on a map of Bank, which is the second best attacker map at the event, statistically, from 13 games played, which is a high sample.
SSG looking to get active early in this round.
There you go, much better. Yeah, bring the pace, the aggression, the SSG that we know.
Caught.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Good timing on the reload, but Benja's gone again, and Benja has gone nuts in this round. This is the kind of pacing that we need to see from SSG. If they are to get back into this series, they need to play more like that. Fast pace, aggression. And they take top floor, finally breaking this streak of rounds from wildcard. Do you know how many rounds straight it was? 9.
Yep.
9 round straights from wildcard finally comes to an end. The last time SSG won a round in the series was round 3 of Fortress.
I suppose that can be one of the redeeming elements of that particular top floor site, is it's less reliant on map clear. You can often open up Route 1 attacks. Tactical timeout wildcard, I don't think that actually is the case. Right. So it sounds like maybe it will be granted. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, again, top floor opens up those Route 1 opportunities. We don't see SSG tripping over themselves trying to fight for map control like we've seen on all the other objectives, right? So that clearly suited them. I don't know, though, if that kind of approach will translate across to the other sites. It's not like open area, for example. It's a lot more tricky to go with direct hits.
I think with Staff and over here, you can do the same thing, but instead of the site, it's just the top floor clear. Go fast, try and clear out those roamers up on the top floor, or at the very least, what still ends up being a win is forcing them back down to that first floor. You know they're going to play their own game. You know they're going to be on the second floor, holding around stock, the hallway, long desk elevators. SSG could have just backed themselves in at this point and just say, you know what, we know we're strong gunners. We know we can get into the building quickly, take these fights, feel confident. I feel like that's when they're at their best. That's when we see the best version of SSG. And that's what they were actually doing to M80, if you recall, back in the earlier series.
They were.
Just blew them away with pace, aggression, teamwork, synergy. And so far against Wildcard, none of that has been present.
This is better. This is better.
This is what I'm saying. This is the... You don't net a kill from this, but you've already got janitor control. Force them back down. There is now no one top floor for Wildcard. You're bringing the pace. They're scared of the blitz. That forces the drop. You can now play with this top floor control. Now, you don't have a ram or a buck, but that's fine. You get the hatch opened up over towards stock, and you can start to then move around the map.
Yeah, I do wonder how they compensate now for that lack of vertical play when you consider the likes of Baby Shark over towards Towers. Typically, that's a position that you do want to flush out from above. Speaking of, Baby Shark has captured a drone. So there's good information on offer here over towards Lobby, and Baby Shark relaying that rappel in play and those above.
Yeah, Genono spotted. To be fair, Genono is now off that rappel. He's droning himself through lone. Ashen, and now they just do it again. So you go from top floor down to the first floor, send the blitz in, get the pressure. Can they get a pinch? Yes, they actually do. Newis is top square, so he can watch down. There's the kill. Perfect. Great pinch. Well played from SSG. Really solid clear, and it's teamwork. If Newis is not there top square, they don't get that kill off the push from Ashen. Clear through. You know they're pretty much around the site. Bay can offer something, though, pushing up blue stairs. They need to be mindful of that. There's the smoke. So far, this has been SSG's strongest round, probably even better than the last round. And Ashen is now going deep inside of Staff. Nitro from Kansan. No one there to block. Newis is not watching the close right angle, though, as he pushed in, but it doesn't matter. They've got kills elsewhere from Beepers and Admin, so they surrounded the site. Wildcard started to turn their attention towards Staff. Get shot in the back. Much better from SSG. Really well-calculated round. That's some much better siege in the last 2 rounds from SSG.
Yeah, they've really been able to flick a switch. And with that, 2 attacking rounds are theirs.
Yeah, so unfortunately there was a timeout issue, which is ticking down at the moment, but the coaches cannot talk. It's not a real timeout. Of course, the players can talk, so they get actually a minute to...
I think it's as a result of the last one being called too late, but yeah. Here's a look back at that previous round. Good map manipulation early. We saw Ashen forward. We saw the defense peel back, then trapped on site. Ashen with an aggressive plant attempt, which was... unfortunately,
I don't
not
mind it,
ideal,
though, because if they're all on the same page, which they were, now, if Ashen had gone in by himself with that same play and the others are dawdling around doing other things, it looked horrible. But you actually had the push from Admin, the push from Beepers at the same time, despite the fact that Newis, okay, doesn't fully clear quad effectively. It didn't matter because the rest were able to do their job as they were pushing in. So that comes down to the synergistic style of CSG being at peak level. Finally. 2 rounds straight, they're finally getting the opening kills. All 5 rounds so far, the opening kill has been converted for both teams. And 3 alive in the last 2 rounds as well. Multi-kills have all been for SSG. J9O with a 4K. Newis with a 3K. Benj with a 3K. So finding a bit of success here in the last couple of rounds.
5 seconds to insertion.
Top floor.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Top floor instead of basement is interesting.
Maybe thinking that they can counter the rather direct approach that we saw from SSG last time out.
I mean, basement did get spicy.
Most definitely.
Just got to finish this round strong for SSG, making this a 3-3 half. Puts them in a much better position from where it was looking at 3-0. Have they refound their mojo? The beauty of the best of 3 is you can lose 9 rounds straight and still walk away as winners at the end of the day. Just got to turn it around, and so far, looks like they will be able to. Yeah, Spiker is not getting that one. Good use, EMPs, and then the flames from the Capital so that Spiker can't reattempt. Wall gets opened up. Telling ya, they banned the glass instead of the Hibana, and SSG have been abusing this Hibana. They've used it 5 out of 6 rounds. Line scan as we enter the final 90 seconds of this round. They know that Spiker is top main stairs, yellow ping. We got Ashen sending a drone up main stairs, so live drone for Faults. And if Spiker does push down this and is not aware, Faults is in a good position. Here's the barbed wire. Oh, Faults sends him back up though. No one on the skylight. And Benja will fall to dash. Benja just went into airlock. Baby Shark and Spiker low on health. Still a winnable round for SSG, but Wildcard just holding their positions.
Need to see these grenades from J90 get active for a bit of displacement. Smokes are available.
Can't push
as well
up
for
Spiral
Bolts.
until they deal with Baby Shark, and Baby Shark's surrounded by Spiker and Bay.
Nitro lineup as well available. It looks rock solid for Wildcard at the moment. Key fight here. Asher needs to push up, clear Spiker, and open up things a little bit.
They got nothing on this top floor, though. That's the problem. Fultz is trying to now push up Spiral, and I love the smoke usage. So they block the mirror. Baby Shark can still throw this Nitro Cell. He hasn't opted to. Fultz got rid of Spiker, finally dealing with main stairs, so he can push up. Ashen can go up main stairs. Bay is there. There's the Nitro. Ashen, though, up main stairs, finds the angle. Bay never pushed from that stock position. SSG collapse onto the site. 3 straight.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. It's low-key a baiter there. But it fucking worked out, bro.
Well, Ashen says he was baiting. Not really.
Let's fucking go, bro.
He was holding the main stairs position. It meant that if Bay opted to push, say, long desk, Ashen was in a position to get the kill. He didn't. Bay held his position stock. Ashen then gets the clean kill from that position to block off Baby Shark from being able to defend Spiral. 3-3 half, 3 straight to Wildcard, followed by 3 straight to SSG. We go into the second half.
Big step up there from SSG to win 3 straight. It was a rather concerning start for them, with Wildcard coming out of the gate strong and continuing that streak from map number 1 of Fortress. And you could probably make a fair argument that now jumping across defense, it may even be more comfortable for them.
It's game on now. I mean, that's the thing. That's all you want if you're SSG. When you're 3-0 down on Bank, 3 defensive rounds to Wildcard, you're thinking, okay, this is done. And they were getting absolutely destroyed. They were getting manhandled. And that was off the back of being, well, decimated on Fortress 7-2. Finally, a response from SSG makes this match far more fascinating as we head to basement to begin the second half. SSG have refound that mojo. And this will be the test point for Wildcard. It's one thing to play well when everything's going nice. Your opponent's probably not on their A game. Now the pressure's back on the other way. Now you're the ones on the back foot. You haven't won a round since the 3rd round. 3 straight for SSG. Where's that response? You don't want this to go to Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is going to be neutral territory.
And a spoiler alert as well as to what's taking place
3,
over on the A
2,
stream.
1, mute if you don't want to hear.
Falcons secret. Falcons have just taken that series in a 2-0 fashion.
Oh, good for my predictions. There's some top teams in that lower bracket, but that's just always going to be the nature of an event like this, isn't it? One of these two will be in that lower bracket as well after this, who will join FaZe, Furia, and the team you just mentioned. Wildcard now will showcase their own attacking prowess on Bank. No one on the top floor for SSG, so it'll be an easy roam clear for Wildcard. Basement to begin, so I mean, a little bit of presence towards staff and open area, but judging by this lineup, they can fall back. You have the Gas Babes, Falcon Canisters. Did Benji already use that Nitro Cell? It's the only Nitro Cell they brought into the round. I would have thought that's something you would want to hold. Unless it's pre-placed. Dash inside of admin. Oh, Bolts gets caught. Wonderful pistol from Dash. Gets rid of the Malusi. Nothing that Nuas could do from this position. And it's going to be a case of if Dash walks through that doorway, Niels will just shoot and drop. And if he gets lucky, he gets lucky. Gets rid of the drone. Still wants to hold. You can see he's getting a little bit antsy.
Trying to maintain the secrecy of Benja's position. I can only assume that Wildcard don't know he's here.
So Benja will stay. Nuas has dropped. Can he see? He should have been able to. He's seen that foot.
Dash coming forward on the clear.
Good discipline though, and Dash can get shot in the back here, and he will. Nicely done from Benja, and the second as well. The third to follow. He is the master. Completely disrupts this attack of Wildcard, and while the trade eventually comes through with those 3 kills, the damage is done against the attack. No more blitz. Down to Bay and Kansan.
It's a great little pocket play.
Well done. Great strategy. Newers was the one who got droned out, offered a shot, dropped. He was the one who was in that kind of default normal position. Benja never got droned, never got cleared. And that was a risky move as well. Had he got droned, he was in a tough position to get out of.
Two gas babes. Plenty of utility for this defense. Kansas needs to drop and frag out.
Probably go skeleton key mode and try and get someone close. Bay inside a server on the Deimos. No death marks available. Just wants to tuck in, go for the quick plant. Turn around turtle. Here's the drop down from Kansan. Gets one inside a red. 2v2, but 5 seconds means Bay has to plant. Easy clear from Ashen. Pushing forward. He's just pre-firing the default positions. Double from Ashen at the end. 4 straight to SSG. Game on. SSG take the lead on Bank for the first time.
Honestly, let's do our 41.
Cross out answer.
Yeah, beautiful teamwork there from SSG. Benja the one to light up the kill feed and land the shots, but of course
Bang.
was...
Look at this. Bang. Look at this. Bang.
Yeah, lovely. Again, it was good teamwork to facilitate that play, but he still had to execute upon it.
Absolutely. It's kind of like, we'll set you up. You still got to slam dunk it.
Yeah.
And he did.
He got the layup. Tricky to fall to wildcard in that position, to be fair. Like, how often would you see that play executed? That's a 1 in 100 round kind of play.
And Newers, again, doesn't really get stats for that, but he's just staying there long enough, trying to eat the drones, make sure Benja can hold that position without being seen. If he drops too early, they drone through. Fair chance, Benja gets caught playing underneath stock. So much harder to then run across, get to that drop. 4 straight for Space Station.
Gotta reload.
Wildcard have not been in this position, guys, in this series. They've been leading from the front pretty much since the start of Fortress. And SSG, you just feel like they're one of the strong momentum-based teams. If they're hot, it's hard to call them off.
Nitro lineup.
Yeah.
Just misses. Would have been a great way to disrupt the verticality on offer here from Wildcard. It was Kansan on that rappel on the ram. But the Nitro from Faults doesn't hit the mark. Wildcard will still eagerly contest up above. They want this control again to facilitate the vertical on offer. But it's a Jan hold here from SSG. Wall electrified. Potential for vert contest from below even.
Rappelli, by the way, airlock and above into CEO. So SSG have fallen back.
Except for Benja, he'll maintain position.
Ashen finds that kill from below. And Newers has opted as well to play below with Ashen. It's only Benja that's sitting stock right now. Baby Shark gets rid of Ashen. That was from top to down, playing the vert. And then Benja gets caught with a wicked headshot from Bay in through the stock window. So Wildcard have not only been able to take first floor, but they also have already put damage into that Talers hold.
Yeah.
So it's only Newers now towards Talers.
And the player advantage now cannot be understated. It will force more aggressive playmaking from the 3 remaining members of SSG. Newers and J90 over towards open area, and Faults will maintain position elevators, which could be a good contest for a late stairs pressure late or a drop over towards lobby. It seems like Wildcard, they're currently posturing over towards quad, and with the Summers up from Spiker, that's an understandable decision. That then opens up a route for a kitchen plant. And Baby Shark maybe could be pinch pressure for a drop. One of his favored roles.
Faults
is looking very exposed.
Well, Faults is definitely someone that can still offer something for SSG, by the way. He's going up spiral. Faults is going for a big play up above, leaving J90 by himself in sight. Faults is going to be very quick right now. He's very late on this flank from the second floor. He is very, very late. He's running around towards Janitor Stock. The plant is now down. There was nothing that J90 could do because if he pops up, he's just 1v4'd. Volts over towards Stock, gets the freebie onto Baby Shark. One still outside over towards Terrace. Is now 2 of them. Spike is there too because they get to play outside now in the post plant. So J90 wraps over towards Blue Stairs. But where this plant has gone down, Wildcard are in the best position to close this one out. J90 does get the trade onto Kansan. They're both outside, and this round should be done. Start to make their way back in. He does get the down. No time left, and cannot get the defuse.
4-4 the scoreline. Good work across the board there from Wildcard on attack.
No, I said I have first choice.
Trying to iron out some common issues.
So it is a tactical timeout for Wildcard. Talk things over after the round win in the 8th, finally stopping that 4-round streak of SSG. And we will be heading top floor after this.
You don't want to play the map? It's not worth it for the time? Yeah. Okay. I don't think it's necessary, okay? Just the blue button. Or if you do specific, make sure to pick the straight, okay? So we can do all the stuff and play lobby together. Shark on one with that lobby, okay? Okay. Split setup, play together.
I mean, play more together is probably about the only thing I actually understood from there. Very low volume here on the B stream. 2 rounds into the second half, 1-1 between them. And all tied up 4-4. Wildcard, though, find themselves 3 rounds away from main stage at SI. We're going to see the echo for the first time here for SSG.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. Doorway secured.
First time to see them defend on this top floor.
It's turning into a real tug of war here on Bank between these two. Both SSG and Wildcard will be eager to pitch themselves as potentially favorites from their region to go all the way here in Paris.
I wonder if this is going to be a janitor push-in from Spiker. The attacker repick, they bring the blitz. Kansan can play the repel on the Glaz. Which means for J90, Volts, they can play around Kanto, especially Volts can just sit the elevator. If they're not going to open up this Kanto wall, it means we'll have 3 Yokais to just have fun with and sit and hope that that is enough to disrupt this blitz push. Although the way that Spike is posturing over towards Repel's side of the map, he too might actually just go for a vault in. Whatever it may be, it seemingly should be quick.
Oh, direct and Baby Shark's down. This could work.
It is very, very quick. Into the smoke. Kansan to cover. Plant from Spiker. No direct response just yet. There are no nitrosols for SSG to throw. The plant will be successful. There was just nothing to offer him. Way too late on the Yokai. Volts was by himself inside an elevator. No pressure, but he couldn't control the Yokai quick enough. And suddenly SSG now need to go into desperation mode. The fast plant worked. The nitrosol thrown, but will not explode because Benja's dead. Newest does get one. But it is the plant that is the main objective here in the next 20 seconds. Trying to deal with those on the repel, but Bay is successful from Tellers. Ashen into CEO is the only one left. He dies to the repel.
Let's go, bro. Let's go. Oh my god.
So many ways to counter that play. More than anything, the fact that they had the Yokais. But credit to Wildcard.
I heard bullets going into my shield, bro.
He went fast. Played off the smokes, the Glaz combo with the quick blitz plant, and it worked. 10th round, Wildcard retake the lead with the last 2 rounds straight.
That's a massive kill from Bay down below, by the way. Freed up more repel play later in the round, which ultimately wasn't necessarily needed, but there is a world in which that control could have been pivotal. If Ashton was able to get on Diffuser with some presence over towards lobby, it could have been very difficult for Wildcard to win that in the post. Bay landed that key shot. The rest of the team also did their job, and despite losing the first pick, that plant inside of the smoke ended up being a really great heads-up play from Wildcard. It gives them the lead in the series as we enter into round number 10. We go down to the basement objective.
Wall secure.
And SSG electing to go double info denial with both the Echo and the Maestro on this occasion in play. Tachanka can layer down utility as well. And so the expectation will be that SSG probably hold off on much of a roam. Could be a fall off potentially with Red Hatch open, but I've already used the Bender strat once of him lurking over towards open. The anticipation will be that it's a far more traditional basement site this time around from the defense.
2 rounds away for Wildcard. How are those nerves for them? And they lock in a main stage appearance. The lockers and CCTV will certainly be a difficult ask, and it's going to be mainly a bunker hold for SSG. Lewis will start open area. You imagine he'll drop pretty quickly.
Top entry, top square entry.
Oh my
for
god!
Wildcard.
He did not get that drone, by the way.
And lobby control for Wildcard.
I'm reloading.
Response from Newers, who wants to play low risk, as hypothesized earlier. Again, the key operators really to look at late round are going to be the Ashen on the Maestro and Faults on the
Oh, I
Echo.
like this. A little bit of info towards Square just to get a bit of an idea. Are they setting up for a default server-side hit? If they're not, then more so maybe lobby side. Obviously, they've opened up that vault, have opened up elevator. And what that then means for SSG is they can then reposition off this information, get J90 into a better position to use that to Chenka. Yeah, Fault is on that square yokai, so he's getting information now by Kansan opening up with a secondary hard breach towards square. He'll communicate that over. He also spots Dash over towards electrical. The power, I mean, just the benefit of having that whole extra yokai, if that gets shot, it's like, okay, well, I got 2 more. Yep, check the garage lurk. The Echo's so powerful. Nitrocell from Bencher though to Baby Shark. Well, that's perfect heading into the final 45 seconds of this round, and it will be rather default by Wildcard.
The Maestro,
the Maestro cam is being a nuisance. Look at Dash's health from that.
Yeah. There's another camera inside of CCTV room itself to potentially chip him down later on as well in this round.
I don't know if you can go default here. You're going to have to spread. Go vault, go elevator, try and wrap around the site. Dash will probably be the one that has to come in from server almost by himself.
A plant seems incredibly unlikely.
The plant can happen if they draw presence elsewhere, and that's exactly what they're doing, but they lose Spiker on the drop. Over towards open hatch. Kansan does get one, but Dash then losing his life, and this round's done. No time for Bay to clutch this one. We're going to go 5-5. SSG holding strong in the basement of Bank, but the real test for them defensively will be above basement.
I actually just stumped them, bro, with the amount of util we just had. Look.
I mean, the amount of util they had was great.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right.
I'm bringing the zombies to knock, bro.
And Wildcard were never at any point in that round in a position to plant, and they also couldn't play make because of the amount of information that was on offer against the split push too. Wildcard probably could have had another 45 seconds in that round, and I still think it would have been a very similar end result. That was,
I mean, the
really
Nitrocell didn't help either. You're 4v5. The Maestro cam down blue stairs. Nothing's working. And to be fair, I will say, I think the adaptation for Wildcard to understand that if we all just push server, not going to happen. They went for vault, elevator, open hatch drop. But it then just becomes you basically all have to hit your shot and win the 1v1s that you create. And not enough of that happened. Double digits for Benja. And double digits for Dash have been the best for their respective teams in terms of the KD department. Round 11, 5-5 on this second map. Wildcard winning Fortress 7-2. They started Bank with a 3-0 lead as well. It was a 9-round win streak for Wildcard until SSG finally woke up. 4 rounds straight back from them, took the lead. Then Wildcard started to gain the ascendancy once again. And here we are, now all tied on the second map. Clubhouse the decider if SSG could get the job done. And they bring the blitz. Staff open, expecting this top floor clear. You heard Newers, he wanted to bring the Azami and play stock. He will do that.
As designed.
So Azami hold over towards stock here for Newers in a position where he can still peel back if required. Wildcard, top square, entry point, Kansan to get aggressive and to try and catch Newers maybe. Oh, but Ashen!
Wow!
Double kill with the Nitro. Benja and Newers in the meantime find one apiece, and in the blink of an eye, it's a 1v5.
It's over. The round's done. SSG are going to have map point. Wow. Dash needs a 1v5 ace. A 1v5 ace. The round never even began. You could clearly see what Wildcard wanted to do, and they did this last time out. If you think back to the 8th round, it was a big success for them. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what you have to answer to that if you're Wildcard. It's just a free round for SSG. They go 6-5, locked up overtime. Good Nitrocell usage, prepared for that blitz rush up above. Logic Bomb rings for Dash, knows that no one's close by, that stock has been vacated. Benja is actually over towards front desk. Benja, though, being very disciplined to not just rush at Dash and give him a 1v1 to then make it a 1v3. Of course, Dash is not going to give up on this. If it was a regular play day, maybe just send it sight. This is an upper bracket quarterfinal. And dead. What's Ashen got to say?
Tellers, bro. Tellers.
6-5 to SSG. The round was done about a minute ago.
I thought that Teller's call was a troll, but they actually are going to go
Well,
Tellers.
they're actually going Teller's Archives.
I respect it.
At 6-5, map point for SSG, they've elected to go Teller's Archives.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
How many times have we seen Teller's Archives so far at SI, Gus?
Would you like to take a guess?
No, I don't want to. I'm just going to say.
Well, I'm going to force you to take a guess anyway.
10 times?
Once.
Damn. That was a 1 in there.
100% attacker win rate.
Once with a 100% attacker win rate. And SSG elect to go Teller's Archives for the final round of regulation on this second map. What have they got cooked up in the strat book?
Well, they bring the castle, that utility likely somewhat to be invested up above here, I presume, to try and defend against the vert. Airlock, the best position to place those, and I think that ends up being the case from Newers. They will want to prevent Wildcard from getting in up above and activating the ram.
See the Kali selected by Dash.
Extension. Yeah, the Kali in play, so toolage available to deal with that at range. This could shape up to be one of the more interesting tactical rounds between the two so far.
Yeah. And the pressure more on Wildcard now for this at least one single round. SSG have got overtime secured at minimum. Is Clubhouse on the way? Or can Wildcard force overtime? You hear the X-Kairos going off as they have got Dash on that rappel, looking towards Kanto. How long with top spiral? Oh! Newers just very lucky. Could have easily got shot there by Dash. It would have been a big opening kill for Wildcard. Dashes away towards elevators.
Nitro lineup from Ash and Wildcard still yet to get boots on the ground despite the peel back from the rest of this SSG defense. Again, it's Newers over towards elevator shaft. J90 as well, Stockhall, but he'll likely peel down main and does so, chipping away a bit of that drone economy.
There's a Yokai square and there's a Yokai lobby. So both sides of the map are being watched by Faults. A lot of information being received for SSG. Kansan now makes his way in. Top floor. Over towards CEO.
Benja Nitro down below.
Yeah, he's got it in his hand. Benja. Can he find an impact with this Nitrocell? It's the only one that they've got left remaining. While they have got position to be able to play it, it could have a huge impact. But he puts it back in his pocket and wants to hold it for a little bit longer.
Can Faults lobby maybe feed information? Does he have an angle to support Benja on that Nitro? Or maybe even Newers push forward? In the meantime,
into Archives. They're into Archives going for the plant. Benja is still at least close into towers, but the plant will go down. There was no response, no movement from Benja. Wildcard get the plant down inside of Archives. Benja held his position with that, got the kill onto Spiker, dashed through lobby. Makes the move now on the Kali in the post plant. We hear the Razor Bloom in the background and it gets the kill onto Dash. Big utility for J90. Has one in pocket, faults to get on, but a huge kill from Bay creates a 1v2. 7 seconds, another one onto J90. It's only Ashen that's left. And he's running out of time. He has no time. We go to overtime as Bay clutches up for Wildcard.
Let's go! Let's go, you're so good, bro. Nice!
Yo, guys, we need to speed up on attack, okay? We're taking too long to get in there.
The pocket pick from SSG falling short. They take a massive risk and it doesn't pay off. Great attack from Wildcard. Good work in the post. Overtime is theirs. And they'll continue on that attacking side. A more traditional selection this time out from SSG. Basement for the opening round.
I mean, it's a ballsy move to go Talos Archives when you got the one opportunity to close the map out and go to map 3. But you had overtime secured. You got double defense overtime. Just allowing that plant to go down, though, with Benja towards Towers. You had Yokais that could have been in play to deny the plant Archives. Just well done from Wildcard, to their credit. Really stepping up here in this series. At least we get a close one on the Saka map, because Fortress was just incredibly one-sided.
10 seconds remaining.
Across the series, in terms of the numbers, only one player who has been able to cross 20 kills, Kansan. Benja on 19 and Bay on 19. We heard, of course, that Wildcard want to speed up their attacks, but if I'm going to be honest, I don't think you can go too fast here to begin overtime on lockers and CCTV. Naturally, it's going to be slow-paced. And SSG offering nothing here in terms of a roam. They're going to play very much for site defense.
Yeah, Newer's open at the moment, but again, he'll chip away maybe a drone or two if that's what he can find, alongside Ash from main stairs. And then he'll make a very low-risk effort to peel back towards the site.
And default for J90, smoke, blue stairs.
Oh, this is a bit aggressive.
Hang on. Yeah, Newers. Well, into the Blackbeard, he should be opting to fall back and drop this hatch, but he does have the help with the Yokai bursts.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why he has stayed there. The Yokai goes down. And so does Newers. He's now dropped all 5 for SSG towards the basement. J90 will hold blue stairs. 3 gas babes. And that will be the next task for Wildcard to clear his position.
Yeah, don't mind that little heads-up opportunity maybe for SSG to pluck the Blackbeard, but it doesn't quite work out, and Newers, that Glasses util will be much better served in the late round.
Oh, Nitrocell thrown through the hatch will not hit. That was from Newers.
There's one left for SSG. No Tachanka in play, so there'll be a reliance on the smoke and the echo for area denial.
A tense round to begin overtime. J9O.
Oh, J9O.
How much does he commit?
He commits blue.
Because
so that means they don't have the default.
But he's got the yokai to help him, so it's not just J9O.
Yes.
It's J9O plus Faults.
Plus 4 players from Wildcard looking to hunt him down.
And they got the hatch opened up. He's now stuck here. This is a big battle. As long as he can get at least one kill. Oh, headshot onto the Blackbeard. Job done. You'll take it. 1 for 1. But here come the ROUs now from Bay. As Wildcard start to push through default server. There is a yokai inside CCTV. Faults will need that to be around to stop this plant. He can't lose this one.
Love this angle from Faults if he can commit to it. Ashen, Nitro, ripped. I don't think it's been effective though.
20 seconds. Time running low. Wildcard are going to have to start to flood this site, allow someone to get the plant down. Kansan hits the headshot onto Benja. Faults will have to stay alive and trust in this yokai. And he falls. No Echo, no Warden, no SSG. Wildcard straight on through, take basement bank.
Basement and fight?
Match series point.
Great flood there from Wildcard. It felt like the utility shortage from SSG proving costly with no Tachanka up. The smoke committed to blue. The Nitros used and both missing
Nothing
the
was
mark.
working. Nothing worked. They got nothing out of the Nitros. They couldn't. I mean, the only thing they got at least was J9O shut down the Blackbeard. So you're playing that blue stairs position. If you can get at least one and it's onto a powerful operator like the Blackbeard, that's fine. He at least gets that, but nothing else worked for SSG.
Game's not over yet. Not quite yet.
So, Wildcard. 2 opportunities. And they can book their place to the main stage at Six Invitational 26. And it has been so deserving. But you have to finish the job to be rewarded.
So to top floor we return. It was a talking point back when we had these bans in play.
And this was won twice by SSG, by the way. Well, and only once by Wildcard.
Because the Habana has remained available. It's been a big talking point. Kanto's been under a lot of pressure. SSG centering these attacks over towards the lobby. We could see a change in theory here for the reattempt and maybe something more over towards top square. It's certainly not impossible. Could be site repels in play as well with the sense. So I'm very, very, very intrigued to see what kind of strategy SSG want to employ here, given past success, but the pressure of this moment.
And the pressure certainly is at a high point. If SSG lose this round, they're going to go lower bracket. After dismantling M80 earlier today, they looked in hot form, but Wildcard have been just even hotter. Mirror up from Baby Shark towards Long Desk. Kanto Wall is still electrified. Means that Spiker and Bay can play this hallway safely for the time being.
Now Faults is over on site repel, so he's in no position to open that wall. SSG, again, likely centering for direct hit based off the ROUs. Unless they elect to pivot, there is time.
Capitao not close by to site, though, for, say, Flame Bolts to push out the Janitor player in Kansan. So if they do this, it's not going to be fully in sync. And a big opening kill, though, for Dash onto Asher. No more ROUs. Those screens that you see, once they go down, they stay down. You no longer have the Sens. You no longer have Ashen. Player advantage for Wildcard. 4 players left up for SSG. Lower bracket seems now likely. Who's going to be the one to stand up as J9O finally rotates over the repel, the smokes, blocks off the vision to Janitor?
But it's a little bit limited. One of them got caught. The layering here from SSG is so volatile.
Bay over towards Stock, goes for the peak. Almost got the kill onto Benja. But he too himself is now at half health. from that mishap. Oh, Bencher caught! Lacking, but the trade was quick. Bay should go down. No one close by for the res as the DMR from Dash connects onto Falters. Wildcard now, mere moments away from main stage at SI. Down to J90 as Spiker confirms Newers. It's a 4 versus 1 and it is done. Wildcards Cinderella year continues to new heights here at the Six Invitational. They are off to the main stage as they defeat SSG 2-0.
The trajectory for Wildcard over the last 12 months has been nothing short of remarkable. This band of misfits continue to produce results in big moments. It's main stage for Wildcard and back to the drawing board for SSG.
SSG to the lower bracket, which is looking more and more stacked. We have our 4 teams confirmed for main stage. Wildcard being one of them is just insane. What a 12 months it's been for this roster. Wildcard joining the likes of FaZe Clan, Furia, and Falcons. That is elite company in the upper bracket semifinals. The Space Station, they go to lower bracket round 2, where they will await the winner of Shopify Rebellion and Ninjas in Pajamas.
Well, for SSG, it could be potentially another North American opponent. They can't seem to escape their own region so far. What a game, though. Wildcard just across the board. Fortress map 1, they looked phenomenal. Their tactical depth was probably,
very good on Fortress.
Probably their biggest strength. And then on Bank, I think their ability to read SSG over the course of the match and adapt to what was happening inside of the server, again, phenomenal.
Looking at the stats for the map of Bank, again, an even spread for Wildcard at the top end. Dash, Bay, Kansan all pulling, a bit of a heavy lifting. Sure, a bit of a quieter game for Baby Shark, but he still went 15-16 across the 2 maps. 22 for Kansan, 23 for Bay, 20 for Dash, 5-3 on the entry for Dash. I mean, just really good, solid teamwork from this Wildcard roster. We saw on Fortress how good Baby Shark was. On other maps, it might be Bay. On other maps, it might be Kansan. They just got the ability for players to pop up and have influence. Spiker, such a solid IGL as well for this roster. Big calls, big plays for SSG. I mean, it wasn't too bad on Bank. It wasn't awful, but Fortress was so bad. Then you lose the first 3 on Bank. You're just playing catch-up. And at some point, it just is probably too much.
Kansan then, the MVP of
he
this
looks
matchup.
fire in that photo.
He absolutely does. 22-12. He was on fire inside of the server at 119 EPS, despite playing, as you can see, they're largely the Thatcher and the Mumai combination.
What do you think of Tal's Archive final round of regulation? Is that where it was won and lost for SSG? That was a big call. It had only been played once so far at SI. Won by the attacking team for the second time. Won by the attacking team.
I mean, you can't pin an entire
They could have gone top floor. They could have played CEO Executive instead. But
yeah, sure. I wouldn't pin it too much just on that singular objective, but it was an intriguing choice, and ultimately it did backfire.
It certainly did. As we look at the schedule from today's games as they transpired, Fluxo beat D+ Kia 2-0. SSG, they absolutely smashed M80, by the way, 2-0. And then FaZe and Fluxo was actually a really, really good match, 2-1. And then SSG, well, I mean, Wildcard kind of did to them what they did to M80.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not really looking at that schedule absolutely shocked at any of the results, outside of maybe M80 losing in straight
the way
sets.
they did at least.
Yes, exactly. But then for SSG to then come out of the gates here against Wildcard and find that match really tough was certainly a surprise. And so this Six Invitational continues to be one of the hardest to predict.
I mean, in terms of what we've got in the upper bracket, though, FaZe Clan, Furia, Falcons, and now Wildcard joining them, I mean, at least 3 of the 4, you probably could have penciled them in almost before the event started.
Yeah, sure.
So there is a bit of unpredictability, but then also the big dogs are firing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest surprise is the likes of maybe M80 finding it tough. Probably Furia actually rising back into form as well.
Yeah.
Probably not expecting them to be in this position so early. So where to from here? Who knows? We still have a lot of Siege to come.
Yeah, I mean, of course, tomorrow, there is a lot of Siege tomorrow, by the way. I mean, I know that we're having the day off, but the players certainly aren't. And the lower bracket really is going to start to heat up and begin because there are a lot of games to get through. Naturally, though, one of the bigger talking points that I want to very quickly touch on was Weibo. Weibo had an opportunity to match what Fnatic did in 2020. Of course, there was Nora Rango back in 2019 as well. They squandered a little bit of an opportunity to Furia. You touched on them and how good they are. Furia, at the time, I felt like certainly had an opportunity to probably drop that game to a Weibo team that naturally has been playing so well. They come in 7-5, 7-4. So that's quite surprising to me because usually Furia are known for slow starts, maybe even making a lower bracket run. They get it done, they move forward. And of course, as we look at the bracket down below, SSG, Fluxo, Weibo, Secret now play the winners of G2 M80, Daystar D+, so an all APAC Rumble, Oxygen versus Heretics, that's an all LCQ Champions Rumble, and then NIP versus Shopify Rebellion. There are a lot of games on tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think my initial impression when looking at this bracket, it's very difficult to foresee any of those teams, except for maybe Team Secret. Maybe Team Secret can be a team to make a run in the lower bracket, but for me personally, that upper bracket as it stands right now...
You think the SI winner is one of them?
...is so stacked. Surely it's one of those four.
Wildcard versus FaZe and Falcons versus Furia, of course, will be at the Adidas Arena. So they main stage games from tomorrow onwards. We're going to be pretty much following that lower bracket and how those teams go. I mean, I think for me personally, in terms of the teams that can make a deep run, as you said, Team Secret's one of them. I think Weibo's another one. And I still wouldn't completely count out the Munich major champions, but they need to show up and do so quickly, recapturing some of that form from the previous major.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm basing my assumption on what we have seen so far and what the form lines suggest as of today. But as we know, in Rainbow Six, consistency is tough. So for the top teams to remain competitive, that will be a challenge. And there's an opportunity then for those in the lower bracket to do some good preparation, to prepare themselves, have a good day at the office or a couple of good consecutive play days, and who knows where they could end up.
Alrighty, well that is going to close off the B stream, and I think the A stream finished about maybe an hour ago, so the day as a whole. Thank you everyone for watching here for the start of playoffs. It all continues tomorrow where we start sending a lot of teams home.